Hey friends, this is our Dean's Fandom of Fiction. In today's special we are gonna see Dean's Mission, the Creature of the Shadows. Sorry for disturbance, you skipped 20 seconds from here. This note for author of the fanfiction. I have given credits to author in description of the video by. If the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike, please contact us using the information provided in the pinned comment. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Fiction start from here. The hunter looked out into the forest as the light of the full moon filtered through the branches, making it look eerie and sinister. Long shadows spread out around him as he moved silently around the trees, ever hyper-alert, as his senses searched for his prey. He knew it was somewhere in these woods, and he only needed to find it before it found him. This was not any normal hunter, nor was his prey your run-of-the-mill animal, but rather a supernatural monster that was preying on innocent humans. He wasn't the only one out there who hunted and was part of a large network of hunters. Very few humans knew about these brave souls who didn't get any recognition or pay for what they did. They were the unsung heroes that stayed in the shadows, keeping humanity safe. A crackling and shuffling of leaves and twigs had the hunter freezing in his tracks. As he let his eyes roam the shadows ahead of him, he slowly pulled his gun from the waist of his jeans and got ready to shoot. He caught sight of movement, but pulled up when he saw it was his brother slinking through the trees toward him. "Damn it, Sammy, I almost shot you," Dean hissed in an annoyed whisper. "Sorry, I found where it is nesting," Sam replied with a shrug. "I thought you might want to know. Any sign of it?" "No, but we could stake out the nest, and maybe it'll be back." "Sounds better than traipsing through the woods all night," Dean huffed, looking around for a moment. Sam's lead was better than what he had found. "Lead the way, Sam Squash." Sam frowned and gave him a bitch face with the nickname, before turning and heading back the way he had come. He led them deeper into the underbrush and through the variety of trees, until stopping and letting his brother step up beside him. Over there, Sam pointed to a large patch of vines, shrubs, and fallen branches. There was just enough light to make out an indentation that had been flattened out for a bed. Dean took his light and let the beam roam over the area, seeing strands of fur stuck on twigs and briars. "All right," Dean stated, looking around at the area before deciding on a plan. "You find a place over there and I'll go over here. We should be able to see it coming back from either direction." "Okay," Sam nodded, moving in the direction Dean had pointed. He found a place in the shadows to conceal himself, and got comfortable, hoping the creature would come back soon. He watched his brother move in the other direction and disappear. He couldn't see him anymore, but could sense his presence nearby. When they hunted, it was like they were one person who could read each other's thoughts and feelings. SPN. The night slowly passed by until a couple of hours later, crashing and grunting sounded nearby. Something was heading their way, and the hunters tensed as they prepared to take the creature out. They had been hunting it for several days, trying to find where it held up during the day. It had started killing animals and moved on to some unfortunate humans who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. They became the creature's next meal. There wasn't a name for the creature, since it was a hybrid of some kind. Sam thought it was a cross between a chupacabra and either a wampus cat, or one of the larger wolf breeds. No matter the breed, it needed to be taken out before it killed another human. Now that it had gotten the taste of human flesh and saw how easily they could be killed, the brothers knew it would be looking for more. The creature stepped from among the trees into the moonlight. Its eyes glowed an eerie red as it stood about 5 feet tall, with shaggy, dark fur covering its body. The paws had long, sharp 4-inch claws that dug into the soft dirt of the forest floor. The head was large with a pointed snout, and the mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth that could rip chunks of meat from its prey. After raising his head to sniff the air around him, it moved toward the den. A breeze blew through the forest, stirring up leaves and aromas that didn't take away from the smell drifting off the creature. It was a mixture of sulfur, wet dog, decay, and death. The creature shook its body and snorted loudly, making the forest go quiet as it ambled to the opening. Before it could go into the den, the brothers stepped out and began to shoot it with silver bullets and consecrated iron rounds. They wanted to be sure it would die. The creature screeched its outrage and roared so loud it hurt the brothers' ears. It jumped and headed for Sam since he was the closest, as they continued to fire at the body of the pissed-off creature. Sam stumbled backwards, trying to avoid the collision, but couldn't move out of the way fast enough, as the large body slammed into him. knocking him to the ground and the breath from his lungs. His head hit a root, stunning him. He pulled the trigger of his gun, but only heard click, click. He tried to wrestle with the beast as dark blood dripped onto him, and he heard his name being called. Sam, Sammy, Dean yelled, running toward the fight. He pressed his handgun to the creature's head, being sure it was pointed away from Sam, and fired, exploding the head and making the creature drop on top of his brother. Hey man, are you okay? Sam's ears were ringing from the gunshot, and tried to make them pop so he could hear. He knew Dean was talking to him, but couldn't hear his words. Dean's voice sounded far away as he shook his head. He felt the weight of the creature being removed, allowing him to breathe easier. He blinked rapidly and tried to push away, as Dean's face loomed right in front of him. Sammy, answer me dude. Are you okay? Dean asked again, slower this time. I think so. Sam got out loudly as he started to sit up and grimaced in pain. His head and chest hurt. He looked down at his chest and felt blood seeping through his shirt. I'm fine. Yeah, sure you are, Dean grunted in annoyance, knowing that was their answer, no matter how badly they were injured. Lay still and let me look at you. Dean pulled out his flashlight and quickly undid Sam's shirt to see where the blood was coming from. He found several gouges in his shoulder and chest from the creature's claws, but they weren't serious enough that he couldn't take care of them. After shining the light into Sam's eyes to check for a concussion, he continued. Doesn't look bad, just needs cleaning and bandaging. Pretty sure you're not concussed at least. I need a shower, Sam whined as he wiped at the blood, fur, splinters of bones, and brains that had sprayed on his face and neck when Dean had shot the creature. He batted at the light when Dean tried to check his eyes. Yeah, you stink, Dean agreed as he sniffed while helping his brother to his feet and steadying him as he looked over at the creature's body. You know we should name it since no one else has. How about Wumpcabra or Cubracat? Right, keep trying. Sam replied, rolled his eyes at his brother. Will you be okay while I get rid of the body? Yeah, I'll just wait right here, he said, stepping to a tree to lean against, to help hold him up. His body was achy and sore. He had a dull throbbing in his head, and his balance was still slightly off. Sam was happy to let his brother take care of the body, since he didn't think he could help without falling. Come on bro, Dean told him 15 minutes later. Let's get out of here and find the car and head back to the motel. Okay. Sam huffed as he steadied himself and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. He fell in behind Dean and followed him through the woods toward the Impala. He was dripping with sweat by the time they broke through the tree line and found the car. Hold on, Dean told him as he stopped him from getting into the car. He went around to the trunk and dropped the pack in it, and got out an old blanket he kept back there. After shaking it out, Dean draped it over the passenger seat, and then let Sam get in. Gotta protect my baby, he shrugged when Sam gave him a bitch face. I'm not even surprised, Sam grumbled as Dean closed the door. Oh, and roll your window down so the stink doesn't stay in the car. Yes sir, Sam snipped, but did it. He thought the fresh air would keep him conscious. Dean headed back into town to the motel so he could take care of Sammy and get him in bed to rest. The hunt was a success, and the injuries weren't serious, which wasn't always the case in their line of work. He was just happy they wouldn't need to seek professional help this time. Sam's head slowly fell forward, only to jerk it up as he fought the darkness that wanted to claim him. His body ached and an intense, tingling pain ran up and down his left side around his injuries that seemed inflamed. He tried to hide how bad he felt, but nothing got by Dean, who saw and sensed his brother's discomfort, making him press a little harder on the gas pedal to get them back to the motel quicker. Why don't you get your shower, and then I'll doctor those cuts, Dean told his brother, after opening the door to their motel room. He dropped his bag by the bed and went to the mini fridge for something cold to drink. Be sure to wash the gashes really good. Okay, thanks, Sam agreed, going to his duffel for clean clothes. And I know we need to burn those clothes, Dean stated, realizing the smell followed Sam. I may have to fumigate the car to get the smell out. I left the window down, Sam snipped, stepping into the bathroom and closing the door behind him. Dean was right. He needed to either try to wash his clothes or throw them away, thinking it would be easier to throw them away and buy more at a thrift store. He emptied his pockets as he took his clothes off. He stuffed them in the trash can. Sam tied the top of the bag and turned on the vent before starting the water in the tub. As the water warmed, he looked at his chest, seeing the bloody holes in his shoulder and chest. that was still oozing blood. Once he tested the water, Sam stepped under the hot spray, shivering for a moment as his body adjusted. He flinched when the water hit his wounds, washing away the dirt, blood, and anything else that might have gotten into the wounds. Sam used the soap to clean the wounds good before shampooing his hair and finishing his shower. He made sure to rinse good before shutting the water off and grabbing a towel to dry his body and hair. After putting on his briefs and sweatpants, Sam opened the door to the bathroom to call his brother. "Hey, I'm done," Sam let Dean know before going to sit on the commode to wait on him. "All right, let's see what they look like now," Dean commented, stepping into the bathroom. He washed his hands and dried them before opening the first aid kit to get out what he needed. "This is going to hurt, bro. Just do it," Sam snapped as he stilled himself when Dean wet gauze with alcohol to wipe the wounds. He hissed and gritted his teeth so he wouldn't cry out, knowing he had endured much worse. After the burning stopped, Sam felt Dean's gentle touch as he put a couple of stitches in the worst two, and then he smeared cream over the places, before taping pads over the wounds. "All done," Dean announced, stepping back and looking at his handiwork. "Why don't you take some drugs and lay down?" he told Sam when he saw him rub his head and wince. He could always tell when Sam was hurting and needed some downtime. Maybe they'd head for Bobby's for a few days and help him before searching for another hunt. That way Sam would have time to heal. "That sounds good," Sam agreed, taking the bottle of pills to shake several out into his hand. He put them in his mouth and got water from the sink to wash them down. "I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to get my shower now," Dean told him, stepping out to get some clean clothes and making sure Sam made it to the bed. He closed the door and started the water before stripping off his clothes and stepping into the tub. The water felt so good after being in the forest half the night. He stood under the spray, letting the hot water wash away all the sweat that coated his body. He sighed softly as he turned so it could beat on his face. He spit the water out and quickly washed his hair and body, so he could finish and go to bed too. After dressing, Dean stepped into the other room and checked on his brother to see he was already asleep. He felt his forehead to be sure there was no fever and brushed his hair from his face as he smiled down at him. Seeing he was okay, Dean went to the other bed and turned it down so he could crawl in and settle on the soft mattress. He closed his eyes and took a few slow breaths as he let his mind shut down and drift away into the ebony darkness. SPN. Sam woke the next morning to the smell of coffee and turned his head to stare bleary-eyed at his brother, who was sitting food and coffee on the table. He wiped his eyes and moved his body to see how it felt before sighing softly and sitting up on the side of the bed. "Got us some breakfast," Dean called to him as he sat down at the table. "Give me a sec," Sam replied, standing to head for the bathroom first. His chest still hurt but was manageable, and his headache had finally eased off too. "I figured we'd pack it up and head to Bobby's for a few days. I already called to be sure he would be there. Give you some time to heal and time for us to recharge." "Okay, sounds good to me." Sam doctored his coffee and blew across it before taking a sip. He unwrapped a breakfast sandwich and opened it to look at the contents and smell it before taking a bite. He didn't notice his brother shaking his head at his actions or would have snipped at him. "If we get left after eating, we should be there by mid-afternoon. I'll get packed after I finish. Are you feeling okay?" "Yeah, just a little sore still, but I'm good." Dean looked at Sam closely to be sure he wasn't lying to him before nodding to himself. They finished their meal, packed, and got on the road to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The skies were overcast with the possible threat of rain. It was an hour later that they ran into the storm. Rain drummed loudly on the Impala's roof as traffic slowed to a crawl. Sam was nodding off by now, and Dean was concentrating hard on the road and the cars around him. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and tried not to hydroplane on the flooded road. It was another hour before he finally ran out of the rain and could pick his speed back up, along with the rest of the traffic. Dean looked over at his brother to see he was still sleeping and snoring softly. A thin line of drool was forming at the corner of his mouth and getting longer as it dripped toward his shirt. Dean couldn't help himself and pulled out his cell to snap a photo of his brother drooling. It was always good to have blackmail material on hand if he needed it. He snickered to himself as he checked the gas gauge, thinking they needed to stop for gas in another hour or so. SPN. The Impala slowed to pull through the gates of the salvage yard and around to the front of a two-story weather-beaten house that had seen better days. Buildings and a garage were spaced around the house. Stacks of crushed vehicles lined the backyard, waiting to be sold for scrap metal. If only the wrecks could talk and tell their stories, what would they be? Dean killed the engine and reached over to shake his brother's shoulder to wake him. "Hey, we're here," Dean spoke to him when Sam jerked and opened his eyes. "Okay," Sam slurred, wiping his mouth when he felt wetness on it. He looked around and saw Bobby's house, staring at it for a moment before rubbing his eyes and trying to get his mind working again. "Sammy, are you coming?" Dean called to him when he didn't get out of the car. "Yeah," Sam replied, fumbling with the door handle before getting it opened. He pulled himself from the car and made his way slowly up the steps as Dean knocked on the front door. "Boys, good to see you." Bobby greeted them with a slap on the back and brief hug. "Come on in." "Hey Bobby," Dean replied, smiling, warming at the older hunter. "Good to see you too, Bobby," Sam answered, his voice weaker than Dean's. "Are you okay, Sam?" Bobby asked him, noticing his discomfort. "It's nothing. He got clawed by a Wumpcabra," Dean offered. "Come again?" Bobby asked in puzzlement. "Some type of hybrid chupacabra, we think," Sam supplied. "Don't know what to call it. So, I named it," Dean beamed proudly. "I see. Well, there are drinks in the fridge if you're thirsty. I went into town and got some supplies after you called." "That sounds good. Why don't you relax on the couch, Sammy? I'll bring you something." "All right." Sam sighed, moving to the couch and sitting down for a moment before stretching out to rest. He shifted around and eventually curled up so his long frame would fit. "Is your brother okay?" Bobby questioned Dean as they went into the kitchen. "Yeah, he just needs to rest." He got 2 drinks from the fridge and stepped into the living room to set one within Sam's reach. He looked down at him for a moment, wondering if there was more going on here that he didn't know about. "You have any cars that need working on?" he asked Bobby after he returned to the kitchen. "There's a few in the garage I've not gotten to." "Great, I'll give you a hand." "All right, I was heading back out there when you got here." "Lead the way, old man." "Who you calling old, Dumbus?" Bobby snarled at him as he slapped him on the head. "No one," Dean snickered, dodging another slap and hurrying toward the front door. "Going to the garage, Sammy." "Okay," Sam mumbled, giving them a small wave. He was good laying on the couch for a while and letting Dean do his thing. It seemed his wounds were still affecting him. He dozed back off and let the world pass him by. Sam was startled when he felt eyes on him and tried to push himself up to a sitting position to defend himself, but couldn't do it. As his vision cleared, he saw the trenchcoat Angel standing in front of him, studying him with intense eyes. "You are hurt," Castile determined as he scanned his body and saw the look of pain on Sam's face and the way he winced when he moved. He reached and pressed 2 fingers to Sam's forehead, and a wisp of his grace entered the young hunter's body to heal him. "Thanks, Cause." Sam sighed softly when his pains and aches faded away. He could feel the cells of his body mending the injuries, causing a warmth to spread through him, making him feel at peace. Grace had a way of doing that as a tiny amount lingered inside his soul. "Why didn't you pray to me? I would have been here sooner. It wasn't that bad, and I didn't want to abuse your friendship." "You are wrong, Sam. There was a poison coursing through your body that would have killed you before you were aware of it. You would have been dead by morning." "What?" Sam croaked as he put his hand on the scars, trying to process what Castile just said. "Listen, don't mention this to Dean. He doesn't need to know about it." "As you wish." Castile could sense Sam's uneasiness with his words and would comply with his request. He knew Sam didn't want to worry his brother needlessly. "Dean's in a garage working on some cars," Sam told Castile as he stood rolling his shoulders and head for a moment. "You want to go see him?" "If you like," Castile replied, allowing Sam to lead the way. He walked slightly behind him, hearing Dean and Bobby discussing what was wrong with the car they were working on. "Sammy?" Dean questioned when he saw him walk into the garage looking totally different. Then he saw Castile a step behind Sam and surmised he had healed him. "Cause," Bobby greeted him cautiously. He wasn't sure why he was here and hoped it didn't mean trouble for his boys. "Hello, Bobby." "Hello, Dean," Castile responded, his expression remaining neutral. He faltered in his step as he turned around and stared out across the yard, cocking his head like he was hearing something. "Cause, is something wrong?" Dean asked him before the angels suddenly disappeared without any explanation. "What was that about?" Sam asked, staring in confusion at the spot where Castile was standing. "No idea." SPN. Castile appeared at the cave where Dean had disappeared from when he was kidnapped for the Dark Hunt all those years ago. The angel had been monitoring the site in case other beings came through the portal. He entered the dark opening and made his way deeper toward where the opening was. A figure stepped from the shadows in his path, making Castile grab him and drag him from tunnel into the sunlight. He disarmed him when a sword was drawn before speaking. "Who are you?" the angel demanded, giving the stranger a shake and making him groan in pain. He looked closer and saw he was injured and eased up, but didn't let go. "Why are you here? This is not your world." "I am looking for Dean Winchester," the stranger told him through gritted teeth as he fought the pain. Why do you want to find him? I need his help. We're friends. Castiel frowned as he studied the stranger, realizing he was a being from the realm. He placed a hand on his head and invaded his mind, seeing his memories of Dean and the Dark Hunt. He dropped his hand and transported them to the garage. Cause, what's going? Dean started until he saw the stranger in his grip, who was doing his best to not pass out or throw up. Ice? Dean questioned with a shocked gasp as his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly stepped over to his friend and caught him before he fell. What are you doing here? Are you okay? Dean, Ice coughed as he drew in some painful breaths. Come on, let's go inside, Dean said as he guided Ice toward the house and the others followed him. If that's Ice, Sam spoke quietly to Bobby. He's from the other realm where Dean was taken for the Dark Hunt. I already figured that much out, boy. My concern is why is he here? Bobby replied. Cause, can you help Ice? Dean asked as they approached the house. I can try, Castiel replied. They got inside and Ice dropped to the couch out of breath. He watched with wide, suspicious eyes as Castiel approached him and reached to press 2 fingers to his forehead. Ice looked at Dean with confusion when suddenly he felt something move through his body like a spark of fire spreading up a dried branch. When Castiel stepped away, Ice looked down in amazement seeing his injuries were gone. He carefully pressed on his chest inside and felt no pain. Okay, Dean started. What's going on, dude, and how did you get here? What just happened, Dean? Is he a magician or powerful sorcerer? Ice asked, staring warily between Dean and Castiel. None of the above, Dean laughed for a moment. He's an angel. You know, a heavenly being. Angel, Ice mumbled, frowning as he tried to comprehend the meaning. They didn't have angels in his realm. Yeah, angel. Oh, this is Sammy, my brother, and Bobby, my adopted father. Dean introduced them. Guys, this is Ice, a friend of mine from that other realm. Now, what in the hell are you doing here? I need your help, Ice started. Titus has been taken. That was how I was injured trying to rescue him. I couldn't do it alone and knew you were the only one who could help me. The only one I trust. Kidnapped? Who would do that? A rebel band of murderous elves. I'm not sure why, but it can't be good. Titus, is that the kid that helped you over there? Sam asked, feeling left out of the conversation and trying not to act jealous. He remembered the amazing stories Dean told after he came back from that place, and thought of how excited and happy he had been reliving his adventures. Yeah, Ice found T a nice family to take him in when I left, since he had no one. I wanted to bring him with me, but knew that wouldn't work out. He would be in danger and out of place here in our world. Wise decision, Bobby noted as he listened to the conversation. He had seen a change in Dean after he came back, and it was for the better. I'll need to gather some things to take with me, Dean stated, not needing further information or urging. We'll need to get ready, Sam insisted in a determined voice. I'm not being left behind this time, Dean. No, you're staying here, Dean said in a stern, big brother voice, as he looked at Sam with steely eyes. You can't make me, Sam snarled back at him, going toe-to-toe with his brother and not backing down. He was the only person who could do that and get away with it, that is, except Bobby. It sounds like you will need all the help you can get. I'm fine, Cause healed me, so quit fighting me on this, and let's get ready. Dean stared in annoyance at his brother, and saw the stubborn look on his face that reminded him so much of their father. There was nothing he could think of to make Sam stay here and snorted loudly before answering. Fine. So, how about you, Cause? Are you going to come too? He asked in aggravation. No, I cannot go there. I would be useless because my powers would be cut off from heaven. I would be just a human with no experience on how to fight or help you. A baby in a trench coat. I believe you previously said I would be a hindrance to you. I will guard the entrance here and wait for your return. Bummer. Well, that's one ace out of play, Dean huffed in disappointment. Bobby, why don't you get Ice something to eat while Sammy and me head into town for some supplies? Alright, Cause wanna give me a hand? Bobby asked, nodding toward the kitchen. You stay here, Ice, Bobby will take care of you. And why don't you show him how to use the shower? He can wear some of my clothes, I think they will fit. We look about the same size. Thank you, brother. I knew I could count on you for help, Ice said, bowing his head to him. Sam glanced back at Ice with a clenched jaw and sour look on his face. He was trying not to show that it bothered him for Ice to call Dean his brother. Damn it, he was Dean's only brother and didn't like feeling second best. Sam pinched his lips into a thin line as he kept his gaze downcast, looking sideways at Dean and then at Ice. Dean had a hand on Ice's shoulder in a brotherly fashion, and that just wasn't right. "Let's go, Sammy. The sooner we get ready, the sooner we can leave." Dean headed for the door, not bothering to check to be sure Sam was following him. He could feel his presence beside him, and heard the creak of the car door as Sam got into the Impala. Dean was concerned about Sam coming, but knew he couldn't stop him. In the back of his mind, he was proud of Sam that he was willing to go with him. He had a feeling this was going to be a dangerous mission. "Come upstairs, young man, and I'll get you set up in the bathroom," Bobby told him, heading for the stairs. He made sure Ice was following him and led him into the bathroom. "Wait here and I'll find some clothes for you." "All right," Ice replied, looking around the room with interest. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, turning his head from side to side. After looking at the commode, he wondered how you would bathe in that. This was all strange and foreign to him. "Here we go," Bobby said, laying clothes on the counter. "This is how you adjust the water," he said, turning on the water in the tub. "And to turn it off, just turn them the opposite way. There are towels there and the shampoo and soap are on the shelf. Oh, and this is a commode where you relieve yourself. You press this lever down to flush it," he demonstrated. "Let it fill before turning the water in the tub on, so you don't get the water too hot. Let me see toothbrush and paste. Yeah, here's one," he continued as he rummaged in a drawer. "All you need to do is put some paste on the brush," he explained, opening the tube and smearing some on the brush. "Then brush it over your teeth to clean them. This is a sink and just turn the knobs to get water. I guess that's it. Will you be okay?" "I think so. This is amazing to have running water inside and all these useful things. I'll go fix you something to eat, so come on back downstairs when you're done." Bobby guessed this was unbelievable and strange to the young man, since he had never seen a bathroom before. "All right, Bobby, that you for your kindness and friendship. You helped my boy when he was taken. I owe you for getting him back safely." Bobby left Ice alone in the bathroom. Ice listened to the commode fill, and when it stopped, he reached into the shower to turn on the water, watching in amazement as it poured from the shower head. He quickly stripped out of his dirty clothes and tested the water, deciding it was warm enough. He was used to cold baths, since a hot bath was a luxury. The water ran over his body, and he sighed softly, thinking it felt so good. After wetting his hair, Ice picked up a bottle of shampoo and got it open to squirt a blob into his hand. He massaged it into his hair and picked up a scent of flowers, wondering if he was going to smell like that. Once he soaped down his body and rinsed well, he fiddled with the knobs and finally got the water off. Grabbing a towel, Ice dried his body and hair before stepping from the tub. After running his fingers through his hair, he tackled the toothbrush and paste. He followed Bobby's instructions on what to do and brushed his teeth, thinking it felt as good as a shower. Maybe he'd take this with him to use in his world. He used the commode and flushed it, watching the water swirl around and disappear, wondering where it was going. Ice slipped on Dean's clothes and found them a little big, but they would work. He hung his towel on the shower rod before stepping into the hallway and heading downstairs to find Bobby. This world was so different from his own world that it almost overwhelmed and mind-blowing him. Sam pushed the cart through the store, trailing along behind Dean, who was adding items from the camping section of the store. He watched him toss in a bunch of freeze-dried foods, matches, flint, camping soap, biodegradable toilet paper, foldable shovel, hatchet, a couple of tarps, coffee pot, and a cooking pot with dishes for 4 inside. "Do we really need all this stuff?" Sam asked with an annoyed huff, following his brother to the first aid section. "Well, we won't have a weirdo queen to feed, shelter, and clothe us," Dean surmised. "I'm preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. I've been there, I know what to expect. Mostly. Right?" Sam grumbled, feeling like a third wheel here since he hadn't been to the other realm. Dean was absorbed in his mission to prepare for going back to the other realm, and didn't notice that Sam looked peeved and irritated. He tossed 4 tubes of toothpaste and toothbrushes into the cart, before turning to the first aid side and adding different types of bandages, gauze, itch, antibiotic and hydrocortisone creams, gauze pads, tape, alcohol wipes, and ace bandages. It took a bit to find zippered cloth bags, because he wanted to make first aid kits for each pack in case they got separated. He knew they couldn't take a lot, but wanted to be somewhat prepared. "Okay, I think this will do it," Dean said. He looked in the cart, and as he went over the mental list in his head, he was going to divide everything between 3 backpacks that were at Bobby's. When they returned to the salvage yard, he would decide on weapons to take. "Let's go check out." "Wait here, there's something I want to get," Sam told his brother as he headed down one of the aisles. He came back 10 minutes later and dropped some disposable cameras into the cart. "What are they for?" to take pictures since our cells won't be any good over there. I want to document our trip. Okay, guess it would be nice to have some pictures to show Bobby and Kaz. Sam pushed the cart toward the front of the store and watched Dean grab some bags of jerky to toss into it. He snagged some granola bars and power bars, deciding they might come in handy too. Once the purchases were paid for, they headed back to the Impala and filled the trunk with the bags. Dean was bubbling with excitement and enthusiasm as he dropped into the driver's seat, smiling widely at Sam. I can't believe I'm going back, he commented as he cranked the car and headed back to the salvage yard. He found a radio station and began to sing with the music as he drummed along on the steering wheel. Sam looked perplexed at his brother, since he had never seen him like this before. It was almost sickening, and he wanted to gag. Maybe his thoughts would change once they got there, and he was able to experience the place for himself. Sam was anxious to get going on this rescue and see if all Dean told him was true. He turned and stared aimlessly out the window, ignoring his brother's off-key singing. Dean, Sam suddenly spoke above the music and singing as a thought came to him. Will there be a problem with us going there? I mean, would they think we were invading or something? Would the queen who took you be upset? And maybe attack us? Well, I don't think there'll be a problem, but I'll ask Ice to be sure. We're hopefully not going into her territory. And if they hold the Dark Hunt the same time each year, that time has passed for this year. Okay, just wondered. Sam shrugged and turned to look back out the window, as his mind continued to spin. It didn't take them long to get back, and Dean pulled around the house to the front door and parked. They got out and grabbed bags from the trunk to take inside. Hey man, is Bobby treating you okay? Dean asked Ice, who was sitting at the table with Bobby talking. He has welcomed me and fed me, and I've never enjoyed anything more than that shower. Your world has a lot of nice things to offer, Ice replied. We have been talking about my realm, and I corrected him on some of the facts he had wrong. Cool, and I thought you would like the bathroom. Dean chuckled, nodding his head, thinking about how he missed a bathroom when he was gone. This whiskey is very tasty. Ice held up a glass that still had a small amount of Jack Daniels in it and drank it. Oh yeah, figured that'd be a hit. We should take a few mini bottles with us. Dean laughed as he sat the bags down on the counter. Go get the other bags, Sammy. I need to find those backpacks that were stored downstairs and clean them. Fine, Sam mumbled, giving Dean a bitch face before turning on his heels and leaving. I'll go help him, Ice offered, getting up to follow Sam outside. He sensed the younger brother's annoyance and irritation, and thought it had to do with him. Let me give you a hand, Ice spoke to Sam, watching him loop the bags over his hands. I'm fine, Sam said with bitter resentment, giving him a frigid glare. Sam, you don't like me very much, do you? Ice questioned, stepping in front of the young man to stop him from going inside. I don't know you. Sam shot back, a stony expression on his face as he stepped back from him. He couldn't control his bad feelings about Ice. But you know your brother and trust him, correct? Of course, he's my brother. I trust him with my life. So, if he trusts me, doesn't that maybe tell you something? That you can trust me too? Sam frowned as he looked down at the ground before bringing his gaze back up to look at Ice and study him. He did trust his brother's instincts, and knew he wouldn't have let Ice stay here if he wasn't okay. Liking and trusting someone are two different things, and neither happen instantly. I like to form my own opinion about things. I hope you will at least give me a chance before forming your opinion. I should get inside. Sam didn't want to continue this awkward conversation, and stepped around Ice to walk up the steps back into the house, leaving Ice standing by the car. Ice sighed softly as he shook his head, and hoped there wasn't going to be a problem with Sam. He had a feeling Sam was jealous of his relationship with Dean, and could understand the young man's feelings. Ice thought for a moment and determined, in spite of Sam's size, he was still young and obviously possessive of his big brother. He thought it would be better to treat Sam more gently to establish a better relationship with him. Ice would never come between Sam and his brother. He headed inside with his bags and went to the kitchen to deposit them on the counter with the others. SPN. Dean sat at the kitchen table filling clips with rounds to take with them. He glanced over at Ice, who watched with interest, since he had never seen a handgun or bullets. Sam was cleaning their handguns and occasionally looked between the two men. He kept his expression neutral as he worked. Castiel was quietly sitting off to the side observing them. He sensed Sam's disgruntled anger but kept quiet. Bobby was in his office doing some research for a hunter. We need to pack light, Dean randomly commented. An extra pair of jeans, sweats, briefs, socks, couple of shirts and t-shirts. It's not super cold there, so we won't need a heavy coat. Sam didn't answer as he concentrated on putting his gun back together. He looked into the chamber and down the barrel, to be sure it was well oiled and clean. Dude, did you hear me? Dean gripped in annoyance when he didn't answer. Yeah, pack light. Sam snipped back as he slammed the clip into his gun and chambered around. He got up without another word, slipping the gun into the waistband of his jeans, and stomped from the room. What's his problem? Dean muttered, frowning as he followed his brother with his eyes as he left the room. You'd think someone finished his crossword puzzle. I'm not sure I understand your words, Ice noted, but I think your brother's problem is me. You? Dean questioned as his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Why would he have a problem with you? Because we share a common bond, and I think he feels left out. He is your brother after all, and maybe he thinks I will come between the two of you. Are you serious? Sam couldn't share the time you spent in Ice's realm. All he has are your stories about the place. Didn't you talk to him about what he tried to do to get to you? He was desperate, foolish, and feeling guilty he couldn't do anything to save you. He almost lost his life until I intervened. Castile offered. Your friendships are not his friendships. I better go talk to him. Dean huffed as he pushed his chair back from the table. He headed after his brother and slowly made his way up the stairs to their bedroom, going over in his head how to approach this matter. He stood in the doorway watching his brother throw clothes on the bed to pack. Sam was swearing under his breath as he opened drawers in his dresser and jerked out random clothes, not even looking at them. He jerked his head around when he sensed someone watching him, and saw Dean standing in the doorway. I'm packing light, Sam grunted icily, turning away from him. We need to talk, Sammy, Dean told him in a calm, yet strong voice. About what? Sam grumbled. Your pissy-ass mood for one thing. What's going on with you, bro? Why are you acting this way? There's nothing wrong with me, Sam replied, his word dripping with spite. Yeah, and I'm Batman, Dean shot back. Sit down over here and talk to me. I insist. Dean stepped to the bed and sat down, waiting for his brother to do the same. He wasn't letting this go any further, and wanted it settled before they went to the other realm. Sam stood there fidgeting for a moment before moving to the bed to sit across from Dean. He worried with a pair of socks, keeping his eyes downcast. He worried his lower lip with his teeth, but didn't say anything. You don't like Ice much, do you? Dean asked, getting to the point. Sam cast his eyes over at Dean, his expression speaking for him. He quickly dropped them back to the floor but didn't speak. Sammy, you know I would never choose anyone else over you. We're brothers, family, and that's never going to change. Ice is a friend, and we went through some dangerous shit together, Dean explained. We had each other's backs, back then. Our friendship doesn't change anything between us, you and me. If you will let yourself, I think you can like him too. I'm sorry, Sam mumbled, a stress line growing on his brow. I guess I have been an ass to him. Don't worry about it. He's tough-skinned. We're going to be working together, and I don't want any bad feelings between you two. That's a good way to get someone hurt or killed. You think you can give him a chance? Can you be open-minded about things? He really is a good guy once you get to know him. Yeah, I guess I can, Sam replied sheepishly. He does seem okay. Good. I figure we'll get a good night's sleep and cross over in the morning. I want to get everything packed and ready before I come to bed. Do you think we're going to run into a lot of trouble there? I don't know what to expect. Everything is so different there. Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, check the linen closet to see if there's any of that camping TP left from that camping trip we took. It pays to be prepared, Dean suggested before getting up to go back downstairs without further comment. Sam sat on the bed for a minute as he thought about what Dean had said, and could see how childish and immature he was behaving. He hadn't really given Ice a chance, and deep down knew he wasn't trying to take Dean from him or come between them. Wait, what? Sam called, but Dean was gone. Dean's last words finally registered in his mind, and he got up to check the linen closet for toilet paper. That got him wondering what they used over there for toilet paper. Dean adjusted straps, checked zippers, and quickly went over a mental list to see if he forgot anything. He looked at Sam, who was doing the same before shouldering his pack and wiggling it around and fastening it around his waist. He already had a machete fastened to his belt like Dean. Here, Ice. Let me help you with that, Dean told him as Ice looked at his pack trying to figure it out. He looked at Sam to see what he did and tried to copy him. Thanks, Ice replied, happy for the help. He watched Dean as he adjusted a few places, and then had him slip the pack on his shoulders. Once it felt good, Dean snapped it around his waist and stepped back. How's that feel? It's good. Okay, cause, wanna take us back to where Ice came over? Dean addressed the angel who was standing nearby. You boys be careful over there, Bobby told the brothers, not liking he wasn't going to, but knew he wouldn't be that much use to them. There would be no research to do, and he wasn't as young as he used to be. Fighting monsters here was one thing, but in another realm was a different story. We will, Bobby, Dean replied, accepting a quick hug from him. You take care of each other over there. We will, Bobby, Sam answered, getting his hug too. You watch out for my boys, understand me? Bobby told Ice as he shook his hand. I will, sir. I'll do my best, Ice replied solemnly. We're ready, Kaz, Dean told him as he grabbed Sam's shoulder. When Kaz stepped between him and Ice and placed his hands on their shoulders, the brothers and Ice all stumbled when they appeared outside the cave and worked on not throwing up. Angel transportation didn't get any better, no matter how many times it was used. Never gonna get used to that. Dean huffed as he straightened up and drew in some short breaths. You okay, Ice? He asked when he saw how pale his friend looked. Give me a second, Ice grunted, swallowing hard and squinting his eyes tightly shut to stop the world from spinning. Their way of traveling here was strange and unsettling. Yeah, angel zapping isn't all that fun, Sam huffed as he got his body working again. Before we do this, Sammy had a concern that I wanted to verify, Ice, Dean directed to him before looking to Sam. Okay, what can I help with? Ice asked. Is there going to be any upset rulers or queens that we need to be aware of? I don't think Queen Moa would be super happy that I showed up in her kingdom and brought a friend. She doesn't seem like someone you want to cross. If you get my drift. There is no need to worry. We will not be anywhere near her kingdom, and I don't think we will need to venture that way, Ice explained to them. Good to know. You okay with that, Sammy? Yeah, I'm fine, Sam nodded. Okay, Ice, you want to do the honors and lead us into your realm? Of course. When the portal opens, you need to follow quickly. It will only stay open for several minutes. How are you able to do this anyway? Dean asked as they walked into the cave into the cavern where the portal had been made before. With the help of the moon wizard, he showed me how to do it and gave me the things I needed. I stopped at the wall and pulled out a vial from his side pouch. He shook a red-colored powder into his hand and blew it onto the wall. The brothers were surprised when it stuck to the rocks. Ice began to recite the spell, and with the last word, the wall seemed to shimmer and glow. Before the rocks suddenly dissolved, and a gray mist appeared in front of them. Quickly now, follow me, Ice commanded as he quickly stepped into the mist and disappeared. Here goes nothing, Dean stated, grabbing his brother's arm to be sure they both made it through. Watch out for Bobby, he called over his shoulder to the angel as he stepped into the mist. Sam bristled slightly as Dean grabbed his arm to be dragged into what looked like a cloud. As soon as they stepped into the mist, Sam felt the pressure change, and his ear stopped up. He couldn't see ahead of them, and was glad to feel Dean's strong grip guiding him. It was hard to breathe until suddenly they were out of the mist and standing in a shallow cave. Sunlight could be seen at the end of the short tunnel. This way, Ice called to them as he walked toward the opening. Come on, Sammy, you get your first look at this realm, Dean encouraged his brother. Sam followed them toward the light and blinked rapidly as he covered his eyes when he stepped from the cave. Stretched out before him was a mesa full of flowers, bushes, shrubs that bordered a forest, and a stream that ran at one side. He had never seen such vivid colors in the flowers and so many different kinds. It took his breath away for a moment as he tried to take it all in at once. Even the air seemed different here, with a scent that he couldn't place. Sam fumbled for a disposable camera and snapped several pictures of the landscape in front of him. Welcome to my world, Ice spoke, breaking the silence surrounding them. Wow, Sam whispered as he started wide-eyed, trying to look at everything at once. He took one of Dean and Ice before putting the camera away. Okay bro, you can look and snap photos as we hike, Dean told him. Lead the way, Ice. Ice started walking across the mesa toward a trail that couldn't be seen until you were right on it. Sam walked slowly along behind them, his head moving from side to side, studying the unusual shapes, smells, and texture of the flowers, shrubs, and trees. He faltered when something moved through the grass, but he couldn't tell what it was. Sammy, no lagging behind, Dean called to him when he realized he had stopped walking. We need to stay together. Coming, Sam answered, giving the spot one more look before hurrying to catch up with them. SPN. The trail wound around the forest and along the outer edge, giving them some relief from the sun. Dean kept fussing at Sam because he wanted to stop to investigate everything that was new to him. He could hear chattering among the trees and saw some small creatures jumping around in the branches, thinking they looked like squirrels, but not quite. Ice called a quick break when they came to a stream to cross. There were large rocks scattered along the bank, and the travelers shed their packs so they could sit down. Look how crystal clear that water is, Sam commented, looking into the flowing water and seeing tiny yellow and blue fish swimming close to the edge. He leaned down to get a better look, and a small rock landed in front of him, splashing water in his face. Hey, he complained, looking back at Dean, who was looking around acting all innocent. He looked at Ice, who just shrugged, trying not to laugh. Is the water drinkable? It should be. It flows from an underground reservoir through layers of sand and rock that filters it. Sam squatted and scooped up a hand of cold water and sipped a small amount. He found it refreshing and tried more, letting it cool him off. After pulling out his bandana, Sam dunked it in the water and wiped his face, and folded it to drape around his neck. We should fill our water containers while we can, Sam noted, getting his water bottles and bladder from his pack. How much farther are we going today? Dean questioned. Here, Sammy, catch, Dean called to his brother as he tossed his container to him to fill. Sam gave him a sour look, but filled his container too, and tossed it back to him. He snickered when Dean almost dropped it because it was wet and slick. Another couple of hours and we'll need to find a place to stay for the night. There should be some small groves of trees we can camp under. Sounds good to me. 5 more minutes and let's get back at it. Alright. Ice followed Sam's actions and scooped some water into his hands to drink. He sighed, thinking it tasted good and was refreshing after their hiking. It wasn't long before they moved on, walking down the bank a short distance, so they could cross the stream without soaking their boots. Ice led them through stands of trees and deeper into the realm. Sam saw what looked like a cross between a deer and a gazelle grazing on clumps of grass, and saw several more a short distance from the first. He quietly moved a step closer and snapped a couple of pictures before hurrying after the others. The trail led up and down several hills before leveling off again and bending toward the river. A few hours later, as the sun was sinking toward the horizon, Ice found a place for them to set up camp. It was near the river, so they'd have water, and several of the trees formed a protective covering over the ground. I'll get some water to fix us something to eat, Dean told them, opening his pack for a coffee pot and cooking pot. I'll get a fire pit made for a fire, Sam decided, setting his pack against a tree. I'll gather some wood, Ice said, leaving his pack beside Sam's. He headed toward a downed tree to see if the wood was dry enough to use. Once his arms were full, Ice brought the branches and bark back to Sam. I'll get some pine cones to help start the fire. Sounds good. I'll have this dug out and ready in about 10 minutes. Here we go, water to heat so I can fix one of our freeze-dried meals. Sam used the pine cones and broke up some small twigs and bark, so he could get a fire going. Once they were burning, he added larger pieces, being sure not to smother the flames. He moved out of the way so Dean could put the water on to heat. Sam walked around, stretching his shoulders and working the soreness from his body. He wasn't tired, more excited than anything. Once Sam cleared a space, he put down a tarp, and then positioned their light sleeping bags on top of it. He looked for Ice and saw him down near the river in some bushes, and decided to see what he was doing. Hey, Sam said, realizing he was picking berries from the bush. Are those good to eat? Yes, sweet and tart at the same time. Here, try a couple, Ice offered, holding out his hand. But don't eat any that are not this color, they have a bitter taste. Thanks. Sam took the berries and popped them in his mouth. He thought they tasted almost like blueberries. I thought we could have them with our meal. I'll help. Dean can do the meal without any help. Sam began to pick the deep purple berries, being sure to get the ripe ones. He used his bandana to hold the berries like ice. When they had picked enough to go with their meal, they walked back to camp to find Dean dishing out rice and chicken onto metal plates. Okay kiddies, food is ready. Dean passed the plates to his companions and took one for himself. Sam added the berries to each plate before sitting down and leaning against a tree to eat. He listened to Ice and Dean talk about their journey tomorrow as they ate. He was happy to just listen for now. When they had finished their meal, Sam took the dirty dishes to the river's edge and used sand to wash them, and then poured hot water over them to rinse before drying and putting them away. Since they didn't need the fire, they let it die down as darkness descended across the land. It wasn't long before stars began to dot the sky, and a warm breeze blew gently through the trees. What's that? Sam whispered when soft glowing dots of light began to appear in the grass around their camp. He wondered if there were fireflies here. That's forest sprites, Dean told him. They won't hurt you. Sam watched in wonder as the lights moved closer, and he could make tiny bodies with wings that crept closer, curious about these large beings. He was reclining against his pack on his sleeping bag and eased his hand to the ground, palm up. A smile broke out on Sam's face when one curious sprite climbed onto his hand and looked up at him. Very carefully, Sam raised his hand closer to his face to get a better look, and could just make out the little being's curious, oval face. She was dressed in a sky blue colored short dress that cinched at the waist, and had on soft, leather sandals on her tiny feet. She jumped to his shoulder and began to play in his hair, making Sam laugh because it tickled. This is amazing, Sam mumbled as others joined this one. He saw Dean had a couple on his stomach and others climbing over his legs. He didn't know if there was enough light, but Sam took a couple of pictures of Dean and the sprites. They are friendly and just curious about us, Ice told them. They will guard tonight and warn us if any danger is around. Yeah, I've seen similar ones before. Dean chuckled as several played with his fingers, their wings caressing his skin. Are they singing? Sam asked when soft voices reached his ears. He couldn't understand them, but the melody was alluring and soothing. He tried to keep his eyes open, but sleep won out and he drifted away to the sprite's lullaby. Dean and Ice settled and relaxed as the sprites took up positions around the three travelers to watch over them as they slept. They would be gone with morning's first light, and the travelers would have a quick meal and be on their way. After a cup of instant coffee and oatmeal, the three travelers were on their way again. Ice took the lead and set a steady pace as they entered the forest. Creatures scurried away from them, hiding in the foliage and branches above them. We'll be stopping at a friend's abode tonight, Ice relayed to the brothers. He is letting us use the barn to sleep in. That's good, Dean answered. Maybe we can get some fresh food to cook and save our supplies. Mare will gladly fix a meal for us, and I'm sure we can barter for some food. Feels like we are in the dark hunt again. Almost, but we don't have to risk our lives to complete tasks. Anything we should be wary of around here? There are always dangers no matter where you are. You just need to be alert and aware of everything around you. Sam remained silent as he listened to his brother and Ice talking. He looked around him wondering what could be lying in wait among the trees that could harm them. He reached out with all his senses trying to determine any dangers ahead of them, but didn't sense anything. They had been walking for several hours, and the forest was getting denser when suddenly Ice froze, holding his arm up and hand-fisted, signaling for them to stop. Dean and Sam stopped and scanned ahead of them, trying to determine what Ice had heard or felt. A deep rumbling growl echoed among the trees, and noises of something moving toward them had Ice quickly going into action. He motioned for the brothers to move into a stand of trees that partly protected them. They waited in silence as the noises got closer until a creature came into view. It looked like a bear, but its features were all wrong. The hair or fur was too long, and its mouth was full of long fangs. It lumbered through the trees, swinging its large head back and forth, sniffing the air like it was looking for something. The companions did move a muscle as they waited to see what this creature was going to do. Dean's hand slowly went for his gun, in case they needed to defend themselves. The creature snorted suddenly and ran into the brush, scaring some deer-like creatures that fled from the beast. Ice still didn't move for another 15 minutes to be sure the beast was not coming back before he stepped from their hiding place. What was that? Sam whispered, afraid to talk any louder. That was a devilum. It is dangerous and a killer. Good thing we weren't its prey. Kind of looked like a bear on steroids, Dean offered, looking the way the beast had gone. I think we should get moving before it decides to come back. I agree, Sam mumbled. Ice nodded and set a fast pace, wanting to put some distance between them and the devilum. He didn't slow the pace for several hours until he thought they were safe. Okay, let's take a break and eat something, Ice told them as the trees started to thin. He found an area that had a scattering of boulders among the trees that gave them some protection. Great, Dean huffed. He unfastened his pack and sat down, using a boulder for support. You should have power bars in the side pocket to eat. Sam wiped the sweat from his face and eased to the ground, glad for the rest. He looked in his side pockets until he found the power bars and pulled one out. He didn't notice Ice watching him as he opened the bar and took a bite. He opened his water to sip on it and quench his thirst. Ice copied him and looked at the bar, looking back at the brothers as they ate theirs. After sniffing the bar, he cautiously took a small bite, frowning and wrinkling his nose in disgust. The taste was different than anything he had experienced before. I hate to say this tastes like the mixture we use back home to fertilize the garden, but at least it's edible, Ice commented before he washed it down with swallows of water. He chuckled under his breath, teasing the humans to get a shrug from Dean and a sorry look from Sam. They rested for 30 minutes before continuing their journey. The brothers were happy when they finally stepped from the forest into the open surroundings. Ice paused long enough to check where the sun was and get his bearings before heading out across the rock field. SPN. Ice led the brothers to a dirt road, which made their trek easier. They trooped down the road, drawing closer to their destination. Wagons driven by local people passed them, and Sam stared in wonder at them, thinking they were not much different than humans. Most were short in stature, with elongated faces, almond-shaped eyes, and pointed ears, dressed in homemade clothes. The people mostly ignored them, giving them a wide berth, but the young ones stared at the tall strangers with curious eyes. Sam smiled at the kids and gave them a small wave as they passed and was rewarded with waves back. He thought kids were the same no matter what species they were. They were curious and not afraid like adults could be. My friend's farm is just ahead. We'll need to take the next right, and it's about 4 miles off the main road, Ice told them. He was anxious to get there so they could rest and get a good meal. Sounds good to me. I'm ready for a break, Dean grunted as he shifted his pack to make it more comfortable. Are you doing okay, Sammy? Yeah, I'm fine, and it's Sam. Sam answered, checking out fields on both sides of the road that were plowed and planted with different kinds of crops. He saw people in several of the fields tending to them. Large butterfly-like insects flew around flowering crops, landing to collect nectar and move on. They were bright colors of red, orange, black, green, and yellow. He held out his hand and grinned when one landed on his finger and moved around on it before flying away. Since there was nothing for it to collect, he was falling behind the others because he was so engrossed in watching the display. Sammy, Dean called to him when he saw Sam wasn't following, but was taking a picture. Stay with us, dude. Okay, coming. Sam replied, hurrying after the others, giving the insects one final glance. He caught up with them and fell in beside his brother, still looking at all the amazing things around them. Really, Dean? Sammy is a chubby 12-year-old. It's Sam. I am an adult too. He gave Dean a bitch face and went back to checking everything out. He knew this wasn't new to Dean since he had been here before, but it was something Sam wasn't going to forget anytime soon. It wasn't long before Ice turned off the road and headed down another road that didn't look as traveled. It wasn't long before they could see structures in the distance. The closer they got, the more detailed they became, and they could make out a house, barn, fences, and several other small buildings. Ice, my friend, a stout, older elf greeted them as he came from the barn carrying a bucket. Zorth, good to see you, Ice replied with a warm smile. I thought you might be showing up soon. Come, Mare has food cooking. He eyed Dean and Sam with interest, thinking they definitely were not from this region. Zorth, my friends, Dean and Sam. Guys, this is Zorth. We have known each other for a long time. It's nice to meet you, sir. Dean greeted Zorth, showing him respect. Hello, Sam shyly spoke, looking at the house when 2 young kids ran from the doorway and skidded to a stop to stare appalled at Sam. Their eyes roamed up his tall frame, since they had never seen anyone his size. My children, Miles and Nina, Zorth said. Children, it's not polite to stare. Go tell your mother we have company. Yes, Day. The 2 answered before scurrying back into the house. I've fixed a place for you in the barn. I hope it will suffice. It will be fine, Zorth. I appreciate the hospitality. Any time for you, my brother. Zorth led them to the barn and opened the side door so they could enter. He showed them a corner where hay was piled for them to sleep. They took off their packs and left them there and followed their host back outside. Come, I will bring us drink, Zorth told them. They stepped onto the large porch and took seats in the handmade furniture. Zorth disappeared inside and came back out a short time later carrying a jug, and his kids had cups. He filled each one and handed them out to his guests. Sam looked at the liquid wondering what it was and watched as Ice and Dean took a sip. He didn't want to be impolite and took a sip, deciding it was a cross between juice and cider. He smiled at the kids who stood near him, checking him out. They whispered between themselves about Sam being a real giant like in the stories they were told, and wondered if he could sing. They giggled when Sam reddened and glanced at Dean, seeing he had heard and was grinning widely. He rolled his eyes knowing the teasing would begin. Yeah, Sam, wanna entertain us with a song? Dean chortled, choking back his laughter. No, Sam muttered as he glared at Dean, silently communicating. Say anything else and die. Go help your Moa with the cooking, Zorth instructed his kids, shooing them away. My apologies, they have never seen outsiders before. It's fine, Sam replied. He guessed he would seem like a giant to the kids. Is there anything we can help you with while we wait? Ice questioned. Yes, we're happy to help out to pay for our meal and a place to sleep in some way, Dean added. Well, I do have a few chores that I have not been able to get to. Show us what you need done. They finished their drinks, and Zorth led them to one of the smaller buildings to show where repairs needed to be made. They all pitched in and began to work on the needed repairs. Sam looked up when he heard the neighing of horses and saw them heading their way. He watched as what looked like large dogs herded the horses to the corral at the barn. Zorth went to shut the gate and talk to the dogs, patting them and sending them on their way. The dogs eyed the strangers warily and growled softly before obeying and headed to the barn to have their meal. Damn, I bet they sleep in the barn, Dean whispered to Sam. We'll probably wake up with dog hair and drool all over us. Hush, we don't want to offend Zorth. Sam hissed under his breath, hoping he didn't hear. They were almost finished repairing the building when Miles and Nina ran to them to let them know dinner was ready. They used a hand pump to get water to wash with, and then headed for the house to eat. After a delicious, hearty meal, the three companions went back outside with drinks to watch the night skies, as dozens of stars began to appear in the blue-black sky, and the brothers watched two moons slowly began to trek across the sky, giving off a dim light that cast the world into shadows. Ice and Dean talked about their previous adventures, and Sam sat back and sipped his drink listening to the tales. He was already thinking about what he wanted to write in his journal about what he had seen so far. Sam wanted to document everything he could, so he wouldn't forget this experience. He was glad to have photos as memories. It wasn't long before Dean announced they should probably head on to bed, since they would be getting up early the next day. Ice told them they should reach Titus's home by mid-afternoon the following day, and his friend was going to allow them to use 3 horses to make their journey faster. Dean perked up when told this and smiled happily, while Sam frowned slightly with concern and wasn't as thrilled about the idea. He wanted to get there quickly, but he wasn't a horseman. They retired to the barn and laid out their sleeping bags on the hay for their beds. Once they were settled and almost asleep, the dogs came sniffing about and settled near them. They were not actually protecting them, but guarding them to be sure they didn't do something bad to their master. The night passed quickly, and the sun was beginning to rise when Dean and Ice woke at the same time. Dean roused Sam and they got their packs ready to leave. Zorth's wife had a delicious breakfast ready for them, and gave them some baked bread, dried meats, and vegetables to take with them. These 3 horses are some of my best ones. Their names are Tinder, Brock, and Stone. Zorth told Ice. They should get you to your destination with no problems. I thank thee for the use of them, old friend, Ice replied, bowing his head in respect. May your journey be a safe one, and you find what has been lost. Thank you for having us and for the food, Dean told Zorth, shaking his hand. It was nice to meet you and your brother. Goodbye, Sam told the children who were standing on the porch watching. He waved to them and smiled when they waved back to him. Hello, big fellow, Dean greeted the large stallion, taking the reins and gently rubbing down his face. We're going to be friends, you and me. Sam, talk to you horse and let him get to know you. Okay, Sam mumbled, watching Dean and trying to do the same thing. He moved slowly and cautiously to the horse as they stared at each other. He raised his hand and ran it down his neck, feeling the strong muscles that twitched under his hand. Here, hold your hand flat and give him this, Zorth offered, giving Sam a piece of carrot. He handed a piece to Dean and Ice for their horses. Here you go, Brock. Sam talked to the horse, and let him eat the carrot from his hand, feeling the warm breath and the wet lips take the treat. All right, we should get going, Ice told them, mounting Tinder and reining him in. He waited for the brothers to do the same, and with a salute to his friend, led them down the road to continue their journey. SPN. Sam was feeling every ache and pain of the ride, as they crested a hill and looked down into a valley that had houses scattered across it. A river snaked down one side of the valley. It was picture perfect as the sun shone across the land. We're almost there, Ice told them, pointing to a house off to one side of the valley. Thank goodness, Sam sighed, shifting and groaning. It does take some getting used to, Dean grunted, feeling some of the pains as Sam. I can't feel my ass. Ice snickered and kicked gently on his horse's sides to get him moving again. It was still going to take them a couple of hours to get to the house. They rode on in silence down the trail, entering the valley. When they neared the house, Ice reined his horse in and stopped. Let me go first, he told the brothers. He dismounted and tied his reins to a fence rail before walking toward the house. He knocked on the door and spoke. Tisha, it's me. The door slowly opened and a young blonde woman stood in the doorway holding a knife. She looked over Ice's shoulder at the brothers, and then back at him with a questioning look. I brought help. That is Dean, and the tall one is his brother Sam. Dean, she said in surprise as she stepped from the house and approached the brothers. Are you really Dean? Yes, ma'am, I am, Dean replied, curious to know who she was since Ice hadn't told them. Titus spoke fondly of you and told me what you did for him. I'm Tisha, his wife. They all looked to the doorway as a toddler wobbled from the house looking for his mother. He jabbered and moved toward the 2 steps, but Ice scooped him up before he fell. He carried the child to his mother and gave him to her. This is our son, Titus named him Dean, she said, kissing the child's forehead. Come, you must be tired after your journey. Thank you for coming to help. Dean and Sam stood there with their mouths hanging open in shock. Neither knew Titus had married or had a kid that he named Dean. Dean quickly recovered and grabbed Sam's arm to pull him toward the house that Tisha, little Dean, and Ice disappeared into. Did you know any of this? Sam asked before they went inside. Nope, it's news to me too. I keep forgetting that time is different here. I'm not even sure how old he is now. You must have made a lasting impression for him to name his son after you. Without his help, I don't think I would have been able to complete the tasks I had to, so I could come home. Would you like something to drink? Tisha asked when they stepped into the house. Sure, thank you. Dean replied, glancing around the room. Half of it was a living area, and the other part was a kitchen dining area. He saw 2 doors at the back of the room, and figured they must be bedrooms. Have a seat, Ice offered, directing them to a couch while he sat in a chair. Here you go, Tisha said. She carried a tray with 3 cups on it, and gave one to each of them. Little Dean was sitting on the floor playing with some blocks, and decided he wanted to meet the strangers. He pushed himself up, and when he got his balance, walked over to the couch between Dean and Sam. With a serious gaze, Little Dean studied each brother before pulling himself up on the couch and flopped into Dean's lap. Whoa kid, Dean cautioned, grabbing him before he fell. Where are you going? He chuckled as Little Dean wiggled around so he could see his face. He began to babble and gibber to him. Sorry, little man, don't know what you're trying to say. Little Dean pulled up to stand in his lap, so he could walk across the couch to Sam and plop down in his lap. Hey there, Sam greeted him, putting an arm around him so he wouldn't fall backwards. If he's bothering you, just put him back on the floor, Tisha told them. He's fine, Sam replied, letting Little Dean play with his fingers as he smiled. Tisha can tell you what happened. Ice started nodding to her. Titus was going into town for some supplies, and a neighbor saw him being kidnapped by some strangers, Tisha answered. I tried to get help from the townspeople, but no one was willing because these strangers are dangerous and have killed others. They are afraid of them and don't want to cross them. So, I got a message to Ice asking him for help. I got here as fast as I could and picked up their trail, but was ambushed and injured. I went to a wizard that I knew and got the spell to open the portal, knowing if anyone could help me find Titus it would be you. Do we know where they would take Titus or what they wanted him for? Sam asked, bouncing Little Dean on his knees, making him laugh. I'm not sure, but I think they wanted him to guide them into the Forbidden Forest. To the tree Dean finished for him. Sam looked between the 2 friends and knew this was not going to be an easy rescue. He remembered Dean's stories of the Forbidden Forest and its dangers. So, what's the plan? Dean asked Ice after they excused themselves and went outside to tend the horses. He made Sam stay inside to comfort Tisha, who was doing her best to stay positive, but it was hard. We'll have to go in and try to find them. I'm hoping Titus is smart enough to lead them off the trail. He knows I'm searching for him. We'll head out in the morning then. How far are we from the Forbidden Forest? Dean asked as he led 2 horses into the corral, where he started unsaddling them and brushing them down. Once they were fed and watered, he joined Ice by the fence and started working out a plan in his head on how to get Titus back. What if we go back to where you were attacked and start tracking them from there? I'm one of the best trackers in my world, and maybe we'll be able to catch up with them. I was thinking along the same lines, Ice agreed. What about your brother? I can't stop him from coming no matter how dangerous it might be, Dean sighed. He would never forgive me if I left him out. I understand. Guess we better go tell him our plan and see if he has any suggestions. Thanks for accepting him. Sammy is smart and as good a hunter as I am. He's a great planner and can see the big picture on things. Of course, Dean. I'm trying to gain his trust and friendship. They walked back to the house with their packs to give Tisha the fresh vegetables to use in their meal. They found Sam on the floor playing with Little Dean, and Tisha was in the kitchen fixing a meal. She was smiling at them, but there was sadness and worry in her eyes. We have some vegetables to add to the meal, Ice offered, pulling them from his pack. Thank you, I will add them to the stew, she replied. I mixed up some dough for biscuits and have a fruit pie. It's not much. Did you say pie? Dean butted in. It is fine, Tisha. We're not picky. Is there anything I can do to help? Dean asked, glancing around the room. You could get a fire started for me outside. Sure, no problem. Dean stepped through a door and onto a small deck. He saw a stone oven on one side and a fire pit for cooking right beside it. That would heat it too. After gathering some wood and kindling, Dean got a fire going, so Tisha could cook the stew and biscuits. Sammy, can you come out here for a minute? He called. Coming, Sam answered back, grunting with his aches and pains, as he pushed himself from the floor. He stepped outside and over to Dean. What is it? We're heading out in the morning to where Ice was ambushed and try to pick up the kidnappers' trail. I'm hoping Titus will try and slow them down as much as he can to give us time to find them. Maybe he was able to leave a trail for us to follow. Sammy, I know it won't do any good to ask you to stay here with Tisha. You're damn right, Sam snarled in anger. No way I'm letting you 2 do this alone. Sam was breathing hard and glaring daggers at Dean. Shit, Sammy, don't get your panties in a bunch, bro. You know I had to ask, even though I already knew the answer. but I wanted to give you the choice. You haven't been given that very much in your life. Thanks, Sam mumbled as his anger drained away, realizing Dean was only letting him make the choice instead of assuming he would go. I know you're as good a hunter as me, but where we're going is going to be alien for us. There are dangerous creatures living in the forest, and we will need to be extremely careful. No reckless actions or chances, you hear me? This is going to be the hardest hunt we've ever done. I understand now, and thank you for letting me have the choice. One thing is in our favor. We have better weapons than when you had to do the tasks in the dark hunt. That is true, dude. We'll be able to kick some monster ass. Damn straight we will. Dean slapped Sam on the back and smiled at him. He knew this was nothing he needed to fight over, but still wanted to let Sam make the decision himself. He knew he still treated Sam like a kid, and not the adult that he had become. Sam was his own man and had a good head on his shoulders. Why don't we chop Tisha some more wood to be sure she doesn't run out, Dean suggested when he saw the stack of wood was low. Yeah, I'll bring some more up here while you start chopping. Sam agreed. He walked to the woodpile and loaded his arms to carry it back to the porch. He did this several times, stacking it neatly. Ice came out when he heard the noises outside and pitched in too. When that chore was done, they headed to the chicken coop to patch some holes, and Sam gathered eggs. They strengthened one side of the fence and fixed a hole in the roof. Once it had been cleaned and fresh hay put in the boxes, they walked around the corral and checked the barn for anything that might need repaired. They headed back to the house when Tisha called them that the meal was almost ready. When the food was ready, Tisha set the small table off the kitchen for them. The food was placed on a counter so they could serve themselves and then take a seat. Tisha took little Dean and fed him while they ate. Dean offered to take him when he finished so she could eat easier. With a full stomach, it wasn't long before he curled up on Dean's lap and went to sleep. Sam snuck and took photos of Dean and little Dean, knowing he would want them. Everyone enjoyed the food, and Dean raved over the pie, making Tisha blush and shyly thank him. Sam helped with the dishes, while Ice and Dean fixed beds for them in the living room. Little Dean had been put in a crib in his room, and Tisha retired to her bedroom, leaving the others alone in the living room to settle down for the night. SPN. Ice, just how bad are these kidnappers? Dean asked quietly, not wanting the words to be heard by Tisha. From what I could find out, they are a Rouge band of elves who have been robbing and killing people for a while. Their leader is a ruthless bastard who leaves no one alive and enjoys torturing his victims. The only reason Titus is still alive is he's of use to them. I know this is probably not what you want to hear. It was pretty much what I expected to hear, Dean said, letting out a long sigh. Let's hope he doesn't change his mind. I don't want to bring a body back to his wife and son. Sam didn't say anything as the others talked between them. He knew how much Dean cared for Titus, and prayed they would find him in time. He was going to do all he could to make this happen, and would follow Dean and Ice wherever the journey took them. He would fight by their side no matter what. Quietness filled the room as talking ceased, and the companions drifted to sleep. They knew this might be the last restful sleep for them, since they were starting their rescue mission the following day. They would take the horses as far as they could, and leave them with someone to be picked up on their way back. SPN. Morning came too soon for the travelers as they were roused from sleep. Dean stretched his muscles trying to get the stiffness from them. He grunted and whooshed the air from his lungs when little Dean wobbled into the room, and decided he was a good pillow to sit on. Son of a, Dean gasped loudly as he looked into the face of his namesake, who was giggling and clapping. You okay over there? Sam snickered when he saw what happened. He sat up and tightened and loosened his muscles, thinking he had aches where there had never been before. Oh, hey there, he spoke to little Dean, who grabbed him around the neck to keep from falling. Wish I knew what you were trying to say, he said when the child babbled to him. We'd make $1 million if we could invent a device that would translate baby, Dean commented as he rolled up his sleeping bag. We have that, Sam replied. We do? What? Castiel, you know Angel Translator. Funny, Dean snorted. Good morning everyone. I'll get some breakfast started so you can eat before you leave, Tisha announced, looking around at her new friends. Don't go to no trouble, Tisha, Ice told her. Nonsense. It's the least I can do to repay you for your help. We don't want payment, Dean told her. Titus is a good friend, and without him, I couldn't have completed the dark hunt and got back home. Tisha smiled sadly as she stepped into the kitchen to start a meal. She blinked back the tears when she heard little Dean saying da da da. She prayed they would be able to find and save her husband. I'll get a fire going outside, Ice offered as he sat his sleeping bag aside and strolled toward the back door. Let me help with that, Dean added, following him out the door. Can I help? Sam asked Tisha as he carried little Dean with him. No, I'm fine. You can entertain Dean for me. Okay, Sam replied, tickling the child and making him laugh. You are good with children, Sam, Tisha noted. Thanks. It's usually Dean who's better at it. He raised me after our mother died. I'm sorry to learn about your mother. That must have been hard on both of you. What about your father? He's gone too. It's just me and Dean now, but we do have a surrogate father, Bobby Singer. At least you have someone. Ice has been a blessing to us. He was the one who encouraged Titus to court me, and it wasn't long before he asked me to marry him. It was love at first sight for me. He was the only one. Tisha sighed sadly as she remembered the good times. Don't worry, Tisha. We'll find Titus and bring him home to you. The fire is going, and the oven is heating, Ice told Tisha. I'll have the bread ready in a moment if you want to take the eggs and water out. No problem. Once the food was ready, they sat down and ate their meal. Ice and Dean went to get the horses ready, while Sam helped Tisha clean up and keep little Dean occupied. It wasn't long before Dean and Ice came back in to let Sam know they were ready to leave. Goodbye, Tisha. Don't worry, we'll find him, Ice said to her, kissing her on the forehead. Goodbye, Sam said, giving them a wave. You be good, little man, Dean spoke to the child. Take care, Tisha. We'll bring Titus back to you. Safe travels, Tisha replied as she hugged little Dean to her. The travelers nudged their mounts and rode away from the farm to begin their quest. It was mid-afternoon when Ice slowed his mount and scanned the area carefully, knowing they were getting close to where he had been ambushed. It's just up ahead, guys. We'll stop and look around, and hopefully can determine which way they went, Ice told the brothers as they rode up beside him. Sounds good. It's a place to start, Dean agreed, glancing over at Sam to see how he was faring. His face was pinched in discomfort as he slowed his horse to a walk and surveyed the area. You okay, Sammy? I'm fine, Sam lied, his voice clipped and short. Here it is, Ice noted, stopping and dismounting so he could begin searching the area. Dean and Sam stopped and happily got off their horses, stretching and twisting to loosen their sore muscles. Dean joined Ice in his search, while Sam tended the horses and found a place that had grass for them to graze while they were there. With that done, he walked around to get the stiffness from his sore limbs. Here, Dean called to the others. It looks like something went this way. There are numerous horse tracks leading off that way, Ice said after looking at what Dean found. They are heading east, and if they keep on this path, it will put them near the Forbidden Forest. Then that's where we're going to. How much longer do you think we'll be able to use the horses? Sam asked. Maybe 3 or 4 more days. There is someone I trust we can leave them with and pick them back up on the way back, Ice explained. Great, he glumly replied, sighing softly. That was not what he wanted to hear, but he would endure and get through it. By the time he got used to riding, they would be on foot, and he would have to walk the soreness out. We'll take a 15-minute break before heading out, Dean told them as he found his water bottle and a bag of jerky. He offered some to the others and munched on the treat while they rested. It wasn't long before they were on the trail of the kidnappers. As darkness approached, they began to look for a place to camp for the night. Ice found a small stream and clearing nearby that would suit their needs. Sam made the fire pit, Ice gathered wood, and Dean set about preparing their meal. SPN. We should keep watch tonight, Dean said once they had finished eating and cleaned up. And keep the fire going too. I'll get some more wood, Sam offered, pushing up from the ground. He walked away from camp and began gathering broken branches. He came back with his arms full and dropped them by the fire. Sam, don't move, Dean cautioned him as he slowly got up and reached for a knife. Sam knew that tone and did exactly what Dean said, not knowing what was going on. He saw Ice stiffen as his eyes went wide, and his hand went for his blade too. He lowered his eyes and saw something moving at his feet near the branches he had brought in. Dean never took his eyes off the intruder as he suddenly threw his knife with deadly accuracy, pinning the snake to the ground at Sam's foot. Ice quickly followed through and chopped the head off while jerking Sam backwards out of the way. You were lucky, Ice informed Sam, helping him get his balance. If it had bit you, there would have been no medicine that could have saved you. You must have picked it up with the wood, Sammy, Dean told him, taking a stick to flick the dead snake away from the camp. I'll be more careful, Sam gulped, realizing just how close he came to dying. He hid his shaking hands as he sat back down on his sleeping bag. I'll take first watch. I'm too hyped to sleep right now. You sure, bro? Dean asked him, looking him over to be sure he was okay. It didn't get by him that Sam was trembling, but he was hiding it well. Yeah, go ahead and get some sleep. I'll wake you in a few hours. All right? Wake us if you hear or see anything, Dean instructed. He nodded to Ice it was okay, and they laid down on their sleeping bags. Sam started to reach for a branch to add to the fire, but stopped himself before grabbing it. He took a branch from the fire and swept it over the other branches, to be sure there were not any other surprises waiting for him. Once he saw it was okay, He added some more to the fire to build it up. The night noises echoed all around them as the creatures came out to play. Sam was on high alert, listening to every strange sound and watching for any movement near their camp. Soft flapping noises caught Sam's attention, and he looked up into the night sky. He could just make out creatures flying around, and hoped they were not the kind that would attack. It wasn't long before they disappeared, and he relaxed a little. He finally got his mind calmed and his emotions under control. Sam pulled his gun from the pack and laid it in his lap, feeling better with it there. 3 hours passed by slowly for Sam, but before he knew it, it was time to wake Dean for his turn. He shook his leg and leaned back, knowing it could be dangerous waking a hunter from sleep. "Your turn," Sam mumbled to him when Dean sat up and looked at him. "Okay, get some rest," Dean grunted as he cleared his throat and wiped the sleep from his eyes. "Everything seems quiet," Sam told him as he stretched out on his sleeping bag. He drew in some slow, even breaths as he let his tired body relax, so he could drift to sleep. Dean moved to the fire and stoked it. While he scanned beyond the light of the fire, things seemed okay as he listened to the howling that was far away. It didn't seem to be getting any closer, and he was glad of that. His time passed without incident, and he woke Ice for the last watch and tried to get a few more hours of sleep before dawn. SPN. As the first light streamed through the trees, Dean and Sam were awake and getting ready for a quick meal, so they could head out. The travelers didn't speak as they continued to track the ones that took Titus. They lost the trail several times over the course of the day, but were able to pick it up again after some searching. They drew closer to the Forbidden Forest with each passing day, and had to dodge a group of orcs that cut across their path, and a pack of wild boars, which provided them with fresh meat. On the 4th day, Ice led them to a farm where they would leave their horses and continue the journey on foot. They had questioned travelers and found out horses were found roaming the area and knew the kidnappers had abandoned them. After resting at the farm, the 3 travelers were up early the following morning, packed and were on their way on foot. They entered a forest, but not the one they were searching for. Ice determined they would be to the Forbidden Forest in 2 days. Dean had found buttons, strips of cloth, and markings on trees, knowing it was Titus trying to leave a trail. They were closing in on the kidnappers and hoped Titus could slow them down. When the 3 companions stepped from the forest, they saw a worn trail across the clearing and headed for it. Ice knew they needed to head west to get to the Forbidden Forest, and estimated they should be arriving at it by the end of the day. They were going to camp outside the forest and start fresh the following morning to try and pick up the trail again. "That looks like a decent place to camp," Dean suggested, seeing a grove of trees that gave shelter, and far enough from the Forbidden Forest to be safe. He looked up at the sky, seeing clouds gathering, and thought it might rain tonight. "We better stretch one of the tarps out in case of rain." "My thoughts exactly," Ice agreed. "The clouds are gathering quickly." "How bad do the storms get around here?" Sam asked, studying the sky too. "Some are damaging and others just a gentle rain. It's hard to tell about this one until it forms more. We'll need to use some leafy branches to protect the fire as long as we can. There's a dead tree over there that we can use for firewood. Just be careful, Sammy. Make sure you don't have any more hitchhikers in your wood," Dean teased with a chuckle. "Don't worry, I'm double-checking from now on." Dean slapped Sam on the shoulder as they veered from the road and headed to the stand of trees to get their camp set up before nightfall. Sam stood still as he gazed at the looming forest ahead of them. A sense of dread creeped into his mind the longer he stared. It was like his sixth sense was telling him something was wrong with the forest. He had always been able to feel when something was off or danger was nearby. He wasn't sure what was causing these feelings he was having, except that he had never seen a forest like this one. The trees were tall and huge, but didn't have the lustrous green color of the ones back home. The place wasn't inviting or had no appeal to it. Even being this far away from the beginning of the forest, he could still sense a heaviness in the air and a different smell. He wondered if Dean had noticed this the first time he went into the Forbidden Forest. Sam's mind began to process a logical solution to this puzzle, and wondered if a spell or incantation had been placed on it to keep local people out of it. He did remember Ice telling him about a wizard, and wondered if they were powerful enough to do something like that to protect the people. Or maybe whatever malevolent spirits or beings that live in the forest were projecting a spell over it. It was something to ponder, and maybe he'd ask Ice later about that. "You going to stand around and do nothing?" Dean questioned Sam when he saw him not moving. "What?" Sam answered before giving his body a short shake, and started getting the fire pit ready without commenting further. Dean frowned as he studied his brother's form, and wondered what was going on with him. He was spacing out about something, but maybe it was just this place and the unknown about it. He didn't press the issue for now, deciding to let it go. SPN. The rain came after dark and drenched the surrounding forest. Sam was on watch and stared out into the wet night, thinking he didn't believe anything would bother them in this downpour. He saw movement out of the corner of his eyes, and gripped his gun tighter as he got ready to fight. A wet mound of fur hopped under their tarp and looked around, staring at the figure sitting nearby. Sam let out the breath he was holding when he saw the creature didn't look dangerous. It resembled a rabbit, but the portions weren't quite right. He watched with interest as the small being began to wipe its paws over its face to clean it. Very slowly, the being moved closer to Sam and the remains of the fire. "Hi there," Sam spoke softly as he reached out his hand and gently stroked the creature's back. He found his bandana and wiped it over the fur to help dry it. The small creature remained still as Sam ministered to its needs. When he was done, it settled down beside Sam and seemed to chitter to itself. Sam turned his attention back to the surroundings, letting his eyes roam over the land. He looked up at the night sky and saw the rain was letting up, and it wouldn't be long before the sun would be up. He moved and startled the small creature, who squeaked and jumped back. "Sorry about that, little fellow," Sam apologized to it. "Need to get the fire going again." He moved from under the tarp and added the last of the wood, stirring it until it caught, brightening the area. He turned to sit back down and noticed several other furry mounds along the edge of the tarp, trying to keep dry. "So, you brought some friends. Guess no one likes getting wet," he chuckled. "Smile," Dean slurred from his sleeping bag as he lifted his head to look at him. "Who you talking to?" "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you," Sam spoke in a low tone. "We had some visitors who wanted to get in out of the rain." "Where?" Dean asked, looking around. He looked to the side and saw a ball of damp fur and huge eyes looking at him in fear. "It's okay, guys, he won't hurt you," Sam tried to assure the creatures. "Just don't roll over too suddenly, one is at your butt. Thanks for the warning. Don't need squashed whatever these things are on my ass." He scooted over a little so he could lay flat on his back and see the creatures huddled under the tarp with them. Looking back at Sam in the light of the fire, he saw him holding one and gently rubbing it with a content look on his face. "It'll be dawn soon," Sam offered. "I can just see it getting light off in the distance." "A little early to be up," Ice mumbled from his bed, and he looked at the brothers with one open eye. "Didn't mean to wake you," Sam told him. "I see you've met some of the Lopabans. They won't hurt you, they're just curious creatures." "Is that what they're called, Lopabans?" "Yeah, they came in out of the rain a while ago." Sam sat the one he was holding down and watched him chitter and squeak for a moment like he was calling the others. He arched his eyebrows when the others moved closer to him and snuggled together against the side of his leg. "You've made some new friends. That's good, now wake us when the sun is up," Dean grumbled, rolling to his side to sleep some more. Sam sighed softly and let his hand brush over the little creatures, making them twitter happily. The fur felt like silk, softer than he had ever felt before. He was happy there were things here that weren't deathly and dangerous. His thought drifted back to the forest that they would be entering in a few hours, and wondered what they would run into in there. He knew even in this world there were monsters that could kill them without hesitation. Sparks spit from the fire, breaking Sam from his thoughts as he stared into the flames. The warmth of the fire heated his face and hands, and kept the dampness at bay. He listened and could hear huge drops of rain falling on the tarp from branches above them. A light mist rolled across the forest underbrush after the rain, making it seem eerie. Sam was glad that the first rays of the sun were chasing away the night. He was going to wait a little longer before putting water on for coffee and getting the others up. The nearness of the Lopabans seemed to calm him, and he started rubbing their backs again. "Ice, can I ask you something?" Sam questioned as they broke camp and got ready to search for any clues where the kidnappers had entered the forbidden forest. "Sure, Sam. What is it?" Ice replied, looking up at him, curious about what the question might be. "Why is the forest called that? Was a spell or something cast over it? I'm getting these strange senses of uneasiness and uncertainty in my gut, and it's not something I take lightly, since it has saved our lives a few times. This forest has been here since long before I was born. It is ancient. A lot of dark things happened in there, and it seems like all the evil and strange beings are drawn to it, making it their home. Stories were told to kids about the monsters that lurked in the woods to keep us from exploring it. It does affect people differently, I think. Maybe you're just tuned in to that kind of thing, and not being from here are more sensitive to it." "Dean, hey, hold up a minute," Sam called to him when he got ahead of them. "What, dude? Is there a problem?" Dean asked, backtracking a few steps. "No, I was just wondering, when you and Ice went into the Forbidden Forest the first time, did you get any strange vibes or anything?" Dean's brows knitted together as he pressed his lips into a thin line, thinking about their journey into the forest. After a few minutes he finally answered, "Can't say I did, but it did seem creepy." "Why? Are you having a moment?" I don't know, Sam huffed, looking at the forest that loomed close by. Maybe Dean didn't feel any effects because he has been to this land before. Ice shrugged, thinking Sam seemed like a complex person with many layers. Doesn't matter, we need to get going, Dean told them. We'll be extra careful. He turned on his heels and stalked ahead. If you get any more feelings, let me know, Ice told Sam in a low voice. I trust them. All right. Sam nodded as they hurried after Dean, falling in step with him. He looked over at his brother's stern face that was focused on the task at hand, getting to the forest, finding Titus, and rescuing him. It took them almost 30 minutes before coming to the beginning of the forest. They looked up and down the dense trees before heading to the left, checking for any clues of where the kidnappers had entered. Another 30 minutes passed before Sam saw something in the brambles and went to check it out. I think this is the spot, he called to the others. I found some strands of fabric in these thorns, and look over there. The underbrush seems to be trampled. Dean stepped into the forest to check the area out, brushing dead leaves and twigs out of the way. He found footprints in some soft mud and scuff marks or drag marks that led deeper into the woods. I think Titus is trying to leave us a trail. I found prints and scuff or drag marks heading this way. They've got a big lead on us, so we need to move fast and close the gap. Let's do this. Ice nodded as he shifted his pack and let Dean take the lead. Sam didn't say anything as he scanned the area while he fell in behind them. He let his senses go on hyper alert, trying to watch their back. The atmosphere changed and Sam could feel it. A chill ran down his spine, making him tremble slightly, but he didn't say anything. Dean moved as fast as the overgrown forest would allow, checking for prints or other clues as he hiked. He found more strands of fibers low on bushes and marks, like someone dragging their foot in soft dirt. They caught a break when the way cleared and allowed for faster travel. Hours later, Ice called for a short break. They got out water and power bars to eat, not wanting to take time to fix anything else. We need to be looking for a camp for the night. It's going to get darker earlier here in the woods. Okay, let's keep moving and search for a place ahead, Dean said, sipping some water and storing the bottle in a side pocket. He shouldered his pack and adjusted the straps before snapping it in place. The others followed suit, and they ready to continue the hunt. SPN. That fallen tree looks like a good spot, Dean suggested, stopping at the large roots that stuck up in the air, and looked at the gaping hole in the ground. It had been down for a while, and they moved around it to a spot where branches were broken, and they could clear a place to bed down. It gave them protection at their backs, and a small fire wouldn't be as easily seen. Each did their tasks, and the camp was quickly set up and sleeping beds rolled out. Sam fixed the meal this time and served it up with hunks of bread. He listened to the noises around them, trying to identify them, and if they were a threat. He watched Dean fix several torches in case they were needed during the night. I'm going to find a tree, Dean sighed, getting up to go relieve himself. He walked away from the camp a short distance, ever mindful of his surroundings. That sounds like a good idea, Sam sighed, getting up to do the same. You know, the smell of your urine will keep some creatures away, Ice commented, to hear a guff of a laugh coming from one of them. Maybe we should form a circle around the camp, Dean said when he came back and plopped on his bag. Who's taking first watch? I will, Ice told them. You guys get some sleep. I'll take the next one then, Dean told him before settling back and using his pack for a pillow. Guess that means I have last watch, Sam mumbled, stretching out on his bag and turning to his side away for the light of the fire. He tried to relax as he listened to the crackle of the fire and the humming coming from around them. It seemed to be coming from high up in the trees and almost seemed like a lullaby. He closed his eyes and drifted to sleep. SPN. Wake up, your turn at watch, Dean grunted, shaking Sam's leg to roust him. Okay, Sam slurred as he wiped his eyes and shook himself awake. He sat up and moved closer to the fire. After adding a few pieces of wood, he looked out into the darkness and listened to his brother settling down to sleep. A strange call pierced the darkness and echoed among the trees until it faded away. Sam wasn't sure what kind of creature it was, and hoped it stayed away from the camp. It wouldn't be long before it was dawn, and they'd have a quick breakfast and pick up the trail again. Being in the forest made it hard to judge when dawn happened. Ice woke first and helped Sam get the fire going to heat some water. They looked at Dean, who hadn't got up, and Sam used a stick to poke his leg. Hey bro, time to get up, Sam called to him and frowned when he didn't answer. Dean? He questioned, moving closer, and froze when he realized something was moving under the blanket Dean had draped over him. What's wrong? Ice asked, going on alert when he saw Sam's body language. There's something under Dean's blanket, Sam cautiously said as he reached to remove the blanket from his brother's body. Sam gasped in horror when he saw a humongous snake had coiled itself around his brother. He traced the snake with his eyes, starting at the head that was laying on Dean's calf, and followed it up his back over his shoulder, and saw coils tucked into his stomach, and finally the tail was wrapped around his ankle. There was no way Dean could move, and he saw his brother staring wide-eyed at him begging for help. Sweat was trickling down his face, and his shirt was sticking to his body. "Get out of its way," Ice cautioned as he jerked Sam backwards away from the huge head of the giant snake. "Don't startle it, and it should go away on its own." Sam couldn't help himself as he dug out a camera and took some pictures to prove this happened. He wanted to help his brother, but trusted Ice's judgment and stayed back, allowing the snake to move on its own accord. They watched the snake begin to move finally, its head gliding over Dean's legs, as it unleashed the hold on Dean's ankle, and began to contract its body, pulling its bulky form up the length of Dean's body, over his shoulder, down his back, and finally over his legs. It slithered by the fire where they got a good look at it. It was brownish-green to blend in with the vegetation, and its head was about 2 feet across, and Sam guessed it was probably 25 feet long, as the body just kept coming until finally the tail disappeared into the brush. "Holy shit," Dean gasped as he sat up panting hard and brushing off his clothes and wiping the sweat from his face. "Are you okay?" Sam asked him when he saw how pale he looked and the trembling of his hands. "We were lucky. The Darger had recently eaten, so it wasn't looking for food," Ice told them. "Did you see the large lump partway down its body? I'd say it was a very large animal that will take it a week or more to digest." "Crap. I thought I was going to have a heart attack when I woke up and realized something was under the blanket with me." He got up on wobbly legs and shuffled toward the trees to relieve himself, not able to hold it any longer. "It won't be back, will it?" Sam asked warily, looking in the direction the snake has slithered away. "No, it's going to find a place to settle down for the day, so it can digest its meal. I vote to pack it up and get the hell out of here. We can have a cold meal later once we're away from here," Dean announced, grabbing his sleeping bag and rolling it up. "Put the fire out, Sammy. I don't want to hang around here." "Okay, Dean. Give us a minute to get ready to leave," Sam fussed, kicking dirt on the fire, and then rolling his sleeping bag to tie to his pack. He could tell the Darger unnerved Dean and couldn't blame him. He was not a fan of snakes either, especially one that could probably have eaten him. They were on their way in record time, with Dean leading as he headed in the direction of the last tracks he had found. "What I wouldn't give for a nice, long, hot shower," Dean mumbled to himself as he wiped the sweat that was dripping into his eyes. He had pushed them hard to put as much distance as he could from the Darger, not wanting to be a warm body for it to snuggle with again. "Are we still following a trail, or have we lost it?" Sam asked, panting for breath. "Think we can slow down now, dude?" "Okay, 10-minute break," Dean huffed. "I think I hear running water that way. We'll stop there and refill our bottles." "Sounds good to me," Ice agreed. They headed toward the sound of rushing water, and found a fast-moving river that cut through the forest. Dean found a place where they could easily get to the water, and where it wasn't moving so fast. They dropped their packs and pulled out water bottles to fill. The water was icy feeling, and they sighed with relief when they splashed it on their faces, and cupped their hands to drink some. Sam pulled out 3 granola bars and passed them around for their breakfast. They relaxed for a short time before leaving and picking up the trail again. They had to double back a couple of times when it seemed the trail disappeared, and was finally able to find it again. The day wore on as the travelers moved deeper into the forbidden forest, ever watchful for any dangers. Dean stepped from the thick stand of trees, and saw they were thinning out, making it easier to travel. He had just stepped into a clearing when the movement across the way caught his eye. He held up his hand for the others to stop and squinted, trying to see better. "Is that?" Sam whispered as he stared in amazement at a large, sleek, black horse that had an ebony horn in the middle of his forehead. He fumbled to get his camera out to snap pictures. The black unicorn stopped when it sensed the presence of others. It shook his head and neighed softly and let his head bob up and down. The sunlight glistened off his body and seemed to make it shimmer. He had large, intelligent eyes that studied them for a few minutes as he held his head high. "Why is it black?" Dean asked softly. He pulled a camera out and took his own pictures. "It is a dark counterpart of the white unicorn," Ice told them. "They are rare and only seen here in this forest. No one dares to catch one for fear of its wrath." "Are they magical too?" "Yes, but they don't like contact with other beings. We should not approach him, or he might attack and kill one of us." They stood still and just watched the unicorn paw at the ground, snorting at them for a moment before trotting away into the trees. That was Sam trailed off, not able to put it into words how he felt. If the black unicorn was that awesome, he could only imagine what the white one looked like. There were so many wonderful things here, but there was also the darker side of this realm that he didn't much like. These creatures and monsters were not like what they had in their world, so it made it hard to defend themselves from them. I know, right? Dean nodded with a smirk. You never know what you're going to see or find here. And it's even more surprising to us since we're not from here. Yeah, it takes your breath away, and words can't describe it, Sam replied. I found more tracks over here, Ice called to them from across the clearing, where he was kneeling to look at something on the ground. The brothers walked over to him to see what he had found. There were scuffled footprints where the ground was soft, and noticed trampled weeds around the undergrowth. They followed it across the clearing to where the forest started again, and found where they disappeared between the trees. These look fresh, I think we're catching up to them, Dean said, excitement in his voice. He made note of the sun overhead and the direction they were going before slipping between the trees to pick up the trail again. That means we're going to have to start using stealth, Ice added. We don't need to alert them that we're close. SPN. The next couple of hours were rough and hard going. Sam was on his last leg when Ice insisted they needed to stop and find a place to camp. He could see how determined Dean was to continue, but knew they needed to rest and eat something. We won't be any good to Titus if we're not able to fight Dean. We need to eat and rest, and you know it, Ice told Dean after stepping in front of him to stop him. Ice is right, man. We need to stop. I'm about ready to fall over, Sam huffed as he tried to catch his breath. Dean glared at his companions as his nostrils flared, and then he really looked at them. A silent communication passed between Sam and him before he drew in several long breaths, knowing they were right. He needed to play it smart if he was going to rescue Titus. Fine, Dean snorted, giving in to the request. We need to find a place to set up camp. How about up ahead there? Sam offered. There's thorny bushes at our back, and the trees with the low branches will shield our fire from being seen. It will work. Let's get stuff set up, Dean decided after looking the place over. They dropped their packs and quickly cleared away branches, rocks, and debris to make a place for their sleeping bags. Once the tarp was spread out, the sleeping bags were arranged on it. Sam went to gather wood while Dean fixed a fire pit so they could cook their meal. Ice searched for branches that had sap on them to use for torches, in case they were needed during the night. When there was enough wood to build a fire, Dean used his lighter to light some twigs and pinnacones, and added larger pieces of wood, until he had a large blaze going. I found some stones for the fire, Sam offered, sitting them by Dean, so he could put them in the fire to use for sitting the coffee pot and cooking pot on. I'm going to see if there's a stream nearby to get some water. Be careful and don't go too far, Dean instructed him. Don't need you getting lost out there. I won't, Sam replied, pulling his machete off his pack to take with him. He gathered the empty water bottles in a small pack, and wandered into the trees listening and looking for a water source. It was starting to get dark, and he wanted to get back before all the light was gone. Sam marked the trees with the machete, so he could follow them back to camp. It took him nearly 20 minutes before he ran across a small stream that bubbled out of the ground. He followed it a short way to where it got deeper, and filled one bottle to check it. Seeing it was crystal clear, he took a small swallow and nodded it was okay. After filling the bottles, Sam hurried back to camp and was happy that Dean had put up a torch, so he could see it to guide him back. Once they finished a meal of beef stew and crackers, they bedded down, with Sam taking the first watch this time. The night passed without any incident, and they were up early the next morning. Sam fixed a quick breakfast for them, and then they got back on the trail of the kidnappers. The travelers had been following the signs of a trail for about an hour, when suddenly rustling and snapping of branches ahead of them had them stopping. Stay here and I'll check it out, Dean told the others as he eased slowly ahead of them and worked his way through the trees. Ice waited patiently while Sam paced back and forth, glancing where Dean had disappeared in the trees. He didn't like him going off on his own like that, but he couldn't stop him. He listened closely, trying to hear his brother, when suddenly Dean ran from the trees toward them, fear showing on his face. Climb, he yelled to them as he pushed Sam towards some trees nearby that had branches low enough for them to reach and boost themselves up into the trees. What is it? Sam questioned. Don't ask, just climb like the devil's on your heels, Dean insisted, looking to Ice to see he was already doing as asked. Now damn it. Sam snorted angrily, but caught a branch and pulled himself up into the tree. He looked back and saw Dean was doing the same and climbing beside him. He continued until they were about 40 feet from the ground. After getting wedged into a fork where he wouldn't fall, Sam looked back down at the ground in time to see something scrambling between the trees. The creature looked like an overgrown scorpion, but was the size of a German shepherd with a long tail that curled up toward its back. At the end of the tail was a wicked-looking stinger. The creature was a dark brown with streaks of red down its back. Long claws snapped together in a strange cadence as the eyes that were on stalk scanned the area. Within minutes, more of the creatures appeared under the trees they had climbed until they numbered 10. No one moved in the trees, afraid they would attract their attention. Sam or Dean didn't know if they could climb trees or not, and didn't want to take any chances. Very slowly Dean took out his camera and snapped a few shots, being as quiet and careful as he could. They watched with trepidation as several scorpions started fighting between themselves, making odd clicking noises, until one flipped the other over on its back. They moved around the trees like they were looking for something until after 20 minutes the leader moved away, and the others followed. "Holy crap," Dean whispered as he let out the breath he had been holding. "That was close," Sam mumbled as he clung to the tree, not willing to climb down yet. "I say we give them another 15 to 20 minutes before we go down," Ice told the brothers. "That should give them time to be far enough away that they won't sense us and attack." "What the hell were those things?" "I mean, they looked like scorpions on steroids. Did you see the size of that stinger?" "They are called scorchers," Ice replied. "And they eat meat, any kind of meat," he continued, stressing the last part. Sam paled slightly with that information, and thanked the higher powers that they were able to get up the trees in time. He sure didn't want to become breakfast for them. "Are you okay, Sammy?" Dean asked him as he reached and gripped his arm for a moment to let Sam know he was there. "Yeah," Sam's raspy voice replied. He cleared his throat and tried to speak again. "Just give me a moment." "Here, sip on this," Dean said. He pulled a tiny bottle of whiskey from a side pocket and gave it to Sam. Sam looked at the bottle and up at his brother with a puzzled look. "Thought they might come in handy, maybe trading with the locals here." Dean shrugged. "Drink it." Sam opened the bottle and quickly downed 2 swallows, feeling it burn all the way to his stomach. A warmth slowly spread through his body. As he finished the last bit of whiskey, he capped the empty bottle and slipped it into a pocket, since he didn't want to litter in this place. He let his head lean back against a limb, and took some slow, even breaths to calm himself. When the time passed, they carefully climbed from their perches in the trees, until they were safely on the ground. Ice and Dean stepped the way the scorchers went, and made sure they were gone. "Okay, that got the blood pumping," Dean stated. "Let's put some distance between us and those things, and see if we can pick the trail up again." He turned and headed through the trees, with the others following in single file behind him. SPN. Dean moved with a purpose, trying to make up for the time they had lost. They only stopped long enough to refill their water bottles and eat a couple pieces of jerky to hold them over until they had to stop for the night. It was mid-afternoon when human voices drifted through the air, and Dean froze as he listened intently to zero in on the location they were coming from. They eased out of their packs and hid them under some shrubs, before moving silently through the underbrush and trees, until they were peering down a slight incline to see the kidnappers were gathered in a circle talking among themselves. Dean looked around and finally spotted a grown-up Titus tied to a tree off to the side. He could see blood on his face, and it looked like he had been roughed up. He clenched his jaw in anger and stared back at the 5 kidnappers, as they passed around a wineskin and laughed among themselves. After motioning for the others to move slowly back from the small clearing, Dean drew a plan of attack in the dirt, and mumbled his instructions to them. Dean and Sam pulled out their guns, knowing that was the quickest and easiest defense, since the kidnappers were armed with swords, bows, and knives. The 3 split up so they could attack from 3 different sides. Sam and Ice waited a few minutes to give Dean time to get into place and ready to attack. Dean gave the signal before quickly stepping from the trees, and aiming his gun at the kidnappers, who jumped to their feet and grabbed their weapons. They were freaked when 2 more strangers flanked them with weapons aimed at them. War cries echoed through the woods as the kidnappers split to attack the strangers. Dean didn't hesitate as he fired his handgun, taking down 2 of the bad guys. He heard Sam's weapon discharge, and another guy went down. Ice parred with one, with the expertise of a seasoned hunter, and ran him through with his sword. He looked at the brothers with surprise and interest that the small guns, as they were called, could pack that much power. They were noisy, but the guns quickly got the job done. The last evil elf tried to run away, but Dean didn't let him get far before firing twice, and watched him stumble and crash to the ground in a heap. "Hey Titus, hey, are you okay?" Dean asked, going to his side to cut his bonds. He brushed his long hair from his face, and turned it to look at the damage, before pulling him into a tight hug. "Dean," Titus gasped hoarsely as he looked at him in shock. "Is it really you? How did you get here?" "Yeah, kid, you're not dreaming. Ice came and got me to help rescue you." Dean chuckled, cupping his face, seeing the kid that helped in the dark hunt. "Here, give him some water," Sam offered, holding out a bottle for Dean. Thanks, Sammy. Titus grabbed the bottle with both hands and guzzled the water, coughing hard when he choked. His body shook with each cough as he tried to get his breath. Take it easy, Ty, small sips, Dean cautioned him, pulling the bottle back for a moment, until the young man nodded his understanding. Should we do anything with the bodies? Sam asked, looking around at the lifeless forms. They will be taken care of by the forest, Ice stated in a serious tone. Ice, Titus called weakly to him as he held out his hand. I'm here, son, Ice said, kneeling by him. I knew you'd come for me, he smiled at him and took his hand. We can catch up later, Dean told them. Right now, we need to get out of here. The noise of the gunfire might draw creatures here, and we don't want to be around if it does. Can you stand, T? I think so, he said. With Dean and Ice's help, he got to his feet and stood on wobbly legs, trying to get his balance. Wow, dude, you grew, Dean commented when he saw Titus was almost as tall as him. Hi, you have to be Sam, Dean's brother. Titus spoke to Sam, who was standing to the side watching the interaction. Yeah, I'm Sam, Sam nodded. Dean talked about you when he was here before. Really, a lot. He really missed you. I've heard about you too. It's nice to meet you. Sam studied the young man and pushed back the jealousy that wanted to rear its head. We'll go as far as we can before dark, Dean told them, studying the location of the sun for a moment before deciding on which way to go. We need to keep the sun behind us and head this way. Ice, you take the lead. I'll help Ty, and Sammy, you watch our backs, Dean ordered. Let's get our packs and move out. Ice took the lead and led them back to where they had left their packs. Once they shouldered their packs and adjusted the straps, he led them away from the dead bodies. If Dean and Ice had figured out the directions correctly, he would be heading toward the border of the Forbidden Forest. With Titus injured, he knew they would have to travel slower to get out of the forest. Ice glanced back to see how Titus was holding up, and decided when he found a place that would be a decent spot for camp to stop for the night, he'd call a halt for the day. He knew Titus could use the rest, and any injuries would need to be doctored. It wasn't long before he saw a place that would suit their needs. Is that thunder? Dean questioned as he looked up, trying to see through the trees. Sounds like it. We may get a storm tonight, Ice told him. I think we need to stop and go ahead and set up camp. I agree, Sam added. I can smell the rain in the air. All right, Dean agreed. Up ahead looks like a good spot. We can drape the tarp across those branches for shelter. Okay, come on, Ty. Let's get you settled, and we'll get the camp set up, Dean told him, guiding him to the spot. He helped him ease to the ground and lean against a tree. I'll get the fire pit made while you guys get wood and put up the tarp. Okay, Sam replied, dropping his pack to remove the tarps from it. He helped Ice clear the area, and then tied the tarp into the branches, letting it drape down to protect them. The other tarp was spread out on the ground to keep them dry. I'll go that way and look for wood. All right, but watch out for these white-flowered plants, Ice offered, pointing to an innocent-looking plant that was growing nearby at the base of a tree. They're only dangerous when they're blooming, like now. It's not poisonous, but will give you a nasty rash for days if you touch it. I'll watch out, Sam replied, looking closely at the plant for a moment. I'll go this way and look for wood. Sam wandered from the camp in search of wood, being sure to mark his trail, so he could find the camp again. He knew how easy it could be to get turned around and lost in these woods. He hadn't gone far when he found some broken branches that would be suitable once they were cut up with a hatchet. He pulled them back to camp and went back into the trees to look for more, so they could keep the fire going all night. When Sam broke through some bushes, he found a body of water nestled among the overgrowth. He frowned as he neared it because it didn't look like the other water they had run across. It was dark and murky looking and wasn't moving very fast. He stepped closer to see if it might be usable as a water source. Something made a ripple on the surface of the water, making Sam freeze as he knelt on the bank. He looked out over the water but didn't see anything. He started to reach his hand down to dip some water, when suddenly a tentacle shot from the murky depth and wrapped around his wrist. Intense pain radiated up his arm, as he tried to pull away only to be jerked toward the water. Help! Sam yelled as his boots went into the water. He grabbed his gun from his waistband and fired into the water, trying to make the creature let go. Help! Ice heard Sam's cries for help, and then a gunshot. He dropped the wood he was carrying and raced through the undergrowth and trees. He skidded to a stop when he saw Sam was knee-deep in water and was being pulled deeper. He pulled out his sword and, with one swift swipe, cut the tentacle, trying to drag Sam away. Sam fell into the water and shuffled backwards until he was on dry land. He was panting hard as he looked up at Ice. He stuffed his gun back into a pocket, and reached to jerk off the severed tentacle, but was stopped by Ice's voice and hand. "No, don't," Ice insisted, stopping Sam. "You can't remove it like that. We need to get back to camp." He helped Sam up so they could hurry back to camp. "Why not?" Sam questioned, looking at his wrist. He could still feel the pressure of the tentacle and a painful ache that was slowly going up his arm. "I thought I heard a gunshot," Dean said when the two broke through the trees. "What's wrong?" "Sam was attacked. Put a knife in the fire to get hot," Ice instructed. "Sit here, Sam," he told Sam, pointing to large rock that was by the camp. "Crap, Sam. What did you tangle with?" Dean asked when he saw the severed tentacle attached to Sam's wrist. "I don't know," Sam grimaced in pain. "This is going to hurt, but there's no other way to get it off without ripping your wrist apart," Ice explained. "The tentacle has barbs on the underside that dig into the skin, so the creature can capture its prey and hang onto it." "Hang in there, Sammy," Dean told him, placing a hand on his shoulder for comfort. He watched Ice remove the knife from the fire and use the blade to carefully peel the severed tentacle from Sam's wrist. He used a rag to wipe the blood and gunk away, so he could see the barbs better. "I've got tweezers in the first aid kit," Dean offered as he opened his pack and dug around to find it. He opened it and pulled out tweezers and alcohol wipes to use. "Man, that stinks." "Thanks. Yeah, it is rather potent," Ice replied, accepting the offerings. He held Sam's arm up and began to gently remove the barbs and toss them into the brush. When all were out, he wiped his wrist with an alcohol wipe, making Sam hiss in discomfort as he clenched his jaw. "I'll put some antibiotic cream on his wrist and wrap it with gauze," Dean told Ice when he was done. They looked up into the trees when drops of rain began to fall through the branches. "Move under the tarp, Sammy, and I'll bandage your wrist. No need for us getting wet." "Okay." Sam nodded as he got to his feet, pausing to steady himself, and then moved to sit on his sleeping bag. "We may need to catch some water for drinking," Ice noted, knowing they couldn't drink the water Sam had found. He moved to adjust the tarp where it would catch rainwater. Once that was done, he used the hatchet to cut some branches to shield the fire so it wouldn't go out. "They're all done," Dean said, admiring his handiwork. "You should take something for pain." He found the bottle and shook two out for Sam. "Thanks," Sam grunted, getting his water bottle from a side pocket of his backpack. "Sam, your arm might feel weak or sore from the poison in the barbs, but it doesn't last long," Ice told him. "And you might run a low-grade fever for a day or so." "Yeah, my arm does feel sort of numb and tingly, and the wrist still stings." "Okay, Ty, it's your turn. Let's see what you need doctored," Dean told Titus, turning to him. "I'm okay, Dean," Titus replied. He didn't want to be any trouble, and thought Sam was injured worse than him. "Your wrists are raw, and you've got scrapes and scratches that need cleaning. Now, quit arguing with me." "Yes, sir," Titus huffed, holding out his arms for Dean to inspect them. "Ice, what was that creature that was in the water?" Sam asked him. "It's not got a name because they are rarely seen outside of the forest. I've heard stories about its existence from other hunters, but that was the first time I had actually seen one. It's strange how all the creatures seem so much larger here than the ones we deal with at home. I noticed when I came to your world that the air seemed heavier there, much denser. Maybe that's one of the reasons, but the Scorchers aren't natural. They were made by a mage who wanted to use them as guards for his castle, but the spell went wrong, and he couldn't control them. The creatures killed him and all his servants, before escaping and making a home here in the Forbidden Forest where they are thriving." "Wow, that's interesting. What else can you tell me about this land?" "Dean told me some, but I'd like to know more." "Watch out, Ice, Sammy's showing his nerdy side." Dean chuckled. "Bite me," Sam snipped, giving Dean a bitch face before turning back to Ice. "I'd like to hear more, only if you don't mind telling me." "I'd be glad to discuss it with you, Sam," Ice replied, smiling at his interest and feeling like they were bonding now. "So, Ty, how'd you meet your wife?" Dean asked him as he cleaned his injuries, glad they weren't bad. He tuned Sam and Ice out and focused on Titus. "I had gone to town for some supplies and saw her in the market." Titus began, getting a faraway look on his face. "She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. I asked around to see who she was and where she lived. I was in luck and found man, that stings." His hissed when Dean cleaned a couple of deeper scrapes. "Sorry about that, but I need to be sure they don't get infected. I know you're only looking out for me. Anyway, I found out where Tisha lived, and after talking to York and Ice about her, they encouraged me to tell her how I felt, and well, the rest is history. We courted and then were married. A year later, our son was born." "I am honored that you named your son after me," Dean said warmly. "I'm happy you are pleased." Tisha and I both agreed on the name. "Are they okay?" Yes, we stopped and saw them on our way to find you. She is holding up but is worried about you. We did a few chores around the place to help her out. That's good. I was worried about them and blessed that she didn't want to come with me that day. I don't know what I would have done because I think those monsters would have killed her and Dean or sold them. Let's just be glad that didn't happen. I swear I can't believe how much you have grown since I last saw you. Dean sighed. You seem like a fine young man. Your adopted family raised you well. I took your advice and learned all I could from York. I'm a farrier and blacksmith. York and I work together in town at a shop we opened together with the money from the pearl you gave me, and I visit outlying farms to see to their horses. Well, that sounds great, Ty. I am so proud of you. Pride and respect beamed in his voice as he patted him on the back and gave him a hug. That means the world to me, Dean. You treated me like a person and made sure others did too. Not many in this land of higher statute would do that. You gave me confidence and taught me so much. And you taught me too, Ty. Well, I better get some dinner going before we lose the fire, he noted when the rain started coming down harder. Ice, I think your water trap needs emptying. Thanks. I'll fill your pots first and then the bottles. Ice got up and took the cooking and coffee pot to the trap and filled them for Dean to use. He gathered the water bottles to fill when the trap had enough water. Once the water was boiling, Dean fixed some stew and smiled when he found Sam had packed a sleeve of crackers, and they had survived the trip. When the stew was done, he dished it out and added some crackers to each plate. As they ate, Dean kept an eye on Sam, since he wasn't eating very much, and he could tell he wasn't feeling well. He made Sam take some more drugs, and gave Titus some pills too, and then told them to get some rest. After talking with Ice, they decided to do the watch and not wake Sam for a turn. He wanted him to rest so they could continue their journey tomorrow. The companions sat side by side under the tarp as the rain continued into the night, only stopping before dawn. The air was crisp and fresh smelling, even in the Forbidden Forest, but Dean wasn't seeing that since he was paying close attention to his brother. He was the last to wake and didn't seem alert like he should be. They had a cold breakfast before packing the camp and getting ready to leave. Sammy, I want you to help Ty today, Dean told him as he swung his pack to his shoulders. Ice will lead and I'll watch our backs. Why? I'm fine, Sam countered, trying to hide how bad he actually felt. He was going to pull his weight, and had already complained about not being woken last night to have his turn at guard duty. He couldn't stop the hacking cough that had him feeling lightheaded. And I rest my case, Dean stated firmly in a big brother tone. No use arguing with him, Titus whispered. He has a way of getting what he wants. Believe me, I know, Sam sighed, rolling his eyes and letting out a long breath. He adjusted his pack and grimaced when he used his hurt arm the wrong way. Sam knew he was running a slight fever, and felt a chill run down his back. After helping Titus to his feet, they followed Ice into the forest with Dean coming up the rear. I've gotta say, Sam, you're not what I expected, Titus told him in a soft voice, not wanting to be too loud. Why? What did you think I would be like? Sam asked, curious about his statement. When Dean talked about you, I thought you would be well smaller. Sam couldn't help but laugh softly when he got what Titus was trying to say. His laughter turned into a cough, and he choked back the last one when he saw Dean staring hard at him. There are only a few years difference in our ages. I guess I got the tall genes in the family. I agree. We don't have many in our land that are as tall as you, except for a clan of elves that live up north. That's interesting. I want to thank you for the help you gave my brother during the dark hunt. I don't think he would have survived it if he hadn't chosen you as his guide. That's good of you to say, Sam. When he chose me that day, I was shocked and couldn't believe it. I was the smallest of the ones the queen let Dean choose from. Well, my brother is a good judge of character, and he saw something in you. He showed me respect and treated me as an equal. I was homeless and had to depend on the charity of others to get by. It was a dark time for me, and Dean gave me hope, courage, respect for myself, and a reason to live. Did he tell you about the Sphinx task? How he took my turn when she tricked us? Yeah, that was amazing, and it was a good thing I was into puzzles and riddles growing up. I think that was why Dean could answer the riddles. I think he told me something like that after we left. He's a wise man and taught me so much. He did me too. He's always been the best big brother and took care of me all my life. They stopped talking when they had to start walking in a single file to get through some of the denser parts of the forest. Screeches, squawks, chirps, howls and other unusual sounds echoed around them as they continued their journey. It was midday before Ice called a halt, so they could rest and eat a meager lunch. They didn't want to take the time for something more substantial. They would have that when they stopped for the night. Dean was hyper alert because he spotted something in the brush that seemed to be trailing them. He whispered his concerns to Ice so he would be watchful. He didn't tell Sam since he knew he wasn't up to a fight right now. Sam wiped the sweat from his face before sipping on some water. He tried to hide the shakes he was experiencing after the hike this morning. He could feel sweat running down his back and soaking his t-shirt. Sam wouldn't look at his brother because he knew Dean would sense how bad he was feeling. SPN. Dean switched off with Ice and took the lead when they got ready to continue their journey. He conferred with Ice to be sure they were heading in the right direction. They checked the sun's location and their surroundings before starting out again. Sam didn't complain about helping Titus this time, because he knew he wasn't able to defend them if they were attacked. He didn't want to get someone hurt or worse killed. It seemed Titus was faring better than he is now. Sanovich, Dean's voice echoed ahead of them. He was out of sight of the others who hurried to catch up and see what had happened. Get me out of this, Dean growled as he struggled in what looked like a net. Give me a knife, Titus quickly insisted as he started looking around in the trees and brush for what made the trap. You need to watch for the spider. Spider? Sam questioned as he pulled out his machete and warily looked around. Hold still, Dean, Titus told him. You'll only get entangled more. What is this crap? It's super strong and I can't break it. Spider web, and believe me, you don't want to see what made this. Titus began to quickly hack at the web, getting one of Dean's arms loose first. He continued down his body while Dean cut away around his other arm and head. Sam, to your right, Ice mumbled as he eased closer to him when he saw the freaky spider making its way down some webbing from the tree above them. Sam took up a defensive position and pulled his gun out, thinking these creatures were not immune to their bullets. He waited for the huge spider, the size of a pony, to get closer before shooting it in the face, as Ice swung his sword, chopping off several legs. The creature made weird clacking noises as guts and blood spewed from it. Before it died, smaller ones began to appear from different directs. Hurry it up over there, Sam frantically called. He fired a couple more rounds, and watched the bodies drop from above them, stepping back quickly. I'm free, Dean called. Let's get the hell out of here. The four companions ran from the area before the spiders could attack them. Dean kept Sam and Titus ahead of him, and kept looking over his shoulder to see if they were being chased. The spiders had turned back after only a short distance to return to the broken web and devour their injured and dead companions, since they were easier prey. He wouldn't let them stop until Sam or Titus couldn't go on further. Breath, Sammy, Dean told him as Sam clung to a tree, wheezing and gasping for air. You okay, Ty? Yes, just a little winded, he replied, huffing loudly as he tried to control his breathing. Damn it, it feels like they're crawling on me, Dean complained as he slapped at his clothes and hair to be sure. I don't see anything. I think you're good, Ice told him, giving him a once-over. Check me. He turned so Dean could look him over to be on the safe side. Let's see if we can find a stream or river and make camp for the night, Dean said, looking at his brother who was red-faced and shaking. I'm fine, Sam managed to get out as his breathing finally got deeper. I don't think we're too far off course. Ice, do you want to scout ahead and see if there's any source of water around? On it, Ice nodded, heading into the trees. He agreed with Dean that they needed to stop early to give Titus and Sam more time to rest. Both of you need to drink something, Dean urged, taking the last of his water and giving it to Titus. He reached into Sam's pack and got his bottle out for him, nodding for him to take it. Sam gave him a bitch face, but took it and drank some water to wet his dry throat and mouth. He handed the rest of his water to Dean, knowing he didn't have more. Drink the rest, Sam told him in a raspy voice. You need water too. Reluctantly, Dean accepted the bottle and finished it off. They were going to need water and hoped Ice was lucky and could find a creek or stream nearby. It was about 20 minutes later when Ice returned with good news of finding a stream with drinkable water. They set out following Ice through the trees, Titus helping Sam along the way. It took them twice as long to get to the stream, and they shed their packs to kneel by the running water and quench their thirst. Sam splashed water on his face to cool it, and used his bandana to wet it and wipe his neck. He let water run down his chest and back, not caring he was soaking his clothes. It felt good on his hot skin. There's a place back from the stream that will work for camp, Ice told them. We don't want to be too close to the water in case of night creatures coming to drink. Smart. Show me and I'll get started on setting up camp, Dean replied. Sammy, you and Titus fill our water bottles, the coffee pot, cooking pot, and bring them back to camp. All right, Sam answered, accepting all the empty water bottles. I'll get these, Titus offered, picking up some bottles to fill. Sam was finally starting to feel a little better after the cold water bath. Once they had the water, they joined the others where the camp was being set up. Sam made himself useful by gathering what wood he could, before sinking onto his sleeping bag exhausted. You're done, Sammy. No more work, Dean told him. No arguments either. Yeah, I am feeling better, but still weak, Sam confessed. Hopefully getting some sleep tonight will help. I'll have some food ready shortly and then you guys turn in. Sounds good to me. Dean busied himself with getting the food ready, while Ice gathered more wood and cut branches to make a barrier for protection. After eating and cleaning up, Ice and Dean sat by the fire relaxing, while Sam and Titus curled up and went to sleep. How many more days do you think before we're out of here? Dean asked Ice as he pulled 2 mini bottles of whiskey from his pack. He offered one to Ice and kept the other. I'd say maybe 2, 3 at the most, he answered, accepting the bottle and opening it to take a sip. Depends on how fast we can travel. I wanted to thank you for saving my brother. I don't think I told you that back then. No need for that. I was the closest and know any of you would do the same for me. I should be thanking you for coming back here and helping save Titus. I told you before I left if you needed me, I would come. You're like a brother to me, so that makes you family. He clinked his bottle to Ice's bottle in a salute and finished it off. I am honored, Dean. I feel the same way. I'll take first watch if you want. That's fine. I think we can handle it again tonight without waking Sammy. I agree. He does seem to be getting better now, so that's a good thing. Tell me about what's been happening with you since you went home. Dean began to tell Ice of hunts they had been on and the monsters they ran into. They talked quietly for another hour before Dean decided to turn in and left Ice on watch. He checked on Sam, laying a hand on his forehead to feel for fever, and was happy he seemed cool again. He brushed his long hair from his face and adjusted his blanket before lying down beside him. Titus was curled up on the other side of Sam, snoring softly. He would be glad when they were out of this forest and one step closer to returning Titus to his wife and son. He relaxed and after a few cleansing breaths, drifted to sleep. You're looking better today, Sam, Ice commented as he looked the young man over. I feel better. I think whatever was in my system has finally worked its way out. No fever today and the wrist is better. Your bandage still needs changing, Dean told him, pulling out the first aid kit. Let me get that done before you start packing. Okay, Sam replied, holding his arm out without protest. He looked around and saw it was just getting light in the forest, and hoped they could make up some time today, so they could get out of this place. It still gave him a weird feeling, and he would feel a lot more at ease when they were free of it. Dean took the kit and quickly replaced Sam's wrapping, and taped it securely in place. He cupped his chin and turned his head to check his eyes closely, to be sure he was better and not fibbing. Sam snarled and pulled his head away, so he could get up and finish packing. Don't get snarly with me, dude, Dean snipped at Sam, knowing how ill-tempered he could be when he wasn't feeling good. I said I was better, Sam told his brother. Now let's get going and try to make some time up today. Is everyone ready? Dean asked, looking at the other 2 travelers, who nodded yes. You want to take the lead first, Ice, and I'll take over later. No problem. Hopefully we won't run into any delays today. Ice glanced up through the leaves to locate the sun to get its position, and then started through the trees. I can take the rear this time, Sam offered, waiting for Dean to go ahead of him with Titus. He returned Dean's icy stare until he snorted and followed Ice. Titus smiled and nodded at Sam for a moment before following Dean. He knew Sam needed this and wasn't going to say anything. Sam fell in behind them, as he went on alert, scanning the area to check for any danger. He has his gun within easy reach and his machete at his side. They made sure their water bottles were full, since they didn't know when they'd find water again. SPN. It was the second day of the travelers' journey out of the Forbidden Forest, and Ice and Dean both noticed that the overgrowth was starting to thin out, and they could make better time. That only meant one thing. They were getting close to the border and would be out of the forest. The only problems they ran into were a nest of meat-eating bats roosting in the trees that they gave a wide berth, not wanting to disturb them. We're getting close, I can feel it, Dean commented, looking around the forest. I agree. It's getting easier to travel again too, Ice agreed. Maybe by tomorrow afternoon we will break free of the forest. Hear that, Sammy and Ty? I think we're almost out of this place, Dean called to them. That sounds great. Maybe one more night camping here, Sam commented. He wiped his face and took a couple of sips of water, trying to ration it. They were all sharing with Titus, so he'd have water too. I say we hike as long as we can today before stopping for the night. That will put us that much closer to the border. After you, fearless leader, Sam teased, giving a sweep of his hand only to get the finger from Dean. Dean took the lead now, and picked the best way for them to travel forward. Sam traveled with Titus, and Ice came in the rear to guard their backs. They moved at a steady pace for several hours, before taking a 10-minute break, and then continuing onward, wanting to take advantage of the light they still had. Dean had picked up what looked like the trace of an animal trail they were using, that was heading in the direction they wanted to go. "Look, Dean," Sam called to him a while later. "Those plants seem healthier that way. Maybe that means there's a source of water nearby." "Okay, we'll take a few minutes and see if we can find some water," he answered. Dean veered from the trail and walked among the bushes that Sam noticed. It took him about 10 minutes before he found a bubble of water seeping from the ground among the bushes. "Found it," Dean let the others know. "All we need to do is make a hole for the water to gather, and we can fill anything that's empty." Sam dropped his pack and moved to his brother's side. He picked up a rock and began to pull the loose dirt and debris to create a 2-by-2-foot hole. He leaned back when they were done and watched the water begin to gather in it. As it filled, the dirt settled to the bottom, leaving clean water at the surface. "Okay, there's enough to start filling empty containers," Dean noted, taking out the bottles from his pack. He was also going to collect water in the cooking tea and coffee pot. He was going to have Titus carry them to their next camp. "I think we can travel another hour or so before finding a place to camp," Ice commented. "Sounds good to me." Dean moved so Ice could take his place. "Think you can carry these, Ty?" "Sure, no problem," he replied, accepting the containers. He adjusted his grip and prepared to continue their trek. "Here, use this around the handle," Sam offered, pulling his bandana out for Titus. "It'll help cushion the handle, so it won't cut into your hand." "Good idea. Here, Ty, use mine for the other one," Dean said. He pulled his bandana out and wrapped it around the other pot. "Thanks, guys. That does feel better." They got back on the trail and followed it for nearly 2 hours before they lost the light and had to stop for the night. Dean found a couple of trees that would make a suitable shelter, and they got busy getting a fire going, gathering wood, setting up their sleeping bags, and then cooking their meal. After cleaning up and settling down, Sam insisted he would take the first watch, so the others could sleep. He settled near the fire and added wood to keep it going. Titus moved to join him for a bit to keep him company. They talked about random things until Sam told him to get some sleep. SPN. Everyone was up early the next morning, filled with anticipation that they would be out of the forest that day. They had the last of their coffee and power bars for breakfast, and ate quickly so they could be on their way. The day was warm and slightly overcast, making it feel humid. As the morning progressed, a breeze blew through the trees, rustling the leaves and cooling the air slightly. "Is it getting lighter, or am I imaging it?" Sam asked as he looked around them at their surroundings. "It is. The trees are thinning out because we are getting closer to the border now," Ice answered him. "This place still feels creepy and makes my spider senses go off, but knowing we're so close to getting out overshadows that. I don't think it'll be much longer, maybe another hour. And then we'll go back to the farm where we left the horses and use them again?" "Yes, we'll ride them back to my friend's place and return them. I know Titus is anxious to get back to his family." "I sure would be." "Anyone need to stop?" Dean asked as he continued to lead. "No, I think we're all wanting to get out of this place," Ice answered for them after giving the others a brief glance. "Okay, but if we need to stop, let me know." In less than an hour, the weary travelers picked up their pace and finally stepped from the forbidden forest and breathed a sigh of relief. They walked to the road that ran the length of the forest border and started walking easily down it. "Hallelujah," Dean sighed as he tilted his head to let the sun bathe it in its warm glow. "It feels good to be out of there." "I second that," Sam agreed. He felt like a heavy burden was lifted from him now, and he could breathe easier. "I'm almost home," Titus mumbled to himself, smiling happily. None realized the threat that was looming above them as they strolled down the road. They were happily talking among themselves as they made their way to the farm to retrieve their horses. It struck with such force that it knocked Ice, Dean, and Titus off their feet, but Sam wasn't so lucky. Dean rolled over, grunting from being slammed into the ground, and quickly looked around to see Titus and Ice slowly picking themselves up from the ground too. He frantically searched for his brother, not seeing him, and then looked up in the sky right above them to see a huge, reddish-brown creature with a large wingspan flying away from them. He saw the body of his brother hanging from his claws. Without hesitation, Dean pulled his gun and took aim, preparing to shoot, but stopped himself. He blinked a couple of times and realized if he did hit the creature, Sam would fall. He knew from that altitude, Sam would either be seriously injured or killed. He let the hand holding the gun fall for a second, before jerking it back up to sight the creature again. Shit, 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 Dean screamed in frustration as he stomped around pulling at his hair. There was nothing he could do to save Sam. Sammy. Dean cried softly as he fell hard to his knees, letting his head fall to his chest. He squeezed his eyes shut, allowing a tear to escape and run down his cheek. Sammy, he wailed in despair. Black Beauty, if only you were here to help. He mumbled softly as he rubbed the scar from the harpy attack that the dragon had healed. He could really use her help right now, but it didn't look like fate was going to allow it. Dean. Titus spoke to him, laying a hand on his shoulder. Will you be okay? Ice questioned in a low tone. He reached down and picked up Sam's gun that became dislodged when he was taken. Dean swallowed back his feelings of hopelessness, squared his shoulders before swiping a hand down his face and getting up. He couldn't help his brother if he gave up now. He replaced his handgun and turned to Titus and Ice. Ice, make sure Titus gets home safely. I'm going after my brother. Dean started to walk the way the creature had flown, determining he was going to find his brother or die trying. He was not giving up on Sam and finding him. No, Ice growled at him, grabbing his arm to stop him. He swallowed hard when he saw the dangerous look in Dean's eyes, as he looked at the hand stopping him from going after his brother. We are less than a day from the farm. We'll continue there and get the horses. Titus can head home on one horse, and we'll go in search of your brother, Ice told him. No, you won't, Titus butted in, stepping to the men. You guys risked your lives saving mine, and I will not desert you now when you need help. I agree we need the horses to make traveling quicker and should continue to this farm. From there we all will go in search of Sam. I can't let you do that, Dean insisted. You need to get home to your family. You are a part of my family, Dean, and so is Sam. I'm not taking no for an answer, so you might as well accept that I'm coming too. I can send a message to my wife that I am safe and I'm helping you get your brother back. Besides, I know what took Sam. Dean jerked his head around to look at Titus in surprise. He was sure it was some kind of dragon, he thought. What was it? How do you know? Dean asked urgently. I listen and ask questions, Titus shrugged. People like to talk when they bring their horses in or want something from the blacksmith. I've heard all kinds of stories and saved them to memory. Tell me. It's a wyvern dragon from the northern mountains. They usually don't come this far south unless something has disturbed their territory or their source of food. I know the general area where they make their homes and can get us there. Okay. We know what we're looking for and the area it could be in, I stated. The sooner we get going, the sooner we can start looking for Sam. We'll also need to replenish our supplies before we head out. Dean pinched his lips together as he volleyed the pros and cons of the situation. He could use their help since they knew the land, but he didn't want to put them in harm's way. He could try to find the territory of this wyvern dragon on his own, but wasn't sure that was a good idea. I know what you're thinking, brother. Ice spoke to Dean, pulling him out of his thoughts. You might as well accept that we are coming with you. Fine, Dean snipped. Lead the way, Ice. Dean gave another look to the sky, not seeing anything now, and prayed his brother was okay. He had no idea why the dragon would take him, and didn't want to think about that, because it would put him in a deeper, depressed mood. He accepted the gun from Ice and looked at it for a moment, rubbing his hand over the cold metal, before putting it in his backpack. They started off at a quick pace, knowing time was not on their side. SPN. Sam didn't know what hit him when he suddenly felt an intense pain in his side, and was jerked from the ground by an unseen force. He turned his head to see large wings flapping on either side of him, and could feel the breeze they were making. He couldn't fight since his arms were pinned to his sides by large claws that were holding him around the waist. Bile spilled from his mouth as his stomach churned from the bouncing and jarring his body was be subjected to. He looked down and saw he was moving away from the ground. Blackness was claiming his mind as dizziness and lightheadedness pushed him over the edge into unconsciousness. He hung limply in the dragon's clutches as he was taken farther away from his brothers and friends. He didn't know what fate lay ahead for him, or if he would survive his ordeal. A black shape appeared above the wyvern dragon, and followed it for a short distance as it closed in on him. She had been out hunting for a meal when she caught this dragon invading her territory, and was not going to let this go unchallenged. The closer she got, the black dragon caught the scent of blood, and a familiar scent mixed with it. This scent was one that brought back memories of a human who had helped her when she had been injured. A rage began to build in her, and she was not letting this enemy get away without a fight. Whatever it was carrying, she sensed it needed to be saved. The attack was violent, as the wyvern dragon's left wing was ripped apart. Long gouges were torn into the side by vicious talons, causing the dragon to screech and wail. A flame of fire hit the dragon in the face, blinding him and making him release Sam's body. It veered away and began to fall from the sky. Trying to fly with only one wing and not being able to see, the dragon began to lose attitude. Wails of pain and agony drifted from the wounded beast until they couldn't be heard. The black dragon dismissed the wounded dragon and focused her attention on the body that was released and dropping toward the ground. Sam's body fell toward the ground until it was gently plucked from the sky by Black Beauty, saving him. Black Beauty could smell the scent she remembered as it mingled with the blood flowing from Sam's wounded side. She turned and flew away toward the caves that were her home with the youngest Winchester brother. Sam was trying to claw his way out of the darkness. He could feel a hot breath on the side of his face, and tried to push it away, feeling something leather-like under his palm. It wasn't registering in his clouded mind what had happened to him or what had happened to the others. His body felt like it was made of lead, and he couldn't move it. He could feel something messing with his clothes around his waist, and the radiating pain seemed to get worse. Black Beauty had flown back to her cave and placed Sam on the dirt floor in a beam of sunlight that was coming in from one of several openings in the ceiling of the large cavern. She took in his scent and could smell his brother's aroma mingled with his. Knowing Dean's scent meant this was someone that knew him too, she decided this was a friend. She ran her face down Sam's body and located the source of the blood that was seeping through Sam's shirts. Using her claws, she managed to get the material out of the way, and saw the ugly wounds made from the talons of the other dragon. They were deep and serious. Black Beauty nudged Sam to his side to make access easier so she could help him. Nightmares invaded Sam's mind as he fought the clutches of the darkness that didn't want to let go. They had gotten out of the forest and were heading toward the farm, when a great wind knocked everyone over but him. His body became weightless as he was clutched and pulled off the ground. He could feel intense, sharp pain in his side, but couldn't move. He tried to scream for his brother, but the air was taken from his body, and only gurgling, gasping breaths were expelled. It was hard for Sam to breathe with the vice-like grip around his body. Sam couldn't pull himself from his nightmare as his body trembled and jerked on the dirt floor. Black Beauty huffed a hot breath onto the wounds, and let her salvia drip over them. She covered the wounds with her mouth and blew enough heat to heal the injuries. She gave him a dragon kiss, just like his brother. Sam cried out and squirmed under her ministering. As he fought to break free from the darkness, he could feel streaks of pain racing through his body and an intense heat on his side. He got his eyes open enough to see a dark shape beside him, before he was sucked back under, and let his mind shut down. When Black Beauty was finished, she moved back to her nest and settled down to wait for Sam to gain consciousness. SPN. A fearful gasp escaped from Sam's lips, as he forced himself to dispel the darkness from his mind, leaving it clouded and mudded. He made his eyes open and tried to see in the dimming light, not sure where he was. Sam wiped his face and slowly moved his hand down his body, feeling the rips on his shirt, and how stiff the material was. He had been hurt enough to know dried blood would do that. Very carefully, Sam pushed his upper body from the dirt floor, and looked down at his side. After moving his shirts out of the way, he ran his fingers over slightly raised skin that was pinkish and smooth, realizing it was scars from the wounds. A snuffing noise had Sam slowly turning his head to look across the cavern to see a huge, black mass nestled on the floor. He squinted his eyes shut and opened them again to see if it was still there, or if he was hallucinating. Black Beauty stretched her neck out, and brought it down to study Sam with intelligent eyes. She yawned, showing her mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and snorted, causing smoke to seep from her nostrils. "You saved me," Sam stuttered, not sure what to say. He racked his memory on what Dean had told him about this dragon. He was sure it was the one that had saved his brother from the harpy when he was trapped here. He could see the intelligence in the dragon's eyes, and hoped she didn't intend to harm him. You know my brother," Sam finally continued. "You saved him too, just like you did me. Thank you for your help." He watched the dragon bow her head slightly toward Sam, as she continued to study him. Sam pulled his pack from his back, and saw it had been ripped by the other dragon's talons, and saved him from probably deadly injuries. He looked through it to see if anything was salvageable. The sleeping bag had been spared, but the food and his blanket had not, along with a couple of shirts that now had rips in them. At least his cameras were still intact and still usable. He looked around him and saw a large pool of water back in the corner, and slowly got to his feet to make his way to it. After kneeling and checking the water to be sure it was drinkable, he cupped his hands and quenched his thirst. It was cold and had a slightly mineral taste, but was good. Once he had his fill, Sam stood again and looked at the dragon. Dean named you Black Beauty, and I can see why. Sam spoke to her. Thank you again, but I should be going. I need to find my brother. He must be worried sick about me. Sam eased toward the entrance after picking up his pack, but was stopped when the dragon moved her tail to block his way. Sam stammered, not sure what to do. He could try and make a run for the entrance, but didn't think he'd get very far. Black Beauty used her long tail to make Sam move closer to her before stopping. She moved her heavy, cumbersome body and looked down at what lay beside her. Sam watched and was amazed at what he saw when the dragon shifted her body. He was looking at a dragon's egg nestled in some type of fur bed. It was greenish-blue in color and not quite the shape of a hen's egg, but much bigger. Curiosity got the best of him, and he dropped his pack to move closer to the egg. It was about 3 feet tall and looked like a Paul Bunyan-size egg. After glancing at the dragon to be sure she wasn't going to attack, Sam carefully laid his hand on the top of the egg. The outside layer was rough and felt like an eggshell, but thicker. It was warm and emitted some type of energy that made his fingers tingle. So, you're going to be a mom, Sam spoke to Black Beauty. He startled slightly when she lowered her head down to his body and seemed to hum to the egg. Sam watched in shock as it seemed the eggshell was starting to show signs of spider web cracks. Black Beauty nudged Sam closer to the egg and looked from him to it like she was trying to tell him something. It's trying to hatch, isn't it? Sam questioned. He ran his hands over the surface and could feel vibrations. You want me to help your baby? Black Beauty huffed softly and grumbled deep in her chest as an answer. Okay, Sam replied. He pulled his knife out and used the hilt to tap on the hard shell several times. He tried again, a little harder to see the cracks enlarge. Very carefully, Sam finally got a small piece broken free. He worked to extend the crack down the egg so it could break open. He exposed the membrane inside the egg and used the knife tip to slit it enough to get his hands into it. All right, here goes nothing, Sam mumbled to himself as he pushed his hands into the slit. Grimacing at the gooey slime that was leaking out, he pulled in a long breath and began to pull the shell apart with all he had. He could hear cracking, but the shell didn't give. Bracing his feet firmly on the ground, Sam tried again, only to have the egg suddenly break open, causing him to fall on his butt, as a small dragon emerged from the egg and landed on his chest. Black Beauty hummed and lowered her head to smell the baby dragon that was squeaking and gurgling. Holy crap! Sam cried out in surprise when the fluid and the baby landed on him. He wasn't sure what to do as he tried to move the little dragon off him. Hey little fella, hope you're not going to eat me, Sam giggled nervously. The little dragon stumbled, and its small wings trembled and jerked uncontrollably. Black Beauty used a front foot to help her baby to stand. She growled softly and cooed to it. Oh, this is just gross, Sam whined as he pulled his jacket and long-sleeved shirt off, since they were soaked with the fluid from the egg. Guess I could wipe the little one off for you. Black Beauty watched Sam move to her baby and use his shirt to wipe his face, and then each wing, being careful and stretching them out to dry. The little dragon butted Sam and rubbed against him as he tried to clean him. Sam looked at Black Beauty when she turned to lumber from the cave and disappeared. Hey, where are you going? Sam called, not sure what he was to do with the baby dragon. He guided it to the nest and settled it there. Okay, looks like I'm the babysitter, he huffed. I need fire so I can see better, he said to himself. After gathering wood scattered around the cave, he ventured to the opening to look outside for more. He looked toward the horizon and saw the sun was beginning to sink, and it would be dark soon. He got what he could and went back inside to pick a place away from the nest, to build a fire pit and get a fire going. Sam began to walk around the cave looking for anything that would be useful. He found some different-sized dragon scales that were large enough to use as bowls. Picking up several of them, Sam went to the pool of water and filled them, so he could see if the baby dragon was thirsty. Are you thirsty? He cooed to the baby who grunted at him. Sam held the scale with water to the dragon's mouth and tried to pour a little in. He succeeded in getting most of it down the baby's throat without choking it, but got a bath as some was spit back out. Okay, so you didn't like that, Sam laughed, wiping his face. He rubbed the baby's head and scratched around its ears, hoping Black Beauty wouldn't be gone long. He had no idea what to do except keep the baby from wandering off. What about I try to clean you up a little better? Sam suggested. He found one of the largest scales and went to the pool to fill it with water. After cutting up his shirt, Sam dipped a torn piece into the water and began to wash down the baby dragon's back. He continued to clean all the sticky goo from the baby, going back several times for fresh water. "You are a vocal one," Sam laughed as the little dragon chuffed, snorted, and chirped at him as he nuzzled and butted at Sam's hands, seeming to enjoy the bath. "When it's late tomorrow, I'll get some pictures of you and your mama." "Man, this is something that I thought I'd never see." He was almost finished when the little dragon decided to dry his wings by flapping them, quickly sending sprays of water onto Sam. "Hey!" Sam cried out in amusement as he got a face full of water. He splashed the baby dragon back and laughed hard as he shook his face and fell from the action. Before Sam could recover, the little one snorted into the water and sent it over Sam's lap, soaking his jeans. "No fair, you dry quicker than I do." He smiled when it sounded like the little dragon was laughing at him. It pranced around, swishing its small tail back and forth, and tried to huff fire, but only a small wisp of smoke came out. "Guess you're not old enough to make fire yet." "Maybe that's a good thing," Sam said as he wiped his face, deciding he was wet enough and the baby was clean enough. SPN. Sam looked at the entrance when Black Beauty landed outside and made her way into the cavern. She heard her baby chirping and seemed happy and was pleased and approved of this human. She had a large boar in her mouth that she dropped to the ground near Sam and then went back out to retrieve another one. She pushed one of the boars toward Sam and nodded her head toward it. "It's food for the baby," Sam surmised. He took out his knife and started to cut meat off the hind leg of the fat boar, deciding she meant for him to share in the kill with the little dragon, instead of ripping it up herself. He cut some stripes and put them in a scale, so he could sit it in the fire to cook. Sam cut more meat into small chunks, and sat the scale in front of the baby dragon. "Here you go, little one, it's food for you," he encouraged. He picked up a piece and held it to the baby's mouth, so he could smell it. Once he ate one piece, the baby began to hungrily consume the raw meat. "Bet you're hungry just being hatched and all." Sam continued to cut up the meat for the baby while watching his own portion cook over the fire. Black Beauty ripped chunks from the other boar and devoured them. She watched with approval as Sam fed her baby meat from the other boar. Once she finished the first boar, she moved to the other and saw Sam had stopped feeding her baby. She lowered her head and began to eat what was left of the second boar. After she was finished, she lumbered to her nest and settled down. "I think he is full, Mama Dragon." Sam talked to Black Beauty. He guided the baby dragon to his mother's side and let it curl up with her. "I'm going to eat something now, and I hope maybe you'll take me to my brother tomorrow, since your baby is okay." Black Beauty snorted and rubbed her face over her baby's body and cupped a wing around it. She watched the human sitting at the fire as he ate the cooked meat. Her eyes tracked Sam as he went to get some water and then spread out his sleeping bag near the fire. He rummaged in his pack for another t-shirt, jeans, and long-sleeve shirt to replace the dirty wet ones. These were all the clothes he had left now. He laid his jeans across a boulder to dry, thinking they were salvageable at least. Sam emptied his pack and tried to figure out a way to patch the rips, so he could use it. He found some cord in one of the pockets, and used his knife to cut small slits, so he could weave the cord through it, and tied the torn part closed. Once he was satisfied it would hold, he repacked what he could still use. He used the pack as a pillow and laid down knowing he needed to rest. Sam was hoping either Black Beauty would let him go or take him to Dean the following day. The sun was hot, and sweat was dripping down Dean's face and into his eyes. He angrily swiped at the offending drops as he tried to calm his troubled mind. His thoughts were on his brother and what was happening to him. Dean knew that he was at least still alive. He would feel it deep down in his soul if Sammy was dead. He knew that for sure. Off in the distance, he could just make out the buildings of the farm where the horses were waiting on them. This gave him his second win because he wanted to get prepared to leave again to search for Sam. "Dean, it's not going to do any good killing yourself before we get started," Ice commented in a huff. "We're close now." Dean glared at him for a moment before turning back to lock his gaze on the structures ahead of him. That was his goal, and he was determined to get there as quickly as he could. Ice looked at Titus, who was red-faced and breathing hard as he tried to keep up. They knew Dean was on a mission to save his brother, and nothing was going to stand in his way. They were going to help in any way they could, and hoped the outcome would be a happy one. Dean slowed when he got closer to the farmhouse and let Ice go ahead of him, since he was the native here, and made the bargain for the horses to be kept on the farm until they returned. He knew he wasn't in the mood to deal with people right now. Ice climbed the steps of the porch and went to the door to knock. He glanced back at Titus and Dean, who were waiting in the yard. "Hail, traveler," the farmer greeted Ice as he bowed his head. "Fair weather to thee," Ice replied and nodded also. Your steeds are in the corral and have been well taken care of. My oldest has seen to them. My thanks to your son for his services. He will be paid for his duties. Will thee and thy friends be leaving? No, I ask that you sell or barter with us for supplies, so we may go in search of my friend's brother, who was taken by a dragon. That is very unfortunate. I will let you have what I can, and there are neighbors close who will help also. That is very kind of you, my friend. I will have my wife fix some food for you, and you can bed down in the barn like before. Thank you kindly, sir. I stepped back and walked back to the others. He will help us with supplies and has neighbors who will help also if needed. How long before we can leave? Dean asked. Sometime tomorrow or the next day. Why not today? Dean demanded. Dean, you're not thinking straight. We need rest and time to gather what supplies we need. Hariam's wife is making food for us, and we can use the barn again to sleep in. Dean pinched his lip together as his brow knitted together as he fought the urge to lash out at him. He knew Ice was right, but that deep inner need to protect his brother was overshadowing everything else. It had been instilled in him from the day Sam was brought home from the hospital, and he first saw him and held him. He fought back the rage inside of him and clamped his jaw tightly. Fine, Dean grunted through clenched teeth as he considered their options. We'll leave before midday tomorrow with whatever we have and forage along the way for the rest. We can't lose a couple of days here. I'm not lounging around while Sammy is hurt and in danger. Let's go get settled, and we can start seeing what supplies we need, Ice told them, taking the lead here. He headed for the barn that sat away from the house, stopping at the corral to see the horses for a moment. I will sleep good tonight, Titus mumbled as he dragged his exhausted body to the barn. He faltered in his steps when Dean's angry eyes found him. I meant nothing, I'm sorry, I shouldn't, Titus stammered. It's okay, Titus, Dean understands, Ice quickly interceded. Isn't that right, brother? Yeah, Dean huffed as he deflated and knew he was being an ass to Titus. I know you meant nothing by it, Ty. I'm just worried about Sammy. I know, Dean, and I'm going to do all I can to help you find him. I know you will. Dean dropped his pack near the mounds of hay, and just stood there looking around like he was lost, and in a way he was. Why don't I get our beds ready? Titus offered in a soft voice. He reached down to unfasten Dean's sleeping bag and blanket, and shook them out before spreading them over the hay. I'll do yours too, Ice. Thanks, Titus, Ice replied, letting him take his pack. Dean, I know you're carrying a heavy burden, but if you need to talk, I am here. I'm fine, Dean muttered. Before he could say anything else, the barn door opened, and Hariam stepped in carrying a basket and jug. The missus fixed some food for you, and I brought some mead for you to try. It's my own brew. He handed Ice the basket and Dean the jug. Thank you so much for this. It smells great, Ice thanked him. He put the basket on a barrel, and uncovered it to find a pot of stew with bowls and spoons, and a loaf of homemade bread. He smiled when he removed a pie pan with 3 slices of pie. Come on, guys. This looks great. Let's eat. Dean opened the jug and took a sniff of the homemade brew, before picking up a cup to pour some for himself. He took a taste and grunted his approval, taking a bigger swallow. It wasn't whiskey or beer, but there was still a little bite to it to take the edge off. He poured 2 more cups and sat them on another barrel for the others. I'm all for that, Titus agreed, eagerly picking up a bowl and holding it out to be filled. He broke off a chunk of bread and went to sit on a sleeping bag. Dean, you need to eat, Ice told him, dishing a bowl for him, and tearing off a chunk of bread. He offered him the food and nodded when he finally took it and sat down to eat. There's a slice of homemade pie for everyone too. He got his own food and joined them on the hay, and hummed in delight with his first bite. It was awesome after the cold meals they had to eat on their journey. When they were finished, Titus gathered the dirty dishes into the basket, so he could take them back to the house. Another? Dean asked Ice as he refilled his cup. I'd go slow with that. A little can pack a punch, Ice cautioned him. Don't worry about me, I can hold my liquor. He gulped half his drink and burped softly as he settled back on his sleeping bag. With a full stomach, a safe place to sleep, and being exhausted from pushing himself so hard to get here, had Dean closing his eyes, and before he knew it, he had gone to sleep. Ice gently removed the cup from his hand, and cautioned Titus to be quiet when he came back, nodding to Dean. Titus smiled at the older man, but was worried about him too. He knew how close Dean was to his brother, and Sam being missing was very stressful for him. SPN. It was early the following morning that Sam tried to roll over and was met with resistance. He got his mind working and looked behind him to find the baby dragon had curled up against his back and was snorting softly as it slept. Sam looked at the nest and saw it was empty. He searched the cave but didn't see Black Beauty in sight. He looked at the openings in the ceiling and saw the first rays of a new day brightening the sky. He huffed softly and began to consider his situation, and how best to get out of here and back to his brother. Sam eased away from his sleeping companion and got up to go outside and relieve himself. He went to the pool and washed his face and quenched his thirst. He looked at his sleeping bag when whining and snuffling caught his attention. "Hey there, buddy," Sam cooed to the baby dragon as he walked back over and sat down beside him. He smiled when he tried to crawl into his lap. "I don't think you're going to fit," he laughed and grimaced in pain as the little dragon stepped on his privates. "Not there," Sam hissed as he shifted the baby in his lap. He scratched his head and around his wings, making the dragon slap him in the face with them as he stretched and moved them up and down. A darkness filled the entrance of the cave as Black Beauty moved inside. She focused on the two occupants and dropped the back half of a deer onto the ground. Her baby got to his feet and called out to her in recognition. "I see you brought breakfast," Sam spoke to the mama dragon. He got up and walked to the kill to look at it. The hind legs were all that was left of it. He pulled out his knife and caught the skin to cut it out of the way, so he could get to the meat. The little dragon roared a baby roar and chomped in the air when he caught the smell of blood and fresh kill. He tried to crawl over Sam and almost knocked him over. "Hold on, little man. I'm working as fast as I can," Sam told him, pushing him back down. He quickly cut some strips and laid them on a rock to appease him, so he could cut more. He heaped a scale with chunks of bloody meat and sat them on the ground for the baby. "You know, I need to come up with a name for you," Sam told the little dragon as it attacked the food. Sam cut several long pieces for himself and went over to where he had a fire last night. Black Beauty was watching Sam and saw what he was trying to do as he looked around for more wood. She stepped closer and bent her head and slightly opened her mouth to allow a burst of fire to blow over the cut meat, cooking it for Sam. "Thanks," Sam said, a little shocked with her actions. He looked at the cooked meat and used his knife to spear a piece and blow on it before taking a bite. It was good and he was hungry. He quickly took another bite, chewing it quickly so he could swallow. "It's cooked just right." He finished his breakfast and licked his fingers before getting up and approaching Black Beauty. "I'm happy to help you and all with the baby, but I do need to find my brother, Dean. You remember he helped you when he first came here to do the dark hunt. I know Dean must be worried sick about me. He probably thinks I'm dead. Will you let me go?" Black Beauty tilted her head as she listened to Sam talk. She huffed small bouts of smoke from her nose and grumbled deep in her chest when he finished. She tilted her head up toward the ceiling like she was thinking hard on something. Sam jumped back when Black Beauty brushed past him, almost knocking him down. He watched her leave the cave and hurried to the entrance to see her take flight and disappear from his sight. He sighed unhappily, not sure whether she understood him or not. He looked back into the cave when the little dragon started fussing. "Hey, it's okay. Why don't you come outside with me and get some sun? Let me get a camera and I'll get some pictures." He called to the baby, motioning for him to join him. He grabbed a camera as the little dragon moved toward him. "Let's see, what am I going to call you?" Sam asked, guiding the dragon outside the cave and sitting on a large rock as he played in the grass. Author after King Author Samson Merlin Drago, Latin for dragon, smoky or firestorm. Because you will be breathing fire like your mama when you get older. The little dragon butted Sam's leg with his head to get his attention. He looked up at him with golden brown eyes and showed his sharp little teeth as he chirped at him. Sam smiled down at him and took some photos. He got him to spread his little wings out and snapped a few more, finishing that roll of film. "I see you, Drago." Sam laughed softly. "Do you like that name?" he asked, rubbing his soft leathery skin. "Then Drago it is." They stayed outside for a while longer, until the little dragon started acting droopy, and Sam decided it was nap time. He led him back into the cave and settled Drago in the nest where he curled up and went to sleep. Sam went back outside and looked around, trying to determine where he was and what direction he would need to travel to get back to his brother. This was not going to be an easy chore, and he wondered about the best way to do it. Sam didn't want to start traveling in the wrong direction and make it that much more difficult to find his brother or Dean to find him. He knew without a doubt that Dean was out there looking for him and wouldn't give up until he knew what happened to him. The next morning came all too quickly for the weary travelers. Dean was the first one up and roused the others, so they could get prepared to leave in search of Sam. Ice bartered with the farmer for food that would be suitable to take with them. Titus filled water bottles and a couple of extra water skins the farmer agreed to let them use. They promised to come back this way and help with the harvest as payment for his help. Dean got the horses ready with the help of the farmer's son. Easy, big boy, you remember me. Dean mumbled to his mound as the animal stamped and threw his head back in excitement. Yeah, we're heading out and you can run. He rubbed the horse's face to calm him, and then tied the reins to the post at the water trough. Drink, we've got a long ride ahead of us. I've got what I could food-wise that will travel well and not spoil. We're lucky one of the sons shot a deer not too long ago, and they had dried the meat. He gave me a bag of it. Good, I have a few more meals of the freeze-dried food I brought with me. I'm sure we can probably find some game along the way to supplement what food we have. I've got extra water bags, Titus offered, holding up the water skins. The missus fixed some bread and cheese for your breakfast, Harium offered, holding up a bag for Ice. You can eat them when you want. It is much appreciated, Ice replied. And tell your wife she is a blessing and a wonderful cook. Thank you for all your help, sir, Dean told him. I'm a man of my word, and we'll be back this way to help you out as soon as we find my brother. I thank you kindly, young man. Harium nodded. Sir, would you send this letter to my wife with the next passing person that is heading west? I want to let her know I am okay and helping my friends, Titus asked the farmer. Of course. One of my sons can take it to town and see that it is given to travelers heading that way. Let's mount up and get started, Dean ordered, gathering the reins of his steed and swinging into the saddle. He reined Stone in and clicked his tongue at him as he neighed softly and pranced around. He waited until the others were mounted, and then lightly kicked Stone in the sides to get him going. The riders headed east after going over all Titus knew about where the Wyvern Dragon lived. They had plotted their course, and Dean let Ice take the lead as they galloped toward the sunrise. The horses were lively and anxious to run, since they hadn't had a good one lately. It was hours later that they slowed the horses down to a trot, so they could cool off. Ice handed out the bread and cheese sandwiches, allowing them to eat without stopping. They drank some water to wash it down as the horses snorted, trotting easily as they cooled. Ice, can you take my reins? Titus asked him. Sure, what's wrong? He asked. Nothing, I'm fine, just still tired. I'm going to tie myself to the saddle and try to nap if you'll lead my horse for me. Sure, no problem. Make sure you do it tightly, so you don't slip off and get hurt. I will. Titus tied himself down and leaned forward to rest on the horse's neck, as he sighed softly. Dean watched what was going on, and a wave of guilt rushed over him, knowing he hadn't given them enough time to rest. But he couldn't waste any more time. He needed to search for Sam. He saw Ice look back at him and looked away guiltily. This guilt was something Dean would have to live with, and it made him feel that much worse. SPN. They stopped later for a quick break, and to water the horses before continuing their quest. Dean wasn't going to stop until they ran out of light, and had to find a campsite for the night. He wanted to get as far as he could in the next few days, in hopes of finding anything that might be a trail leading them to Sam. There's a river up ahead, maybe another hour's ride, Ice spoke, breaking the silence among them. We should stop and let the horses drink. It'll be getting dark soon. Might be a good place to stop of the night. Dean didn't say anything as a sour look crossed his face. We can't kill ourselves this first day, Dean. It won't help Sam. Ice spoke calmly to him, hoping he would see reason. We need to rest after riding all day, and have a hot meal. It'll do us all good. You're right, Dean finally answered. We'll find a spot near the river and set up camp. Good. That sound good to you, Titus? Ice asked the young man who rode beside him. Yes, my backside is numb, Titus replied, wiggling around in his saddle and grimacing with discomfort. They rode on until the river came into view. Ice dismounted and led his horse to the river's edge to drink, and surveyed the area, searching for a suitable spot for their camp. He handed Titus his reins and walked back from the river, looking around at the trees that grew along the bank, until he found several downed trees that came together, making a covering. There's a place we can set up camp back that way, Ice let them know. It's far enough away from the water to be safe, but not too far. Do you think there's fish in this river? Dean asked, studying the water and seeing dark, deep sections that looked promising. Probably, but I don't know if you'll be able to catch anything. You and Ty, get the camp ready, and I'm going to give it a go. It'll save on our food if I can catch our dinner. Dean looked in his pack and found the fishing gear he had packed. He walked away from the others, searching for something to use as bait. He kicked over some rocks and grabbed a couple of wiggly worms to use. Is Dean okay? Titus quietly asked Ice as he watched his friend walk away. He's worried about his brother and feels helpless right now. Dean doesn't know if Sam is injured or possibly dead. We don't know what we'll find if and when we find Sam. I think Dean's biggest concern is if we can find Sam. I hate this happened because of me, Titus sadly said. If Sam and him hadn't come here to help find me, none of this would have happened. You can't be blaming yourself, son. It was no one's fault, Ice insisted as he led them to the place to set up camp. We were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I am praying with my whole heart that maybe Sam was able to get away and is searching for us. I agree. We can only hope he has survived. My prayers are with Sam too. Why don't you get a fire pit fixed, and I'll gather some wood. Maybe Dean will get lucky, and we'll have fresh fish for dinner. SPN. Dean ignored the others as he walked away dodging rocks and mud, until he found a place where the current was slow, and the water looked deep enough to fish. He fixed his line and slipped a worm onto the hook. He didn't have to toss it far, and let it sink into the water with a float bobbing on the surface. After settling on a large boulder, Dean drew in some slow, deep breaths, while keeping an eye on the float. His mind was in turmoil and was racing. This thing about not knowing whether Sam was alive was tearing him apart. There was an emptiness inside of him, and a gnawing fear of what he might find if they did find Sam. Images of blood and guts and Sam's accusing face staring at him made him jerk from his daydreaming. He saw the float was bouncing up and down, and quickly rolled the line in to find a good-sized fish flopping around on it. One down, two to go, Dean mumbled to himself. He caught the fish through the gills, and used a branch to secure it in the shallow water. He rebaited his hook and tossed the line out again to a different spot, and sat back down to wait. He tried to not let his thoughts go back to the images of Sam broken, bloody, and dead. Dean only had to fish for 30 more minutes to catch 2 more fish, and used his knife to kill and gut them. He was pleased with himself and strolled back to camp to find Ice, and Titus had it set up with a fire going. He held up his catch and received applause from them. He bowed and let Titus take the fish to cook. After their meal and once things were cleaned up, Dean moved to sit down beside Titus. "Ty, I want to apologize for making us leave before you were rested," Dean told him as he put an arm around his shoulders. "I get a little crazy when Sammy's in trouble." "Dean, it's okay. I know how much you love your brother, and you only want to find him." "I'll be okay, honest," Titus replied, smiling to let Dean know he understood his actions. "We're all worried about Sam, and I hope we can find him soon." "Thanks for understanding, Ty." Dean smiled back, a sadness in his eyes. He looked away, trying to hide his emotions and put on a strong front. He squeezed Titus's shoulder and patted his back before getting up and moving back to his bed. "Go on and get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night, Dean." Ice, Titus said before laying down and turning to his side. "Night, son," Ice replied softly, looking to Dean to see a faraway look on his face. "I'll take first watch if you like." Dean blinked a few times, breaking out of his thoughts, and looked at Ice. "It's fine, go on to bed. I'll take first watch. I'm not sleepy anyway." "All right, but wake me so you can get some rest too." "I will." Dean stirred the fire and added a little more wood as he leaned back against the fallen tree trunk and gazed deeply into the fire. He listened to the night sounds starting up around them, trying to sense if any danger was nearby. He had checked the area out very carefully to be sure there weren't any surprises lurking around that might join him for a nap. He didn't want a repeat of the previous encounter. SPN. Sam stepped back into the sunlight once again and walked to the edge of the incline that led down to the canyon floor. It wasn't steep, and he could probably make it down without much effort. He looked right and left and saw a large ledge that ran both ways for about 1,000 yards before tapering off. He was torn between leaving to search for his brother or staying with Drago until Black Beauty returned. He wasn't sure if she would let him leave and looked back toward the cave entrance when he heard the baby dragon making noises in his sleep. If he left now, Sam didn't know how far he could get with the few supplies he had left. But when Drago woke and didn't find him, he could wander out here, fall and get badly hurt. With a deep sigh, Sam began to stretch and jogged from one end of the ledge to the other 6 times, and then started doing sit-ups, jumping jacks, and other exercises to stay limber and fit. When he finished, Sam lay on his back and stared up to watch the fluffy white clouds dance across the blue sky. A light breeze blew across him, cooling him off. "Look who's awake," Sam laughed softly when Drago appeared at his side, and tried to climb onto his stomach as he licked his cheek. "How about you lay here beside me? You're already starting to put on weight." Sam stroked Drago's head and wings as he tried to talk to him and nibbled on his shirt. "No, don't eat that. I only have this one," Sam told him, pushing his mouth away from his shirt. "Are you hungry again? Let's go get you a little more meat, and maybe Mama will be back soon with a fresh kill." Sam got up and urged Drago to follow him back into the cave. He cut more meat from the carcass to fill a scale, and set it in front of the little dragon, chuckling as he began to gobble it down. "You have table manners like my brother," Sam told him, and stopped himself as a melancholy mood swept over him. He missed his brother and hoped he wasn't worrying too much about him. Sam wandered to the water and used a scale to dip some out to drink. He filled another and took it to Drago, sitting it by the other scale. He thought Black Beauty would be back soon since it was getting late afternoon, and about the time she came back the previous day. The three companions were on their third day of riding in search of Sam. The land had been changing with each passing day, and they were guided only by the sun, since there were no roads, trails, or paths to follow now. The trees were straggly and looked beaten down, and the grass had turned from a different shade of luscious green to a dried, greenish-brown. Shrub brush dotted the terrain and barred their paths at times, making them choose a path around them. The water was getting scarce, and they made sure to stop and fill all their containers whenever they ran across drinkable water. The day had started off sunny, but quickly became overcast with gray clouds building in the distance. It looked like rain might be on the way, and none was looking forward to having to ride in it. They would continue their search for Sam until they knew one way or the other what had happened to him. They were riding along single file with Dean in the lead. His spidery senses kicked in, and he stiffened and looked around trying to pinpoint what he was feeling. Something caught his attention in the sky, as a dark spot seemed to be drawing closer to them. He held up his hand for everyone to stop, as he kept his eyes on the spot, watching it get bigger. The others followed his gaze and saw the black spot too. "Isn't that?" Titus started as he nudged his ride forward while he squinted and shaded his eyes. "It is. Look, Dean. I think that's Black Beauty," he cried out excitedly as the dragon took shape the closer it got. "Yeah, you may be right," Dean cautiously said, wondering if there were other black dragons around. They watched as the dragon circled slowly above them, before gliding to the ground far enough away to not scare the horses. She turned and looked at the travelers, waiting to see what they would do. "Ice, take the horses so they don't run away," Dean told him, dismounting and handing over his reins. "Here's mine." Titus rushed as he slipped from the horse's side and ran toward the dragon. He was halted when Dean grabbed his arm to stop him. "Easy, Ty. We need to be sure it is her," Dean told him as he studied the dragon. Ice stayed back and cooed to the horses to keep them calm as he watched the interaction between his friends and the dragon. Titus had told him about a black dragon that they helped during their first task on the Dark Hunt. It was during the last hunt that the dragon had saved Dean's life when a harpy attacked them. He was amazed to see one this close and studied its huge body, large extended wings, long tapered neck, and a mouthful of deadly teeth. She was regal looking, and he could see wisdom and intelligence in her penetrating gaze. "It's her, Dean. She knows us," Titus insisted, pulling loose and walking closer to the dragon. "Hi, Black Beauty." He spoke to her, raising his hand as she lowered her head and allowed him to rub her face. She stuck her face near Titus's head and sniffed deeply before blowing warm breath on him. "Hey, that tickles," he laughed. Dean walked closer and looked into her eyes, seeing recognition as she blinked and stretched her neck toward him. "Hey girl," Dean said to her, scratching behind her ears and rubbing down the middle of her forehead. "What are you doing here?" Black Beauty drew in his scent and sent puffs of gray smoke at him as she growled in her chest. She flapped her wings slightly and raised her long neck up. After turning, she looked back at them and then toward some distant mountains. Once she did that a couple of times, she took flight and stayed above them, waiting to see if they understood her. "Dean, I think she wants us to follow her," Titus told him. "Did you see how she kept looking that way? What if she knows something about Sam?" "I don't know, but it's worth checking out, I guess." "We're not finding anything to help." Dean headed back to the horses with Titus. "We're going to follow her," Dean told Ice as he mounted and watched the dragon circle one more time before flying ahead of them. "All right," I said, trusting Dean's judgment. "So, that's your dragon," he commented. "Very impressive." "I wouldn't say she's my dragon by any means, but Black Beauty did help us back then." They kicked the horses into a gallop and kept the dragon in sight. If she got too far ahead, she would circle back to be sure they were heading the way she wanted. She was leading them more to the south than their previous trek. Hope was building again in Dean that maybe by some sheer miracle Black Beauty was leading them to Sam. How she found him or what shape he was in, he didn't know. Dean surmised that there was a reason Black Beauty had showed up and was guiding them somewhere. The horses kept a steady gallop for several hours until the riders slowed them to a trot, so they could cool down and not overtax them. It was getting darker as the clouds kept building and a few drops of rain began to fall. "Dean, we need to stop before the storm gets worse," Ice called to him. "We're not going to be able to see the dragon when it hits." Dean looked at the churning clouds overhead and felt drops of rain hit his face. He knew Ice was right, but he feared if they didn't continue to follow Black Beauty, they would lose her. A streak of lightning bounced around in the clouds before striking the earth. Up ahead, Titus pointed. "There's some trees for shelter over there." "Fine," Dean finally gave in. since he could barely see the black dragon anymore. They reined in the horses and headed for the stand of trees to set up a quick camp. They got the tarp hung in the branches of several trees for shelter from the rain that was beginning to come down harder. The horses were tied under the biggest tree with a tarp over them for protection and unsaddled. Luckily the ground sloped, and the rain ran away from them. Guess it's a cold meal tonight, Dean sighed listening to the rain hitting the tarp, and gazing out into the downpour. He was deflating and hung his head trying to rein in his emotions. It'll be okay, Dean. I know the direction Black Beauty was flying. There are canyons out that way with caves, Titus offered. If she wants to show us something, I think she'll come back, Ice added, wanting to give Dean the encouragement he needed to hear. Titus dug into the packs and got out dried meat, hunks of bread and 3 apples for their meal. He passed the food around and they ate in silence, hunched together against the coolness and dampness. They used the cooking pot to catch some rainwater and filled several water bottles to drink. SPN. Sam was standing at the cave entrance looking out at the rain, when Black Beauty suddenly dropped from the sky and landed on the ledge. She shook her body as she entered, spraying Sam with water. "Hey!" Sam cried out, stumbling back out of the way. "I'd like a shower, but not this way." Black Beauty looked down at him and gurgled, sounding like a laugh as she dropped some meat to the floor of the cave. She lumbered to her nest as Drago squeaked and squealed at her, rubbing against her legs. Sam moved to the kill and picked it up to set it on a rock he was using as a table. He got some water to wash it off before he started cutting it up. He had fallen into a routine over the past days of fixing food for Drago and himself, exercising, playing with Drago, sleeping and starting another day. Black Beauty watched Sam for a moment while Drago was eating, waiting for him to fix his meat so she could cook it. She had no way of relaying to him that his brother was near, and they would be seeing each other soon. The storm raged on for most of the night until it moved on just before dawn. "Am I glad the storm has passed?" Dean groaned as he rubbed his horse down before saddling him. "I agree," I said. "It wouldn't be pleasant to be riding in the rain." "Ty, are you sure about the direction we should going?" Dean questioned him. "Yes, I can guide us," Titus answered with a vigorous nod. "I think we're close," Dean mumbled as he tightened the cinch and patted Stone on the neck. "I feel it deep in my soul." Ice and Titus glanced at each other as they got their mounts ready, and hoped Dean was right. They were all weary after last night's storm, and none slept very much. Once they were ready, Titus took the lead and headed toward the distant mountains. They had the horses galloping at a steady pace, hoping that Black Beauty would find them again and lead them to wherever she wanted them to go. Dean kept scanning the skies looking for her, but didn't see her. "We're lucky these are fairy horses with strong, incredible endurance that can travel fast in this terrain. Horses from my world would never be able to cover this much distance." The sun was moving across the sky and was almost overhead when Dean spotted something ahead of them. He pulled Stone to a stop and studied the mound on the ground before nudging his horse forward. He grabbed the saddle when Stone reared and wouldn't go any closer. "Easy boy," Dean spoke to him as Stone pranced and neighed in fright. "You don't have to go closer. Titus, keep the horses here, and we'll see what has frightened them," Ice told him, getting off his horse and handing him the reins. "He's right. Stay here," Dean agreed, giving Titus his reins too. They walked closer to the mound and stopped to inspect it. "Isn't that what?" Dean started as fear gripped his heart, making his chest ache. He started to search around for his brother. "It's a dragon," Ice finished for him. He squatted down to look at the broken body. "He's not here," Dean sadly said. "Check this out," Ice called to him. "It looks like this dragon was in a fight and lost. Look at these deep gouges and burns on the face. It looks like one of the wings was shredded. This must be the one that took Sammy, but where is he? And what would attack a dragon this size? It had to be something bigger. Him not being here is a good sign, Dean. That means he could have gotten away." Dean slowly did a 360 circle, looking in every direction for anything that might be Sam or maybe a trail he left. Then he realized after the heavy rain last night, it would have erased any trace of a trail, and let his shoulders slump in defeat. "We need to keep looking," Ice urged when he saw the disheartening look on Dean's face. "Yeah, I'm not giving up," Dean huffed as he shook his body. "We'll keep heading for the mountains, and hopefully we can find that canyon Ty was talking about." Sam would have found shelter from the weather and predators in a cave, hurt or not, until he was ready to get moving again. "If we find the caves, I bet we'll find Sammy." They headed back to Titus and the horses to mount up and ride a wide berth around the dead dragon. Titus questioned them about what they had found, but went silent when he found out what it was. He kept glancing at Dean and saw the stoic look on his face, and had a sense of what he was thinking. If that was the dragon that took Sam, where was Sam? He knew a fall from any height that a person wouldn't be able to survive it. He could feel the tension, stress, and worry coming off Dean, and wished he could do something for him to help ease his pain. SPN. We need to stop and rest the horses, Ice told his companions as he looked up at the sun. It was past noon and was heading toward mid-afternoon. Okay, Dean sighed. 15-minute break and then we continue. We're getting close now. Titus groaned as he slipped from his horse and led him to a patch of grass so he could eat. The others dismounted and let the horses munch on what grass was around, while they ate a few pieces of dried meat and drank some water. They found a rock that would hold some water and gave each of the horses water. Once the riders had walked around and stretched their bodies, they swung onto the backs of the horses and continued their journey. Up ahead, Titus pointed as they neared the range of mountains. There's a canyon that runs through them, and there are supposed to be caves scattered throughout. We'll take the horses as far as we can, Dean decided as he urged Stone to trot faster. They would be to the large scar that cut into the side of the mountain in about an hour. The opening into the canyon was strewn with large boulders, but still looked passable. Ice and Titus flicked their reins and got their horses galloping to catch up with Dean. It didn't take them long to get to the beginning of the canyon. We go single file and watch for any danger, Dean told them as he walked Stone around the boulders and entered the large opening, ever watchful on both sides for any trouble. He could already see this would be a great place for an ambush. They had been moving through the canyon for about 20 minutes and found a spring bubbling up from the ground. Dean had them stop and let the horses drink, and then fill their water containers before moving on. As Dean led his horse instead of riding it, he scanned for any caves above them. SPN. Sam rolled over and found Draco had nestled down beside him again and was sleeping. He sighed softly and looked toward the nest to see Black Beauty was gone. It still amazed him at how quiet she could be as big as she was. He never heard her leave in the mornings before he woke. Sam reached and scratched Draco on the back around his wings, and was rewarded by them fluttering happily. He didn't want to admit it, but he was enjoying looking after Draco. He got up and stretched as Draco rolled over, grunting and snorting about losing his pillow. He looked up at Sam with huge, dark eyes that only showed love. He followed Sam outside so they could relieve themselves before going back inside. Sam looked at his rock table and saw something large lying across it and draping down the sides. He moved to check it out and decided it was some type of fish, but not one he recognized. He decided to take it outside to clean and fix it for Draco and himself. Sam would cook his portion outside, so not to fill the cave with a fish smell. Draco pranced around him and cried out knowing this was food. He washed the fillets he cut off the large fish creature. Sam liked sushi, but decided not to take the chance of eating this raw. Hold on, Sam laughed as he started cutting up one fillet for the impatient baby dragon. He took some of the wood he had gathered and started a fire to cook his portion. His mouth watered as the odor of the fish cooking wafted around him. Sam wondered where Black Beauty was since she usually stayed around to be sure Draco was fed. Draco tried to keep up with Sam as he jogged down the ledge and turned to go back. He grabbed at Sam's pants legs and tried to catch him, almost making Sam fall. Hey, Sam complained, slapping lightly at the dragon and dodging his attempts to catch him. He finished his run and plopped to the ground to do his sit-ups, letting Draco sit on his feet to hold them down. After finishing his routine, Sam leaned back against the cliff wall and just looked out across the rocky terrain. He caught sight of a bird that was gliding down the canyon, catching the thermals that lifted him higher, and watched him soar away. He looked at the little dragon and thought someday he would be soaring around in the sky. This was his quiet time since the little dragon was curled beside him asleep. He watched as his legs began to kick and wondered what he could be dreaming about. His little wings twitched, and Sam wondered if he was dreaming of flying with his mother in the wide open sky. The day passed by before Sam even realized it. One ran into the other. The only thing to distinguish one from the other was day turned into night, and they slept only to start another day. Foreign noises had Sam standing and looking around to find the source. He shooed Draco back into the cave and eased to the edge of the incline to look at the canyon floor below them. He could swear he heard voices echoing around down there and wasn't sure who it could be, unless could it be possible it was his brother. He gripped his knife tightly in his hand, determined to defend Draco and himself. A rock rolled down the embankment from above, and Sam quickly looked up to see Black Beauty perched above them like a gargoyle. She didn't move a muscle, except to tilt her head enough to look down at Sam. Sam felt better now that he knew Black Beauty was guarding them. He looked back down the canyon as other noises drifted to him. He was sure there was someone down there but couldn't see them yet. He cocked his head and listened intently when an occasional word was understood. He caught a couple of words and realized he knew that voice. Without thinking, Sam leapt to his feet and made his way down the ledge when he spied figures rounding a bend. He would know that shape anywhere and almost fell as he started waving frantically. He stumbled backward, but didn't take his eyes off the figures walking along along the canyon floor. "Dean!" Sam yelled in excitement. "Dean!" He waved frantically at him, almost falling from the edge, and quickly stepped back. "Sammy!" A faint voice replied as one figure separated from the others and started running along the canyon floor until he was to a place where he could begin climbing the incline. "Stay there, I'm coming." Sam watched as his brother made his way up the slope, deciding not to fully test his recovery yet and let him come to him. He sucked in a breath when Dean slid in one spot, almost falling, but got his balance and continued upward. Sam reached a hand toward Dean when he got close enough and pulled him the rest of the way over the edge to stable ground. "Sammy," Dean panted as he leaned over to catch his breath. He looked his brother over for any signs of injury before grabbing him in a bear hug. "It's good to see you, bro," he mumbled in his ear as he squeezed him tightly as tears filled his eyes. Emotions ran high in both brothers. "You too," Sam replied, hugging him back just as tightly. He couldn't help the soft sob that escaped from between his lips as tears leaked from his eyes. "We've been looking for days trying to find you," Dean said, running a hand down Sam's face, wiping his tears and refusing to let go of him. "What happened to you and why do you smell funky?" he asked, wrinkling his nose as he sniffed him. Before Sam could reply, Ice and Titus made their way over the ledge and looked at the two brothers. Sam smiled at them and shook Ice's hand and accepted a hug from Titus. "Titus, thank you for helping Dean and delaying returning to your family. I know how much you want to get back to them," Sam told Titus, patting his back. "It's good to see you're okay." Ice told him, shocked that Sam was not injured in any way. He would have thought there would be signs of injury after being taken by the dragon. They all looked at the cave opening when Draco ran out and squeaked in surprise at the strangers. He made a beeline for Sam and hid behind his legs, while eyeing the others warily. He tried to roar deep in his chest, but it only came out as a soft growl, along with some puffs of smoke. "What the hell, Sammy? Who's your bodyguard?" Dean asked, looking perplexed at the baby dragon, and then up at Sam. "Wanna tell me what's going on?" Titus squatted and wiggled his fingers at Drago as he cooed at him. The little dragon sniffed the air and snorted, sending a stream of smoke out his open mouth, but eased closer to him. "He likes being scratched," Sam told him, stepping back a little and letting Titus get closer. He smiled as Titus started scratching his neck and back, making Drago almost purr in his throat. The little dragon butted Titus, making him fall so he could climb on him and play. "Black Beauty was on the cliff above us. I'm not sure where she went," Sam told them, looking up. "Better not get too boisterous so we don't upset her, since she might think we're going to hurt her baby." "Black Beauty, as in the one who saved Dean? She led us here, sort of?" Ice asked. His interest piqued because Dean had told him the story. "Okay, Sammy, spill it. How did you end up here?" Dean questioned. They sat down on the ledge around Sam so he could tell his story. "We were walking across the meadow, and suddenly I was up in the air," Sam recounted as he looked out across the canyon. "I didn't know what had happened until I realized I was in the clutches of a dragon. I couldn't fight since my arms were pinned to my body by his talons." Sam paused and absently rubbed his side where he was injured. "We saw Sammy," Dean said, softly patting his arm. "I was going to shoot it, but was afraid it'd drop you. I didn't know." Dean faltered and looked down at the ground. "It's fine, Dean. I know if you could have done anything you would have," Sam assured him. "Black Beauty saved me," he said proudly. "This is her baby." "She did how?" "She attacked the dragon, and I passed out. So I don't know what happened, but when I woke I was in this cave. She healed my injuries like she did you, Dean." Sam pulled his shirt up and showed them his scars that were still pink and tender looking. "You got a dragon kiss." Dean smiled, looking over at the baby dragon with interest when Titus laughed loudly. He didn't say what he was thinking, not wanting to spoil the mood, but by the look of the scars, Sam would probably have died without her intervention. They all looked up when Black Beauty glided to the ledge and landed. She looked the humans over and eyed her baby to be sure he was okay. The scent of two of the humans was familiar to her, and she wasn't concerned. The dragon eyed the third member closely, not sensing any danger from him. She snorted and grumbled before settling down nearby to watch over them. "There she is," Dean mumbled, looking into Black Beauty's eyes and nodding his thanks to her. A moment of understanding passed between them before he turned back to his brother to listen to him talk. "I helped Drago to be born by helping to break the shell open and free him," Sam explained to them. "I used my knife hilt to make the cracks bigger, and the blade to slit the membrane inside. With one hard pull, it came open and Drago was released. I fell backwards and he landed on top of me." Sam laughed as he remembered the scene, thinking how funny it would have looked to the others. "So, you got dragon slimed," Dean surmised as he tried to picture it in his mind and chuckled. "Drago?" Ice asked about the name. "Oh, it's Latin for dragon. Watch it, Sammy, your geeky side is showing." Sam gave him a bitch face and rolled his eyes before continuing. We sort of bonded and Black Beauty brought food for us, and I fed Drago and myself. She didn't want me to leave, but I think she understood I needed to get to Dean to let him know I was okay. I told her stories about us growing up and how you looked after me. Black Beauty is wise, and I believe she does understand us, Dean offered, looking back at the mama dragon who seemed to be listening. So, you became a babysitter, he teased with a chuckle, making the others snicker too. What else was I to do? Sam snipped, giving Dean his best bitch face glare. I had no supplies really, since when the dragon snagged me he ripped my pack and destroyed some of my supplies. Plus, I didn't know where I was or how to find you guys. Even if she did let me go, I had no idea which way to even go. You know, Sammy, if you weren't so tall maybe someone else might have been taken. I figure the dragon zeroed in on you because you're bigger and would make a better meal. Dean continued his teasing. No, it wasn't, Sam insisted. I was at the back of the group and the first one it came to. You keep telling yourself that, Dean said with a smirk. I hate to interrupt your banter, but do you think she will let us leave with Sam? Ice questioned, looking at the mother dragon as she watched them. Why not? She brought us here. Dean shrugged. Hey there, he spoke to the baby dragon that butted his side for attention. He rubbed Drago's head for a moment and laughed softly. It's getting late, think we can camp below for the night? Titus asked as he joined the others. Don't see why not. There's water in the cave if you need any, and Mama Dragon usually brings some food for dinner. I'm sure she'll share, Sam told them. He got up and walked over to Black Beauty. Thank you for finding my brother. They want to stay for the night, and then we'll leave in the morning. Black Beauty turned her head and lowered it down to Sam's face. She glanced at Dean, who had gotten up and stepped to his brother's side, feeling the need to protect. Your baby seems to be doing okay now. You don't need Sammy anymore, Dean stated. We need to get Ty home and go back to our world. Black Beauty stood onto her feet as she let her wings sway back and forth for a moment, before moving them faster to take flight. She soared out into the canyon and disappeared, stirring up the dust and dirt on the ledge. Dean and Sam coughed and shielded their eyes from the flying debris. It'll be dark soon. We should go set camp up and tend to the horses, Ice said, standing up. If you want to stay up here with your brother, it's fine. Dean can bring some food down for your meal when she comes back with it. Sam suggested, wanting some along time with his brother. I'd like to spend one more night with them before I leave. All right, I said, sensing Sam needed time with his brother. Come on, Titus, we'll find a place nearby to set up camp. Sam bid them goodbye and grabbed Drago, as he tried to follow Titus over the edge. No, you don't, Sam yelled, grabbing the little dragon and pulling him back, which wasn't an easy task. A little help here, dude. Hold on, Dean complained, getting up to help with Drago. We should get him inside before he tries again. Sam guided Drago into the cave and to the nest. Mama will be back with food shortly, he told the little dragon. Settle down here now. He rubbed him and made sure he was going to stay before moving away. Oh yeah, you smell like dragon, Dean decided, coughing a couple of times as he looked around the cave. He saw Sam's sleeping bag lying on one side and a large pool of water near the back. Can't smell anything, Sam shrugged. He went to his sleeping bag and sat down, waiting for Dean to join him. I was really worried about you, bro, Dean told his brother in a serious voice. I didn't know if you were alive or Dean couldn't say it as he looked away. I didn't know what to do, where to even start looking, and I had no idea what'd I find if we found, he trailed as his voice cracked. I understand, Dean, but I had faith you would find me, Sam softly whispered, bumping shoulders with him. I don't think anyone else would have even looked for me, surmising that I was dead or would soon be a dragon snack. It's all good. I wish I could have gotten a message to you, but there wasn't any way to do that. You've found me now and we can get Titus home and go home ourselves. Yeah, now you'll have some stories to tell Bobby about all this. I know, this was an adventure of a lifetime, and I'm still pinching myself to see if it's real. Oh, we'll need to make a stopover at the farm where we left the horses. I promised to help Harry him out on the farm for the supplies he gave us. That's fine. I don't mind doing that. A lot of people have helped along the way, and we should repay who we can. They sat in silence, since words were not needed, watching Drago play in the nest. They were just happy to be reunited again. It wasn't long before Black Beauty returned with food. Sam divided it and gave some to Dean for their meal. He bid him goodbye with assurances they would see each other the following morning. Dean was hesitant at first to leave Sam now that he had found him, but he knew he would okay with Black Beauty and Drago. Sam woke early the following morning. excited about being reunited with his brother, and that they would be heading home with a couple of detours, of course. He saw Black Beauty had already left to hunt and bring back food for Drago and him. He planned on taking some down for the others when he joined them. "Hey, sleepyhead," Sam chuckled as Drago stirred and yawned widely, before shaking his body and wings. He flapped his wings hard for a moment before squeaking and giving a small roar. "I hear you, buddy, but we have to wait on your mama to bring food." Sam shook out his sleeping bag and packed what little he had into his patched backpack, and sat it outside the cave, so he'd be ready to leave. He added some small scales that he had collected to take with him as souvenirs. He walked to the edge of the incline and looked to the canyon floor, searching for the camp below. At first, he didn't see it, and his heart skipped a beat and sped up until he spotted it a little further down, and sighed with relief. They had camped under an overhang that stuck out from the canyon wall, and it was hard to spot unless you really looked for it. It had flashed through his mind that something had happened to them during the night, but pushed that out of his mind, knowing Black Beauty would have heard any disturbance, and would have gone to investigate it. Humming to himself, Sam waited for Black Beauty to return with food for her baby that would also be shared with them. He was going to prep a double portion, so there would be more food for Drago when he got hungry later. Sam felt a twinge of regret at leaving while he was still so young, but he couldn't stay. Now that Titus was found, they needed to return him home and return to their own world. It wasn't long before he heard the flapping of wings, and watched as Mama Dragon lightly landed at the entrance of the cave. She carried an animal carcass in her mouth and deposited it beside his rock table. Drago already knew that food was coming and scampered around his feet chirping and trying to roar. "I hear you," Sam laughed. "You have to give me time to fix it." He decided to cut bigger chunks of meat for him so he could get used to it. When the scale was full, Sam sat it on the floor near his mother, and continued to cut strips of meat to take with him for their breakfast. Once he had enough, Sam cut more meat and set it aside for the little dragon. "So, this is goodbye, Black Beauty and Drago," Sam addressed her as he stood in front of her watching. When she turned her head toward him and moved closer, he looked at Drago as he continued. "I'm glad I could help you, Drago. I hope you grow up to be as wise, strong, and intelligent as your mother. I'm going to join my brother, Dean, and we're going to be heading home." Black Beauty sniffed and grumbled in her throat and bowed her head slightly to him, like she was thanking him for his help. She blinked slowly several times as if deep in thought, before turning her gaze back to him, and then toward the entrance, as if telling him he could go now. Sam took this moment to snap a few shots of Mama and Baby Dragon, before storing his camera. "Thank you for saving my life. I don't think I would be here if you hadn't healed me. I will be in your debt forever." Sam bowed his head to her and turned to walk from the cave, picking up a scale with the meat. He opened his pack and covered it with a cloth, before placing the scale inside. After shouldering his pack, Sam walked to the edge and determined the best way down for him. There was almost a trail cut into the side of the incline, and Sam used it to his advantage. He carefully made his way down the rocky slope, disturbing small rocks that rolled ahead of him. He was about halfway down when a disturbance and cries of distress from above had him stopping and looking up. "No," Sam mumbled in fear when he saw Draco was at the edge of the ledge running back and forth and flapping his wings. "No," he yelled when suddenly the little dragon launched himself from the ledge. "Draco!" Sam screamed in a panic as he tried to move across the incline to get under the dragon. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion, as the little dragon jumped from the edge out into the air, and seemed to hang there for seconds before gravity interceded. He began to fall toward the canyon floor below, when the thermals caught his wings and lifted him upward as he started flapping hard for a moment, until he seemed to get the hang of it, and he got a rhythm. Sam was slipping on his bottom and almost tumbled down the incline, sending rocks and dirt down ahead of him. He scraped the palms of his hands on the sharp rocks, as he tried to stop himself from falling. He tried to keep his eyes on Draco and slowed when the little dragon began to fly. He never saw Black Beauty as she lifted from the ledge and glided down into the canyon after her baby. None of them saw Dean, Ice, and Titus running across the canyon floor when they saw what was happening above them. Dean was the fastest, and he kept his eyes on Drago as he got closer to the ground. He reached up and grabbed for the dragon when he got close, catching his feet as he stumbled backward, and fell to the ground with Drago on top of him. "Dean!" Sam yelled as he made his way toward the others. He skidded to a stop when he heard a few choice curse words coming from his brother, because Drago was licking his face. Everyone braced themselves when Black Beauty came down, flapping her long wings to slow her descent, so she could land. She roared at the humans but didn't attack when Drago climbed off Dean and ran toward Sam. He butted his legs until Sam stroked him and shooed him to his mama, so she'd know he was okay. Sam looked up at Black Beauty for a moment, thinking he saw a satisfied look on her face, like she wanted that to happen. Hey bro, Sam said cautiously, turning his attention to Dean. Are you okay? Am I okay? Dean fussed in disgust. Am I okay? I was just slimed by that little demon, and now I'm going to smell like you. Sam stood there staring at Dean as he processed what he had said, and then suddenly cackled with laughter before he could stop himself. It seemed contagious because Ice and Titus started laughing too. Dean got to his feet, swearing at all of them as he wiped his arm across his face to try and get the slobber off it. He gave them a death glare and sneer as he waited for the laughter to subside. Are you done? He pouted, a sour look plastered on his face. Oh, yeah, Sam huffed as he wiped the tears from his face and took a couple of deep breaths. Good catch, Sam offered with a shrug. I brought some meat for breakfast. When did that little shit learn to fly? Dean questioned, looking at Drago, who was pouncing around Black Beauty's feet. Just now, and he did a pretty good job for his first time. Black Beauty roared again, softer this time, before pushing Drago to the side so she could take flight. They watched as Drago copied his mother and flapped his wings hard, making his body lift off the ground and waver in the air. The breeze from his mama's wings sent him higher, and he flew with Black Beauty back to their cave. The group moved to the camp where Titus quickly cooked the meat Sam brought with him, and they ate it along with some hard bread. Once the meal was over and they packed their belongings, they began to walk out of the canyon away from the cave. Sam looked back a few times and thought he saw Drago and Black Beauty watching them, but couldn't be sure. When they exited the canyon, it was decided that Tidou would ride double with Ice first, and then would swap off to Dean when they made their first rest stop. Dean decided it would be better that way to not wear one horse out with double riders all the way back. Ice took the lead and started retracing their trail back to Harium's farm. The horses galloped at a steady pace, seeming to know they were heading home. Sam never noticed how Dean kept watching him from time to time, like he couldn't believe Sammy was alive and okay. Their journey would be over soon, and the brothers could return to their world with memories and photos of their adventures in this realm. Sam was trying to get his rhythm back with riding horses again. He let his body sway with the motion of the animal, and let the horse do all the work. He looked at his brother, who was just ahead of him with Titus riding double with him, and smiled to himself. He was back where he belonged, but couldn't stop watching the skies and glancing behind them for any danger. He couldn't help feeling jittery still after his recent brush with death from a dragon. Of course, he decided Dean didn't need to know exactly how close to death he had been. The day wore on and they were making good time, at least. At the next brief rest, Titus switched and was going to ride with Sam for a while. The weather was good, and there was a breeze blowing across the land, keeping the temperature comfortable. How are you doing, Sam? Titus asked, trying to make polite conversation. I'm fine, Sam replied. How about you? Have you recovered from your ordeal? I have. Luckily they didn't break anything when they questioned me. What did they want? Since I had journeyed into the Forbidden Forest to the tree with the magic fruit, they wanted me to guide them to it, so they could plunder and strip it bare. And you agreed but led them in circles through the forest. Yes, I knew Ice was looking for me. I heard them talking about a warrior elf that was trailing them, and they thought they had killed him. I knew Ice wouldn't go down that easily, and knew he would be looking for me. Dean found the trail you left. That was clever thinking on your part. It helped us find you. I never dreamed you and Dean would be with Ice, but I'm glad he asked for your help, and you decided to do it. I don't think he could have rescued me by himself. As soon as Dean found out you were in trouble, he didn't hesitate, and I wasn't let him come by himself this time. You are a good brother, Sam. I know Dean was worried about you when he was here. He was afraid of the lengths you might go to try and rescue him. Yeah, well, I wasn't in the greatest place after he was kidnapped. Sam trailed off as he thought about what he had almost done. If Castiel hadn't stopped him in time, Sam was sure he probably would have died when he tried to summon the witch. You don't have to say anything. I saw the same thing in Dean when you went missing. You two have a special bond that most could only dream of having with their siblings. Yes, I guess we do. We've had it our whole lives, though there were a few times it was tested over the years. You were lucky to have a big brother. I wish that I had had one growing up or any family. That must have been hard on you being alone like that. It was until Dean came alone and picked me as his guide. He changed my entire life. Your brother treated me as an equal and wouldn't let anyone do otherwise. He gave me confidence, courage, and respect for myself. I was blessed when he asked Ice to find me a home. Dean knew I didn't belong in your world. That's true, Sam nodded. There are those in our world who would want to hunt you and kill you because you are different. I think any place has good and bad people, Titus said. That is true. You grew into a wise young man. thanks. Dean said you were super smart and even went to college. He had to explain to me what that was. Thanks, but Dean is just as smart as me. He just doesn't like to show it. People underestimate him and that's a big mistake. What are you two jabbering about back there? Dean asked, getting their attention. Nothing, they said together and laughed at that. Whatever, Dean mumbled, giving them a weird look before turning back around. We'll be stopping when we find a campsite somewhere ahead, since it'll be dark soon, he called back to them. All right, Sam replied, wondering if Dean heard anything they were saying. SPN. There's water up ahead, Ice told them. Looks like a good place to stop. We can use those boulders to protect our backs. All right, think you can check around to see if there's any game. And we'll get the horses rubbed down, watered and settled, and the camp set up, Dean replied. All right, maybe I can scare up something for our dinner. Here, take my horse, Ice agreed. He handed the reins to Dean and went off on foot to search for any game. Dean led the others on to the place Ice found, and they dismounted and started getting camp set up. He assigned Titus to take care of the horses, while Sam and him did the rest. They had a fire going and beds laid out when Ice strolled back into camp with 2 small turkey-like birds. Sam volunteered to cook the birds, while Dean and Titus searched along the stream bank for any eatable roots or berries to go with it. By the time the two returned, the birds were almost ready. They added their finds, and everyone was anxious to eat as the aroma filled their camp. Man, this is good, Dean hummed as he tore the meat off a leg and popped it in his mouth. You did good, Sammy. Thanks, Sam replied shyly, keeping his gaze on his food. And thank Ice for shooting them. He appreciated the praise from Dean, but was a little self-conscious that it was in front of the others. Thank you, Ice. So, Ty, when we get back to the farm, I'll have Ice take you into town and find you a ride back home. There's no use you staying with us while we help Harriam on the farm. I know you want to get back to your family. We'll probably stay a couple of days to help him out before leaving. Titus looked up from his food as Dean spoke and thought about what he said. He did want to get back to his family, but didn't want to abandon his rescuers. They had risked their lives to save him. Only on one condition, Titus answered. Will you stop by my home before you leave? Of course. We wouldn't leave without a proper goodbye, Dean assured him. I have to see my namesake one more time. All right, then I'll do that. I really can't wait to get home. There's a lot of work that needs to get done that my wife can't do. Good, that's settled then. Ice and I take turns staying watch tonight. And you two can do it tomorrow night. Sound okay, everyone? Are you sure you don't want me to take a turn tonight? Sam asked. I think we can handle it. Right, Ice? Yes, there shouldn't be a problem, Ice replied. After the meal was finished, Sam and Titus cleaned the dishes. Ice was taking first watch, so Dean stretched out on his sleeping bag, being sure to be on the outside position with Sam and Titus behind him. Things quieted down when everyone turned in. Ice fed the fire and started humming softly as he listened to the night come alive. Sam missed Drago and Black Beauty, but knew they would be okay. He listened to Ice's deep voice and the tune he was humming. His eyes grew heavy, and the humming lulled him to sleep. Dreams of another time and place filled his mind, and he rolled over to snuggle into Dean's back, knowing he was safe with his brother. When Dean was woken for his turn at watch, he was surprised to find Sam tucked into his back like he slept as a kid, and slid away from him, only to have him stir. But he whispered for him to go back to sleep. He patted Sam's shoulder and brushed his long hair from his face, as he made sure he went back to sleep. A warmness built in his chest because they didn't have a lot of these type of moments anymore, now that they were both grown. The horses neighed and snorted loudly like they were disturbed by something, so Dean took a branch and lit the end to check on them. He walked cautiously to the animals and looked around to be sure nothing was luring in the darkness. Dean mumbled to each horse and stroked them to calm them. He placed the branch in the ground by them, so the light would shine around them. When he was satisfied nothing was there, Dean went back to the fire and settled back down beside it. Several times Dean heard something moving out near the stream, but whatever it was didn't come near their camp. The first rays of a new day were breaking over the horizon, as the others began to stir and wake up. They filled their water containers, ate the last of the power bars, and broke camp to head out. If they didn't run into any problems, Ice estimated, they would be back at the farm in about 2 days. The terrain was getting better, and they finally picked up a trail as they got closer to the populated areas. On the afternoon of the second day, the group topped a hill to see Harriam's farm in the distance. It was late afternoon, and things started looking familiar as they neared the farmhouse. They had slowed the horses down to a fast trot, letting them cool down and get their breath. Titus was riding with Ice now, and he stretched to look around him to see the farm in the distance. Will we go into town today or in the morning? Titus asked Ice. Whatever you like. Town is not that far away, and I know you are eager to get home. Do you think Dean would mind me leaving today? No, he knows what it feels like to be away from family. Then, yes, I would like to go to town and find a ride home. I thought as much. After we get to the farm, you can tell them goodbye, and we will leave. All right? Titus leaned back and swayed with the motion of the horse, as he thought about what he would say to Dean. He was like a big brother to him, and he risked his life to come and help. He was going to be sure Dean kept his promise and stopped by on their way home to see him and his family. Thank goodness we're here. Sam groaned as he dismounted and walked around trying to get the feeling back in his butt and legs. He stretched and hissed as his back popped in several places. Right back at you. Dean grunted as he rolled his shoulders and his head. After a short rest, I'm going to take Titus into town, Ice announced, letting Titus slide off first and then dismounted. Yes, I am anxious to get home, Titus added. You are still coming by after you finish here, right? Titus addressed Dean with a hopeful look on his face. He knew the brothers must be anxious to get home too. Of course, Ty, I wouldn't leave without seeing you one last time, Dean assured him, grasping his shoulder and squeezing gently. You want to ride my horse to town? Sam asked. I see you made it back with your friend, Harriam greeted them. Yes, and as promised we will help you out around the farm for a couple of days as payment for all your help, Dean told him. I was curious if you would return, and I'm happy you are a man of your word. Tomorrow we'll start, because today we need to rest. The missus will have some food ready for your dinner shortly, and I'll bring it out to you. Thank you, that is kind of you. Dean nodded, bowing his head slightly. He turned back to Titus and pulled him into a hug. We'll be seeing you again soon. You take care getting home. I will, and Tisha will have a nice meal prepared for you. She is a great cook and makes the best pies. I'll be looking forward to it. If you can't find reputable travelers for Titus, you just drag him back here and he can travel on another day, Dean told Ice. Don't let him talk you into something unsafe. Goodbye, Sam. I'll be seeing you soon, Titus spoke to Sam, who was standing to the side. He could see a look of uncertainty on his face, and wanted to be sure to include him. Goodbye, safe travels, Sam replied, shaking his hand. He didn't have the connection with Titus as Dean did and didn't feel right hugging him. Ice and Titus mounted their horses and with a final wave rode toward town. Dean and Sam stood there for a moment before turning to Stone to take care of him and put him in the corral. They took all the packs into the barn and left them. They wandered around the farm, checking it out, finding the garden that had crops to harvest, a woodpile that needed wood chopped, some loose boards on the corral and in the barn wall. It seemed there was plenty for them to do over the next couple of days. SPN. Ice, Dean, and Sam were up early the next morning. Ice went with the oldest son, Darius, on a hunt for meat to put up for the winter months. Dean decided to tackle the woodpile and chopped enough wood to last a while. Sam volunteered to help with the laundry and asked if he could wash a few of their dirty clothes. He gathered socks, briefs, and shirts, deciding jeans would take too long to dry before they had to leave. Sam pumped water into buckets and carried it behind the house to a large black kettle sitting over a fire pit. He poured water into the kettle and then squatted to gather some wood to start the fire to heat the water. He went back for more water, filling the kettle 2/3 full, and then filled a wooden tub with water to rinse the clothes in. Hey, Dean complained when Sam came over and began to pick up some of the wood he had chopped. I need it for the fire to wash clothes, Sam snipped back at him. He took the wood and dropped it by the fire, and checked the water to see if it was heating. Seja, Harriam's wife, brought out a basket of clothes and added Sam's to the pile. She nodded her approval at what he had done so far. These young men were handy with their hands and didn't mind hard work. They were a blessing for the farmer and his wife. The water is hot enough now, Seja told Sam. She dropped a sliver of homemade soap into the water and handed Sam a long pole with an axe of wood fixed on the bottom. Use this to push clothes into water and stir them, she instructed, giving him a demonstration of how to do it. Sam took clothes and dropped them into the pot, and used the pole to push them deeper into the water to get wet. He was careful so he wouldn't slouch water out and put out the fire. He began to stir and move the clothes around in the kettle. He chuckled to himself when he realized that he was a human agitator like the agitators in their washing machines back home. After about 15 minutes of agitation, Seja had Sam remove the clothes and put them in the wooden tub to rinse. He added more dirty clothes to the kettle while Seja rinsed the first ones. She had a hand-turning roller that she ran the clothes through several times to get out as much water as possible. before dropping them into the basket nearby. Sam wiped the sweat from his face as he finished the last load of clothes and took over rinsing them. It was hard work getting them all done and ready to hang on the lines in the sun. He carried the basket to the clothesline, sitting it down. After picking up a shirt, he shook it out hard to get what wrinkles he could out before hanging it on the line. Once everything was hung to dry, Sam stopped for a moment and accepted a drink of water from Seja. He dumped the water from the wooden tub and used a bucket to dip the hot water out of the kettle to throw away. "Thank you kindly for your help," Seja spoke softly to Sam as she dipped slightly, bowing to him. "You are welcome," Sam answered with a warm smile. "Guess I better go help my brother." He continued looking at Dean swinging the axe and cutting a hunk of wood in two. He walked over to his brother and began to gather wood that lay around him and took it to where wood was stacked against the back wall of the cabin. "Need a break?" Dean huffed, jerking his shirt off and wiping his face. "I can get you some water," Sam offered innocently, not looking at Dean. "Yeah, that sounds good." Dean drew in some deep breaths and suddenly yelled out in shock and surprise when Sam threw a bucket of cold water at him, dousing him. "Hope that cools you off," Sam laughed as Dean slowly turned to look at him with revenge in his eyes. "You're going to pay for that, bro." Dean growled as he advanced toward him as Sam stepped back. Neither saw that Seja was watching them with interest as Sam turned to run, and Dean was right on his heels. Dean snagged Sam's t-shirt and jerked him backward, making Sam stumble. He drug him to the pump and pushed Sam under the spout. He began to pump the water, dousing Sam's body and face. "Stop!" Sam yelled as he tried to fight his brother off. "Uncle, you should know better, little brother," Dean rebuked him, letting him get up. "You never win at these things." They both looked to the back porch when giggles caught their attention. Seja was standing there watching them with merriment on her face. She shook her head at them, acting like kids as Sam stood and wiped the water from his face. "We're setting a bad example," Sam mumbled, smiling and waving at her. "You started it," Dean growled, waving too. "Come on, Dumbus, we need to finish stacking the wood." He pushed Sam back toward the split wood, and they started gathering it to stack with the other wood. When that was full, they put the rest in an open shed nearby to keep the wood out of the weather. By the time they were finished, their clothes were mostly dry. They looked out across the field and saw Ice and Darius coming back, pulling a sled behind them. They went out to meet them and saw two large deer-like creatures that had been gutted and drained of blood. "I see you had good luck," Dean praised them. "We did, thanks," Ice replied as Dean took over pulling one side of the sled, while Sam took the other to give them a break. "Hello, son, looks like we've been blessed on this hunt." Harium greeted the hunters. "I'll go get a fire going in the smokehouse while you take care of them." "All right, Dad." "Have either of you ever skinned an animal before?" Darius asked. "Nope, but there's a first for everything," Dean answered. "We use the hide to make items, some we keep, some we sell or barter with in town." "So, what do we do first?" Sam asked as they pulled the sled to a stop at the back of the house. "We need sharp knives," Darius stated, pulling one from the sheath on his belt. "Like this?" Dean asked, pulling one from his boot and holding it up for inspection. "Yes, that will work. I have one in my pack," Sam said, turning to jog toward the barn to retrieve it. "I'm sure Dad will want to use one back haunch for dinner tonight," Darius surmised as he helped Ice move one of the creatures to a rack to hoist it in the air. "Part of the rest will be cut into strips to dry, and the other will be salted and put in the smokehouse." "I brought drinks for everyone," Seja announced as she stepped from the house carrying a tray of cups. "Hello, Mom," Darius cooed, reaching to give her a hug. "Stay away until you wash up," Seja insisted, pushing Darius back. "You smell." "Which one of these will work the best?" Sam asked, out of breath as he held up 3 knives. Darius looked at the knives and took one, testing the balance and sharpness before taking another one. "This one will do," he determined. "Ice do you need?" "I think I have it covered," Ice replied, pulling a knife from his belt. "Good. Now we start at the feet and slice into the skin, peeling it back slowly and cut away from the meat." He demonstrated the technique for them and watched as Dean started on the other side. "Be careful, don't cut into the meat if you can help it." "Got ya," Dean said. "Why don't you and Ice take hold of the hide and pull it?" Darius suggested to them. "We'll cut as you pull." "Okay," Sam agreed. He grimaced as he gripped the hide and pulled it toward him. It felt weird, but he kept pulling as Darius cut. They moved down the side before going to their front feet to start peeling the hide away. It was slow going at first until they got the hang of it, and before they knew it, one hide was removed. "Now we have to stretch it and tie it to a frame to cure," Darius explained, showing them the frame. They got it mounted to the frame, and Dean was shown how to scrap the hide while they worked on the other creature. After the hides were mounted to dry, they began to strip the meat off the carcass. Dean started a fire, and they placed a hind leg on a metal spike and put it over the flames to start cooking. Harium came back and began to turn the spike. so the meat would cook evenly. By the time the meat was done, Seja had a bowl of vegetables, salad, fruit, and bread ready for dinner. The guys went to the pump and got a couple buckets of water, so they could wash off the blood and goo from their arms and hands. Tables were brought out and butted together, so all the food could be set on it, and there would be room for everyone to sit. Light conversation was carried on throughout the meal, and stories were told. The men adjourned to the front porch for some homemade mead, and then Dean and Sam excused themselves to head to the barn to get some sleep. They knew tomorrow was going to be harvesting day. SPN. Are you sure about this? Sam questioned his brother as he watched him position a plow at the beginning row of potatoes. You know you've never done this before. Gee, Sammy, how hard could it be? I just have to guide the plow. The mule is doing all the work, Dean snapped back at him. Are you ready, Dean? Harriam asked. He was going to lead the mule while Dean plowed. Yep, let's go, Dean said. This may not end well. Sam mumbled to Ice, who was standing by the row with a small wagon that had baskets in it to put the potatoes that were dug up. Have faith in your brother, Ice shrugged. You don't know my brother. Sam huffed a laugh and rolled his eyes. They watched as the mule began to walk down the row, and Dean started fighting the plow, as he tried to keep it going straight and plowing down the middle of the row. Don't step on the potatoes, Sam called to him as he smirked. Don't step on the potatoes, they don't want them mashed yet. Screw you, Dean shot back at him, almost falling because he wasn't paying attention. Okay, guess it's our turn. Sam got on his hands and knees, thinking it was easier than bending over, and began to pick up the potatoes that were unearthed. Ice helped and pulled the wagon along as they filled the baskets. When they got them full, they headed to the barn to empty the baskets onto a long shelf, so the potatoes could dry before being stored in baskets for the winter. Dean had another row plowed by the time they got back, and was going over the first row again to be sure he got all the potatoes plowed up. Sweat was pouring down his face from his exertion, and a few choice swear words could be heard coming from him as he tried to dodge the potatoes on the ground. When they finished the potatoes, they headed to the cornfield to pull corn. It would be shucked and taken to the mill to be ground for cornmeal. The beans were picked to be strung up to dry, and other vegetables were gathered to be cooked for their dinner. Minor repairs were made to the corral, the barn, and porch before they called it a day. Everyone was exhausted by the end of the day, and was looking forward to a good night's sleep. They were heading out the next morning for Titus's farm and then home. The travelers bid Harriam, Seja, and Darius a goodbye early the following morning, and set out for Titus's farm. The brothers were getting anxious because they would be one step closer to getting home. It would take them a little over a day to swing by and see Titus and his family. Traveling was easier now that they could use a road to get to their destination. Well, Sam, what do you think of my country? Ice asked Sam as they rode side by side. Besides being taken by a dragon and almost killed, it has its good points and bad points, Sam offered. The creatures here are certainly different than what I'm used to dealing with. I have seen things I would never have seen in my world, so that's a plus. Don't let him fool you, Dean butted in. He's geeking out over all this new crap. He lives for it. That's his high, ain't that right, Semi? The kid knows more oddities and weird facts than anyone I know. He's like a walking computer. I mean like a book, Dean corrected himself, since he knew Ice didn't know what a computer was. You're getting off on all this, aren't you, bro? I'm not, Sam snipped, giving Dean his best bitch face. Jerk. Oh, you love it, bitch, you just won't admit it. How many can say they babysat a baby dragon or have even seen a dragon, period? Don't let him upset you, Sam, Ice offered to Sam, sensing this was a normal thing for them to pick at each other the way they were doing. He was sure it was a brother thing. There were times he wished for siblings to share his life with. I usually just ignore him, Sam mumbled with a snort as he nudged his horse to move faster to get ahead of his brother. It always made him feel uncomfortable when Dean teased him about being smart or a geek, especially around those he didn't know well. Sam knew very well that Dean was just as smart as him, if not smarter, but he hid it well and never let anyone know. That's why so many underestimated him. Was it something I said? Dean called to Sam, who ignored him. He gets snippy sometimes. Dean shrugged, watching Sam right ahead of them. Is Sam okay? Ice asked cautiously, since he didn't want to overstep. Oh, sure. Sammy and me do this all the time. We both know neither of us really mean what we say. At least most of the time. Dean trailed off, not providing additional information. Ice glanced sideways at Dean and saw the faraway look on his face and didn't press. He knew Dean well enough to know when to keep his mouth shut. Ice looked back at Sam, studying his stiff posture as he rode ahead. As the day wore on, They began to pass villagers on the road, and got some wary looks from some and simple nods from others. There's a meadow with a grove of trees a few hours ahead that we can camp at for the night, Ice offered. We should be able to get there by dark. Sounds good to me. That okay with you, Sammy? Dean asked. Fine, Sam mumbled, his voice stilted and his face cold. You still pissed at me? Sam didn't answer, nor would he look at his brother. He knew he was being petty, and they had had worse spats before, but for some reason, he just wasn't in the mood for his teasing. Sammy, it's fine, Sam answered with a huff. You guys know more about this place than I do. Sam, you know I value your input cause it's saved our asses a lot of times. I'm going to scout ahead, Ice said, awkwardly deciding he wasn't needed right now. He rode ahead, leaving the brothers alone. Okay dude, spill it, Dean grunted at Sam once Ice was out of earshot. What's put you in this shitty mood? It's nothing, just drop it. Sam replied. If I cross the line somehow, you know it was all in fun. Brotherly banter. I'm happy you are seeing this place and meeting the friends I made here. Sam looked sideways at Dean and saw the honesty on his face, and knew he meant it. He felt bad now for being so petty and a jerk. He couldn't explain his reactions and didn't really want to try. He knew this was his brother's way of apologizing and needed to accept it. It's okay, Sam finally said. I was being a jerk. So, are we good then? Yeah, we're good. Great, you're cooking tonight, Dean quickly said before urging his horse to go faster, leaving Sam behind. You're the jerk, Sam called after him, but smiled to himself, glad they had worked it out. SPN. Sam cleaned the pot and dishes after their meal, and stored everything in a pack. The place Ice had picked to camp was great. It was quiet, calming, and peaceful. He stirred the fire and listened to the night sounds that were coming out. Look, I think we might have company, Dean whispered when he saw the shimmering lights moving around in the grass and shrubs that encircled the meadow. They sat still as the little sprites ventured closer to them to check them out. When they moved closer, Sam could make out the soft-colored tones of their flowing outfits, and the shininess of their wings as they fluttered about. Hello, Dean said softly when a sprite bravely landed on his hand. He slowly raised it so he could see the little creature better and smiled at her. They're talking to us, Sam said as the sprites began to chirp and sing to them. If the sprites are around, then this place is safe, Ice commented as the sprites ran up and down his legs and across his stomach. Hey, that tickles, Dean chuckled as sprites played around the collar of his shirt and in his hair. Where do they live? Sam asked, watching the ones on him bounce around. In the trees mainly, though I think some have homes underground, Ice replied. It's amazing how they glow and shimmer. I guess it is new for you since you've never seen them before. It's a common occurrence for them to visit travelers at night. I guess you could say they're guardian spirits. Well, I for one am ready to get some shut-eye, Dean yawned as he stretched and looked behind him to be sure he wasn't going to squish a sprite. He carefully laid back on his bed and wiggled around, making the sprites jump and fly around him until he settled. Me too, Sam agreed. I'm going to lay down now, Sam spoke softly to the sprites. You need to keep back so I don't lay on you. He wasn't sure if they understood him or not as he carefully settled on his sleeping bag. He listened to the hypnotic sounds of their singing as the sprites lulled the travelers to sleep. SPN. The following morning all the sprites were gone, and they broke camp to continue their journey. It was mid-morning when they got to Titus's house and were warmly greeted. It's good to see you made it safely, Titus called to them as he came out of the barn. Good to see you made it home okay too. Dean greeted him with a hug and slap on the back. I'll take care of the horses, Sam offered, taking Ice's reins, and holding his hand out for Dean's reins. Let me help, Ice offered. It's okay, go visit. I'll be in when I'm done. Sam, there's oats in a barrel in the barn you can feed the horses. I've already filled the water trough for them, Titus told him. Okay, thanks, Sam nodded as he led the animals to the barn. Come on in and I'll get you something to drink, Titus told the others. He led them to the house and went inside. Tisha, they're here, he called to his wife who was in the kitchen. Hello again, she greeted Ice and Dean as she looked around for Sam. You're missing one. Oh, Sammy's taking care of the horses. He'll be in shortly, Dean told her. I've got a nice fruit drink made up for you. Here honey, let me help, Titus told his wife. They went into the kitchen to fix the drinks. Dean looked toward a crib when he heard whiny noises, and went over to pick up little Dean. Hey little man, how are you doing? He cooed to him. Little Dean rubbed his eyes and looked at Dean for a moment before grinning at him and gurgling. So, you do remember me? Dean chuckled, tickling him and smiling when he laughed. He took a seat by Ice on the couch, and began to play patty cake with him. You have a way with young ones, Ice commented, watching the interaction. Had plenty of practice raising Sammy, Dean replied. Here we go. Titus offered, carrying a tray with cups back into the room. He passed them out and took a chair beside Tisha, taking her hand and kissing it. No, I don't think you need any of this, Dean told the baby as he tried to grab his cup. Dean usually doesn't take so easily to strangers, but he seems to like you, Tisha said. Let me get him something to drink. She went back into the kitchen and came out with a small cup for her son. Come here, honey, she cooed to him. They are probably tired after their journey, and you can be a handful at times. I guess you're ready to head home now, Titus asked. It's time. We accomplished what we came here for, to bring you home. I will be forever in your debt for that. I'm just glad things turned out okay and we all came back in one piece. Should I go check on your brother? Titus asked since Sam hadn't joined them yet. Nah, he's fine, Dean replied. He'll be in shortly. They all looked toward the open front door when Sam wandered in and faltered in his steps as all eyes were on him. He swallowed nervously and sought out his brother, silently asking if something was wrong. Come on in, Sam, Tisha invited him. There's drink here if you'd like a cup. Thanks, Sam mumbled, moving to the only chair available by Tisha and sat down. He accepted the cup from Titus and kept his eyes downcast as he sipped it. They all laughed when little Dean launched himself at Sam, deciding he wanted to play. Sam barely caught him without spilling his drink, and got a firm grip on him. Hey there, buddy, Sam spoke softly to little Dean, as he pushed himself up on wobbly legs to face Sam. Little Dean began to talk to Sam and grabbed at his beard. He had grown since being here, and pulled at his shirt. You can put him down if he's a bother, Tisha told Sam. He's fine, Sam replied, quickly finishing his drink and letting little Dean have the cup. He bounced him on his knees as the baby gnawed on the cup. He's cutting teeth and wants to chew on everything, Tisha laughed softly. Here, you might want a rag. He does slobber everywhere. Thanks, Sam replied, taking the rag and wiping the baby's face. He used the rag to play peekaboo with him. Dean watched Sam playing with little Dean and smiled lovingly at them. It brought back fond memories of their past and raising his little brother. They talked about all that had happened and told stories of the past, until Tisha told them she needed to tend to their dinner. Ice went with her to help to give Dean some time with Titus. Sam took little Dean outside on the porch and sat in the swing to rock him. You have a great family, Ty, Dean told him. And it's all because of you that I got this chance to have a family, Titus praised him. If you hadn't chosen me for your guide, well, I would probably be living in a barn somewhere, wondering where my next meal was coming from. I'm sure I could have found some type of manual labor that paid only a few coins, but it would have been a hard life. I pull for the underdog, and I could tell the first time I saw you, there was potential in you. And I was right. You just needed a chance and to be treated like a person, Dean surmised. Everyone deserves that chance, and if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it through those tasks and been able to go back home. You're the hero here and I owe you. You became the big brother I never had, and I consider you part of my family. I know we may never see each other again after this adventure, but I will tell my son about his uncle and what he did. You know, if you ever have problems again, if there's any way to get word to me and can bring me here, I will come. Thank you for that. Why don't we go check on your brother and my son? Dean can be demanding. He takes after his namesake, Dean chuckled, getting up and clapping Titus on the shoulder and pulling him into a semi-hug. They stepped from the house on the porch and found Sam and little Dean asleep in the swing. Little Dean was cuddled on Sam's chest with his head tucked under Sam's chin. Sam had his arms around the baby to be sure he wouldn't fall. Let them sleep, Dean whispered. He dug into his pocket for a camera and snapped a couple of pictures of the sleeping pair. Why don't you show me around? All right, I'd like that. I'm proud of what I have accomplished here. We have a nice abode here. They walked out into the yard and Titus gave Dean a tour of his farm. Dean and Ice had time before dinner to help Titus around the farm, while Sam babysat little Dean and helped Tisha. They were going to spend the night and start out for Ice's friend's homestead and return the horses. And then, the brothers would be going home, back to their world. Man, this is quite a spread, Dean said as he looked at the table of food, before sitting down beside his brother. We wanted to be sure we had a variety in case you didn't like something, Tisha replied. They were all gathered around the table preparing to have dinner. If it is as good as it smells, we're all in luck, and Titus is a lucky man. That was one of the reasons I married her, Titus told them as he leaned over and kissed Tisha on the cheek. I knew the first time I saw her she was the one for me. And you, my love. If you hadn't started courting me, I was going to give some hints to get you interested. You two make a great couple. The food is very good, Tisha, Ice commented as they started eating. Thanks, Sam, for some of it. He gave me a couple of different ideas in preparing it. You did good, Sammy, Dean praised him. bumping his body against his brother's. I was just helping out, Sam mumbled shyly as he dropped his gaze. Tisha did the major work here. She's the one who should get the praise. It was a combined effort, Tisha insisted, smiling warmly at Sam. And I didn't thank you for entertaining Dean here. It made things go a lot faster and easier. It was fun. He's a sweet kid. Of course he is, Dean beamed with pride. He takes after his uncle. Sam choked on what he was drinking, and Dean had to pound him on the back to help him out. Are you okay, Sam? Titus asked, not sure if he should do anything or not. Yeah, Sam wheezed as he coughed and cleared his throat while wiping his watery eyes. It went down the wrong way, he offered, giving Dean a sour look. So, you'll be heading out in the morning? Titus asked. Yeah, we need to get the horses back to Ice's friend, and then we go home, Dean replied. I wish you could stay longer, but I know you want to get back. We'd like to stay longer too, but we have family waiting for us and need to get back into the game. The monsters aren't going away since we've been gone. I understand. You have obligations and loved ones waiting on you. Titus sighed softly, already missing his friends. You know you're family to us, and if ever you should find yourselves back in our world, you will always be welcome. I appreciate that, and we feel the same way. Family don't end in blood, as our adopted father once said, Dean told Titus. We will come if needed again. I hope you are saving room for pie, Dean. I made several just for you, Tisha told him. Be still, my beating heart. Dean swooned to be awarded by giggles from her. Of course, I have room for pie. Don't get my brother started on his obsession for pie. Sam snickered and dodged a playful slap from Dean. He pulled out his camera and snapped some pictures to finish the roll-off. He couldn't wait to get them developed and see them. Little Dean suddenly screamed to get everyone's attention as he babbled and smacked at the table. See, even my namesake wants pie. Dean laughed as the others joined in. Tisha gave him a piece of fruit to eat so he'd settle down. She passed him to Titus so she could eat without fighting him for her food. Settle down, son, everyone knows you're here, Titus told him as he took a cloth to wipe his hands and face. Little Dean wiggled and squirmed until he was able to slide from Titus's lap and use the table to hold on to as he made his way to Sam and whined, reaching for him. Sam smiled down at the baby and picked him up, settling him in his lap. Can he have a bite of mashed potatoes? Yes, if he's still hungry. I feed him what we eat, but mash it for him. You do have an appetite, buddy, Sam cooed to him. He used a spoon to feed little Dean a few bites of potatoes, watching him smack his lips and stick his fist into his mouth. He has your table manners, Sam teased Dean as he wiped the baby's face. TM, Dean mumbled around a mouth of food. See, what did I tell you? Sam insisted, pointing to Dean. They finished their meal with large slices of apple and berry pie. Dean and Ice insisted on cleaning the dishes since Tisha and Sam cooked. Once everything was cleaned and put up, they sat on the back porch to enjoy the ending of the day. Dean had the rocking chair and was rocking his namesake as he hummed softly to him. It wasn't long before the baby was asleep and cuddled in his arms. Sam had used a disposable camera to snap some photos to remember their visit, and to take photos of Titus and his family. He fought to stay awake now that he was full and still. He yawned widely and blinked rapidly as he tried to listen to the conversation. Sammy, why don't you head on to the barn and get ready for bed? Dean told him. We'll be along shortly too. Okay, Sam sighed, getting up to leave. Good night, everyone. See you in the morning. Let me take him and put him to bed, Tisha offered, picking up her son and taking him inside to put to bed. Ty, I'm going to go on to bed too. All right, honey, I'll be along shortly, Titus answered. You go to bed when you're ready, Ty, Dean told him. I just want to enjoy the evening a little more before heading that way myself. Are you guys sure the barn is okay to sleep in? It's luxury digs to some of the places we've slept in over the years. It'll be fine. All right then, I am going to head to bed. Still getting used to sleeping through the night again. We'll see you in the morning. Titus went inside, and Dean and I stayed on the porch, watching the stars pop out and the moons come up. The noises were different now since they were back in civilization. They remained for another hour before getting up and heading for the barn to get some rest. Sam had left a lantern burning for them, and he had rolled out their sleeping bags for them. Dean moved his bag, so Sam was between them without even thinking about it. It was instinct ingrained in him that he had to protect Sam. Ice put the light out and then settled down to sleep, knowing morning would be there before they knew it. SPN. You guys know I hate to say goodbye, but it's time for us to head out, Dean told Titus, Tisha, and little Dean. You take care and I'll be thinking about you guys. Dean pulled Titus into a bear hug, holding him tightly for a moment before letting go. He hugged Tisha and kissed her cheek and kissed little Dean on the head. Dean blinked back the tears and smiled. It was nice meeting everyone, Sam said. He started to shake hands with Titus, but was surprised when he grabbed him in a hug, and after a second hugged him back. Take care of each other. He gave Tisha a brief hug and kissed little Dean as he ruffled his hair. I hope you have a safe journey back, Titus told them as they mounted their horses. I'll stop back by in a few weeks to check on you guys, Ice told Titus. We'll be looking for you. With one final salute farewell, the three travelers nudged their horses and rode away from the farm. It was a sad occasion, but a happy one too. Titus was reunited with his family, and they were able to visit and see the kind of man he grew up to be. It seemed the horses knew they were going home, and seemed anxious to get there. They only stopped once at a stream to water the horses and munch on bread and cheese before heading out again. It was almost evening when Zorth's farm came into view. They rode into the yard and met Zorth coming from the barn. He greeted them and offered a meal, but the brothers wanted to finish their journey. They left the horses and walked into a stand of trees a mile from the farm, so Ice could perform the ritual of opening the portal, so they could go home. Ice, take care, and here's some things you can keep, Dean offered. This is a flint you can use for fire in case you don't have matches. Keep the pack and sleeping bag and blankets. They might come in useful on your travels. Oh, and I had a couple of these left too. Dean pulled out 3 mini bottles of whiskey and handed them to Ice. Keep the first aid kit in case you need it, Sam offered, pulling it from his pack. And keep the cookware to use. I am grateful for your help and the gifts. Safe journey home, Ice told the brothers. They did a brotherly hug and handshake before he stepped to a small area and drew sigils on the ground. He pulled the leather bag out and shook the magic powder into his hand. Ice began to speak the words for the spell in his native tongue, and tossed the powder over the sigils. The brothers watched as the powder seemed to hang in the air before it began to shimmer and softly glow, making a large circle. Once it stopped, they gave a final salute, and Dean grabbed Sam's arm, and they walked into the vibrating, swirling mass, disappearing. A few minutes later the portal was gone, and Ice headed back to Zorth's for the night. SPN. Man, I hate the woozy feeling that gives me, Dean complained as he stepped into the cave. He rummaged for a flashlight and turned it on, so they could make their way to the entrance. It's almost as bad as angel transportation, Sam huffed as he let the lightheadedness pass before trying to walk. I'm guessing Kaz will know we're back, and I am here, Castiel said after appearing at the entrance to the cave. I hope all went well. He quickly looked them over and felt the healed injury on Sam, but didn't say anything. Hey man, it's good to be home. Dean gave him a quick hug and stepped back to look at his world. Hi Kaz. Sam hugged him too, making the angel smile warmly. He liked the family that adopted him. Bobby is waiting for us, shall we go? Before they could answer, Castiel placed a hand on each of the brothers' shoulders and transported them to the living room of Bobby's house. He held on to them until they got their balance and stepped back as Bobby stepped from the kitchen. Boys, it's good to have you home, Bobby greeted them, wrapping an arm around each of them and hugging tightly, as tears sprang to his eyes. Almost don't recognize you with the extra hair, he teased, patting their bearded faces. It's good to be home, Dean said. How long were we gone? Over a month. I was starting to worry a little, but Kaz reminded me that time was different between the worlds. It helped some. Excuse the smell, Bobby, Sam offered. We didn't get to bath very much over there. Are you hungry? I can have Kaz go get some food if you like. What I want is a nice hot shower and to sleep in my bed, Sam sighed. Yeah, me too. I'm bushed, Dean agreed. We'll tell you all about the journey and everything tomorrow if you don't mind. It's fine, son. You go on and get some rest. I'll still be here tomorrow. Wait until we get our pictures developed and you see them. I got to meet Dean's dragon, Black Beauty, Sam gushed excitedly. He was the babysitter, Dean snickered. Come on bro, let's shower and hit the sack. We'll see you guys in the morning. Good night Bobby. Kaz, see you in the morning, Sam said. You want a shower first since you don't take as long? Yeah, I don't have as much to wash. I'll leave you a little hot water. Better be more than that, jerk. Don't be a bitch about it, you offered. Bobby and Castiel watched the brothers head up the stairs as they continued the banter. It's good to have them home. Bobby sighed with relief. I agree. I've got some paperwork to finish before heading to bed. Are you hanging around here tonight? I have a couple errands to run, but I will be here in the morning. Good night, Bobby. Night, Kaz. They went their separate ways, both happy that the brothers had returned. The end.